last few days was actually 3 attacks on 3 ships that were trying to transit the region. But what the Iranians are saying, if they don't go through an Iranian route on the eastern side, and they're trying to go through an Omani route on the western side as well, then they aren't legitimate routes allowed, agreed on by Tehran in the meantime as well. I want to bring this back to the context of NATO here in Ankara as well, because leaders here, and I've spoken to over a dozen of them in the last 12 hours or so, but none of them since President Trump said about the MOU. They were prepared for something. They were prepared for
a
the
legal
president
hand
to
to
criticize.
form your business, visit LegalZoom.
dancing, baby.
Particular trades. Now that's leading to them downside moves. Travel and leisure stocks, fuel dependent, consumer demand dependent. Names like Delta Airlines, United, American, Royal Caribbean, and Carnival all down roughly 2 to 4% as well. And one other key place to watch is the downside move we're seeing in momentum parts of the market alongside the falling macro picture. So think about names like an AI, computer chip stocks overall. Those names that have seen some positive momentum are seeing downside momentum now. Outsized losses, NVIDIA, Intel, Micron, SanDisk, Western Digital, among some of that tech and chip trade that is down with the rest of the market. So key points on the radar, up and down. Joe, Kelly, I'll send things back over to you guys.
No, not so fast. So,
Not so fast.
You know, did you hear me earlier talking
Not so
about our
fast.
conversation yesterday?
I did not. What happened?
I said
Not
I was
so
arguing with
fast.
you. You didn't know it. I think you're. I don't know. You're thinking about something else.
About
That's a
Egypt
good
and
one.
Argentina, you mean?
Yeah. And I said plus 900. I go. There's no way. In soccer, it's not any team on any given day can win. I told you that the cream rises to the top, like France. Do you think it's going to be easy to beat France? I mean, I told you about the Phillies yesterday. They lost 15-1 to the Royals. On any given day, that can happen. And then you were proven absolutely correct because with 12 minutes left, it was 2-0.
I mean, and I had posted on social media about it because I looked at you had inspired me, Joe, because as you know, I enjoy the numbers, but I am not a kind of daily fantasy sports on my own type person, right? So I did go after our conversation and checked out every remaining match in this round and looked for just kind of what the big spread discrepancies were. That Egypt-Argentina game had the widest variance in terms of money line of any other game in this particular round. So it stands to reason, yes, everybody did figure that, right? That Egypt was going to go down, they were going to go down hard, Argentina was heavily favored. So yes, it did play out the way that the bettors thought they would, but not without some, I guess, heart palpitations. I
No,
think,
you
for
were
bettors
right.
by the time
They
it was
could
done.
have won if Messi didn't take that entire team on his back. And I haven't watched. I don't know anything about the guy. I haven't watched. I'm not a soccer fan, but I saw the Messi,
The tying goal.
mystique. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Messi magic yesterday. I saw it and was proven right that you're not going to beat Argentina if you're Egypt. And I told you that all along. It's not going to happen. But
I mean,
can you? 12 minutes, 3 goals in 12 minutes or whatever it was. It was phenomenal, a phenomenal game. So we were both right.
Well,
Egypt
yes.
could have won.
I think
Egypt could have won,
yes.
but Argentina did.
The person who did weigh in on it was Mohamed Al Arian, who of course was rooting for Egypt in this whole kind of
I know.
in this whole
And
scenario. So I
that
think he
should
was
have been a
little
clue
disappointed.
right there. That should have been a clue right there that it was never going to happen because he's the Mets, Jets.
Are we going to give Mohammed a chance to respond?
Mets.
He was on the air yesterday.
That's hilarious. I forgot about that. He's just a he cannot back. I said, well, switch to the Giants and Yankees. Is it that hard?
What's the opposite of the Midas touch on
Yes.
that one?
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. All I would say is he was trying to convince me because my son has turned into a very casual Messi fan, right? Given the World
Me
Cup
too,
and everything.
me too.
And so he was trying to convince me to convince my son to pull for Egypt over Argentina. So he was a little disappointed as well.
I can't believe I look forward to these games now. I really,
You're an addict.
honestly do. I really do. And I didn't even bet yesterday. It had nothing to do with
Just for the
betting.
love of the game.
There you
Love
go.
of the game.
Dom Banks.
You got it, guys.
SpaceX shares are falling about 7% yesterday. First day in the NASDAQ 100. MoffettNathanson, among the firms, just launched coverage this week with the team led by our next guest, Julie Hsu, MoffettNathanson's research analyst. Julie, it's great to have you here.
Thank you for having me.
People were saying yesterday maybe it was a little bit of buy the index entry and then sell the event. What happens now? What do you think this thing is worth?
I mean, certainly the yesterday's news seemed more like a sell the news scenario, but I'd say the fundamentals are probably what takes us forward from here from the stocks. And the way that we think about it is, how do we analyze the parts of the business we can see? How do we think about the parts of the business that are kind of known unknowns? And then from there, how do we think about how the absolute dominance SpaceX has in launch takes us to kind of the unknown unknowns?
We had some firms yesterday put $800 on as their price target. You are practically bearish. You've got a 131 price target, the specific price target, by the way. A neutral rating, it's at 150. So how do you get to those numbers?
Right. Just off the bat, would like to say, wouldn't characterize myself as a bear, but again, when we go back to that framework, when we think about the unknown unknowns, we're absolutely bullish on the company's ability to leverage their dominance in launch, use that bottleneck, and see how it takes it, whether it's orbital data centers, other opportunities. We just can't put conviction around the exact numbers yet. But when we look at the kind of known knowns, there are parts of the business that in the next 3-year time frame where investors might be looking at the stock, it's not exactly clear to us how they're going to get to some of the TAM projections we're talking about.
Total market, yeah.
Exactly. So we've got the D2D opportunity. It's not clear to us that kind of direct to consumer is going to happen for them. Orbital data centers, sure, but maybe not in the 5-year time frame to kind of 100 gigawatts that the company is saying.
There you are, by the way, all the way on the right. You're that chip, that neutral chip there. We talked to Ron Epstein at Bank of America yesterday, who, and he taking over it from an aerospace point of view, said he's followed the company for 20 years. He's kind of a nerd on these things, and thought that they're going to kind of keep their flywheel going. The more assets they build out in space, the more they can use those for a variety of future business lines. Curious your thoughts on that.
Completely agree, and would say that wouldn't have the hubris, I think, today to say that I'm going to be able to put a number on asteroid mining, for instance. That being said, completely agree. We've got the Falcon 9, which has dominated about 50% of actual launches. We get to kind of 75 to 80% of total metric tons launched. And that's not just amongst private companies, that's not, globally across nations as well. Starship is coming. It's an incredibly impressive technology. You're just kind of shy of as tall as the Washington Monument, if you can conceptualize how large that is. But again, it's really difficult for us to say, sitting here today, exactly how big that TAM is going to be.
All right, well, you know, it's debut day, not great, but maybe for you that kind of brings it down to more where it should be, you know, trading in line with what we know about the company at this point.
I think certainly, and again, the way that we think about it is there's definitely potentially upside in the future. It's just where it's trading today, we're probably on the sidelines.
All right, Julie, good to have you here. Thanks
Thank
so
you.
much. Julie Hsu of MoffettNathanson. Coming up, much more market reaction to those renewed hostilities in the Middle East and the president's comments about the Iran ceasefire being over. Squawk Box returns in a moment with the futures down around 500 points for the Dow.
19 after. Okay. Buddy.
Welcome back. Let's get a quick check on futures. S&P lower by about 70 points this morning, 370 for the NASDAQ, 530 for the Dow. This pressure, of course, coming from the president suspending, as he says, the memorandum of understanding and the ceasefire with Iran. It's got oil prices on the move higher as well, tune of about 5% or so. WTI 74 and Brent trading around 78. Evan Brown is here on set with us. He's portfolio manager and head of multi-asset strategy at UBS Asset Management. Welcome to you. But you're thrilled to be talking about this one again. You know, here we are. Here we go again. We thought this was maybe how much of the narrative had already shifted to, well, maybe the inflation bump is behind us, and you know, maybe the CPI peak is behind us, and we can maybe even talk about Fed rate cuts again. And it's not to say this shouldn't call all, you know, throw that out the window, but look at the yields rising and everything else going on. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think a lot of us thought it was over, but you know, progress is going to be nonlinear on this. It's clear, and so oil prices higher back in the picture. But actually, our view is that there's an inflation issue beyond just the oil price. There's this underlying stickiness in inflation that Kevin Warsh has been, you know, talking about, being really concerned about price stability, and we wouldn't rule out rate hikes almost regardless of what happens with oil from here.
But I feel I can't shake the conviction, I guess you could call it, that he doesn't really want to hike rates. I think he wants to jawbone rate hikes, but not actually do them. I think he'd love to jawbone rate hikes and then actually do rate cuts at some point.
Yeah, I think that's what we hear from a lot of clients, is that he wants to establish his credibility by sounding tough on inflation, and then you know, but hoping that he won't actually have to deliver on that. I think that's a little bit dangerous, because now that I think he has established some credibility with his tough talk, but if he doesn't deliver, and if inflation doesn't cooperate and really start to move lower, and underlying core inflation, I think ultimately he's going to have to back it up if he doesn't want inflation expectations to rebound from where they are.
But they've been, and look at the news this week. Walmart cutting prices. I see analysts talking about as a grocery price war going to break out. We've seen a number of strategists actually saying their area where they feel the most positive about Q3, consumer discretionary, retail. I mean, so finally, that lower oil prices, putting this behind us, feels like it could give a lift to that sector. So, you know, we watch this with a little bit of trepidation now.
Lower oil prices, yeah, so oil prices are a factor. The tariffs kind of, us moving through that, and I think, you know, the Walmart story is part of that. Getting through that is helpful, and shelter prices continue to go down. But where we don't see enough progress is on underlying core services. And when we break down the components, we look at core PCE, the Fed's preferred inflation measure. More than 50% of those components are above 3%. It's that stickiness in this.
What are those components?
Yeah, so you know, underlying transportation and you know, we're seeing just general housing still. You know, you're seeing inflation still elevated. Just most of what you see in the underlying index.
That's lagging. You know, by the time, I think so much of this in a way actually does go all the way back to COVID. Things like insurance prices and so much of the rest that was still reacting. So I wonder, does the Fed need to look at housing? You know, Diana Olick yesterday was talking about there's signs shifting back towards the buyer's market, or transportation. Well, there's signs that has, you know, traces of higher fuel prices on there. And I just wonder if reacting to that is actually reacting to old news, you know?
Yeah, it's just we've had this old news for some time, right? And yes, it may be a result of the long-lasting effects of COVID, but now we're 5 years on, right? And we've continuously thought inflation is going to come down, and it really hasn't. There have been certainly shocks, the oil tariffs, all these things that have helped keep it elevated. But you know, I think what Chair Warsh is saying is that we're kind of running out of time here, and we need to get back to 2% to reestablish credibility.
I see, streets sort of cheering, hey, the upcoming CPI report could go below a four handle. I think, well, yes, that's a start. Hopefully much more to come. Evan, thanks very much.
Thanks for having me.
Really appreciate it.
Coming up, after spending 25 years on Wall Street, Alicia Wiesel, chairman of the Elie Wiesel Foundation, is following in his father's footsteps, battling anti-Semitism. He's going to tell us about his group's mission. We're going to talk about, well, how many things are could be on the plate to talk about living in the world nowadays. We'll have that when Squawk Box returns. He spent 25 years on Wall Street before stepping into the public eye, following in his father's footsteps. He's now preserving his family's humanitarian legacy and standing up to anti-Semitism. Joining us now, the chairman of the Elie Wiesel Foundation, Alicia Wiesel. He's the son, obviously, of Elie Wiesel. And thank you for being here.
Oh, it's a great pleasure.
Good
Thank
to have
you.
you.
Thank you, John.
How to start? I guess I've described it, and I'm not Jewish, but I certainly have skin in this game. We all do. Obviously, when you see what's been happening, and anti-Semitism has been described, I don't know who did it, as like a light sleeper. It's like you're kind of, the slightest thing can wake you up. It always seems to be under the surface, but not anymore. This is out and about. What can be done, and what happened, and how concerned would your father be right now?
Well, all of these are great questions, and thank you for having me on the show. My father passed 10 years ago, and thank God he didn't have to see some of this. He loved this country. July 4th just passed, and you should know my father was a dedicated patriot. He came here as an immigrant. This country gave him everything. He never forgot it. And when you think about what's happening right now, the fact that anti-Semitism is so out there on the left, you have a a potential congresswoman, Chevalier, who just won her primary, having celebrated on October 8th what had just happened on October 7th. It's pretty incredible. And I think that what we have to do is we have to not lose hope. That is the most important thing. We have to realize that some of these decisions where anti-Semites are getting empowered, these are the results of razor-thin margins. There's the indifference that my father warned we have to fight against. you're talking about 1 in 6 of eligible primary voters getting activated. There's a lot of reason to have hope for this country. We can turn this around.
My son had a copy of Night that I read. So there are places where people are being taught things like that, but there are places where people are being taught 180 degrees from that. And I'm talking about things that at Ivy League colleges. I don't think it's just Ivy League college. I've seen even secondary school education where they're learning these things. Where does it all come from? And I'll just point out, you mentioned, I was going to bring up these 3, I don't know what they're, socialists in New York City, obviously. Brad Lander, who is Jewish. He went on to basically say that, accuse Israel of apartheid and genocide, and they all hide behind, people that do it outwardly, they hide behind there's a difference between being a Zionist and being anti-Semitic. I can be against the government of Israel, and I'm not being anti-Semitic. And I've made the point that that's just cover. That's just cover for anti-Semitism. I got hammered for doing. I'll get hammered again, sure.
There's so much ignorance in the world, and my father spoke about fighting indifference, but he didn't get to see just how much ignorance we're wallowing in now. And now it's time for us to fight ignorance. If you look at the words that are used, apartheid, it's absolutely crazy. You have Arab Israelis who've gone to the Supreme Court, who run banks in the country. The entire concept of genocide is such a flawed concept of ignorance. We have to be so careful with our language. When people use the phrase genocide about Israel, they are demeaning what the Nazis did, and they are also demeaning what Israel has tried to do. You look at the stats, real genocides, 2/3 of European Jewry wiped out in World War II, 75% of the Tutsi population wiped out in the Rwandan genocide by the Hutus. You look at what happened to the Armenians in World War I, somewhere between half to 80% of the pre-war Armenian population. These are real genocides. Gaza, it's a tragedy. It was a war. Hamas started a war and lost it, and 3 to 5% of the civilian population died. Do you know where else 3 to 5% of the civilian population died in a war that should never have been started? Nazi Germany.
Would your father have had any issue with the way that Netanyahu has handled, what the war? I'm talking more about now, not the response to then, but you see the international pressure on him, the frustrations the president himself has had with some of the way he's kind of acted throughout this conflict. I'm just curious if there's anything you'd add there.
Listen, I always hesitate to answer questions, what would my father have thought? There are very few privileges to being dead, but not having words put in one's mouth, I think, is definitely one of them. But I can tell you things that he said in previous situations, and I can tell you how I feel having spent Malcolm Gladwell's 10,000 hours with my father. There is no doubt that my father stood with Israel all the time, and he felt that it's chutzpah for us over here to be judging what you would do if you were in that situation. Imagine that 1,200 civilians were killed by a group of terrorists coming across the border. They were being hid intentionally behind human shields. These people knowingly trying to put their own civilians in harm's way. This concept of what would you do, and then we like to pretend, oh, well, we'd find some other way. Unfortunately, you have to fight evil in the world. And that's what Israel had to do. And that's, I think, what President Trump is ultimately grappling with Iran.
I'm not going to speak for your father either, but he was, I would call him Zionist. He thought Jews deserved to be in Israel historically, right? He was almost politically, you couldn't say it today, I don't think. You could say that if you look at the years throughout history, Jews in Israel.
Yeah, there's no question. My father came out as a Zionist, very early. He wrote a very famous piece called Zionism and Racism in response to the UN.
I wanted to bring that up because what is it? It's 2026. This was 1975, I think. The United Nations came out with Zionism is, I think, racism. And your father back then said that they accuse us of the same things that they did to us. And I read that and I go, oh my God, because I'm genocide, apartheid, ethnic cleansing, all the same things that actually did happen, suddenly those words are being used back on Israel at this point. And it's not accurate.
It's a brilliant short piece. By the way, JNS recently republished it, so it's available online. And what I would say about that piece is
your dad's piece.
That particular piece, Zionism and Racism from 1975, which is in the book A Jew Today, And where my father ends with that piece is he says there's one thing that the enemy always tries to do, regardless of what they accuse us. They try to divide the Jewish people against itself. Sadly, that's been working too well in this country. You look at 1/3 of Jews who voted for Mamdani,
Right.
Particularly of the younger generation. And what I take away from that is, you know what? The older generation carried so much water. My father carried so much water as the moral, courage center of that generation. You look at all the heroes of World War II. I think it's up to us now. It's kind of up to us to take that on and fight that fight. They're no longer here to do it for us.
How do you do that when there's an active war going on, where this is not a theoretical discussion? The problem is there's headlines every morning about what's happening and people reacting to them. And so, again, just kind of unfortunately going back to this issue of this live conflict and how Israel looks to wind down and find a place in which it feels secure within its borders. What does that look like? Have we reached that point? Could they be more clear about that point to help quell those concerns that some people have, that they feel they're being too, expansion, whatever the word is?
Israel, as does this country, we both have big decisions to make in the fall about who we want our leadership to be. We have midterms coming up. There's going to be an election in October for Israel. A lot of decisions will have to be made on what is the stance, how are we going to fight. And my father always believed he trusted the Israeli people to make those decisions and elect the right leaders for the time, for what was needed. And in the same way, he had incredible faith in this country that we would do the same. What we are doing in our work at the Elie Wiesel Foundation is we are trying to fight the worst of the lies. I'll just give you one small example of the work that we're doing. We host for Ethiopian Israelis, pretty much since the Ethiopian-Israeli airlift of the 80s and 90s, we've hosted educational programs for them. What we're doing now is we are exposing young students here in the United States to those Israeli students when they now see possibly their first Israeli, possibly their first Jew over these Zoom conferences. They are seeing Israeli children who are black, who look like them, who are having to run for a bomb shelter because Iranian missiles are falling. We want to show that Israelis are people too.
You think that the anonymity of social media is partially to blame for, I don't know, this is an upswing, and we have your friend Jonathan, my friend Greenblatt on. He gives statistics.
Yeah.
Do you find hope in any of the statistics that you're seeing? Can this be reversed at this point?
Social media, I believe, needs some regulation. It's a very complicated topic on how to do it. Do I think the genie can be put back in the bottle? The only way I think to fight lies is to fight with truth. They're going to say, the enemies of the Jewish people are going to say, the Jewish people, Israelis, are white, colonialist, whatever it is they want to describe it, which is of course crazy. Half of Israel is non-white. But let them say their lies. We have to come back and show the truth.
That's
no
part of the Columbia. It's a class of have-nots, have-nots.
Of course.
White versus people of color. I think so many things are go into why a 20-year-old says genocide or death to judge. I mean, I couldn't believe the signs at Ivy League campuses. I don't know where that comes from and how it's acceptable.
These young people, I think that we have to have some empathy for them if we're to have any hope of getting through. They don't know what it is. They're so ignorant.
They don't know what river
they don't know
it
which
is.
river,
It's the
which
East
sea.
River.
You look at groups like Queers for Palestine. I mean,
Right.
my God, they'd be welcomed at the Tel Aviv Pride Parade, and they'd be thrown off a roof if they were in Gaza. But this is how they're aligned. So there's a tremendous amount of ignorance. We have to fight it, and we also have to have empathy. We have to realize these are mostly young people. They're looking for purpose at a time where purpose is hard to find. They don't have the same opportunities that previous generations have had. They're frustrated. They're looking around for ways to make a difference. We have to find a way to channel that, not shut them down.
Alicia, thank you. And
Thank you,
I think it's
John. Thank
important, and I brought you in, and I wanted to hear directly from you. I hadn't read Night, and it's really.
Thank you for
We
remembering
need
my
to.
father with us.
You're welcome, and
Thank you.
we need to remember exactly what he talked about in that book. Thanks.
Thank you.
Coming up, we have a rundown of today's market action, including that move upward in oil prices, plus Apple striking a mega chip deal with Broadcom. Those details when Squawk Box returns. Commissioner Gary Bettman. He will join us from Sun Valley as hockey just wrapped up a strong season with a surge in its viewers. As we head to break, check out some of the major oil and gas companies moving higher on the jump in crude oil prices this morning. Squawk Box is back in a moment.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. Let's get to our Julia Borston, who's in Sun Valley, Idaho, covering the Allen and Company Conference. She's with NHL Commissioner Gary Bettman. He's there?
Yeah, he's here, Joe. So much to talk about today. Commissioner Bettman, thank you so much for joining us. Our first live interview from Sun Valley this week.
It's early.
It's early. Great.
And cold.
You've just come off a huge increase in viewership this past season. How much of an increase are you looking to get for your rights as you start the negotiations in January?
What a dangerous question. I don't negotiate publicly. Obviously, our ratings have been growing, not just this season, but over the last decade. And sports rights have never been more valuable. So once we get to our formal negotiating period, we're very optimistic that we should do well.
A source tells me that ESPN is looking to close its deal with you early. How soon do you think we could see those deals done?
That's hard to say. The marketplace is evolving. Other properties are or will be in the marketplace. I think if we can strike a deal that makes sense for both of us, we'll be ready to go at any time.
When you say there are other properties in the marketplace, you're referring to the NFL.
Well, I was more general than that, but...
But there is a lot of concern maybe that the NFL is going to eat up all the oxygen or all the money that these companies have for sports rights. How much pressure do you feel to get your deals done before the NFL does its negotiations?
I don't feel any time pressure. The NFL is a great property, and we understand that it's prominent in the media landscape. But interestingly enough, last time we had to negotiate the current deals, it was in the wake of what the NFL had done, and we managed to triple what we were getting. So I'm confident in the value of our property. We think NHL hockey is great, and it's a great media property.
We're in this period of consolidation, lots of deal making. We have Paramount, Warner Brothers Discovery merging, Comcast spinning off NBC Universal. How is all of this going to impact your business, especially given that TNT has some of your rights?
Well, TNT will be going into, hopefully, Paramount, and that presents another opportunity for us. It's really a question of staying on top of the developments, which could change by the hour, but that's one of the reasons it's good to be here at this conference. A lot of our partners are here, a number of NHL owners are here, and it's a good opportunity to mingle and network.
Mingle and network and talk not just to the media companies, but also to the tech companies, because it's not just the media CEOs here. All the big tech CEOs are also here. What is your approach to streaming and how streaming might fit into your future? Because a lot of your games are already streaming. How much more do you want to do that?
Well, that's going to evolve over time, because as there's more cord cutting and cord nevering, traditional television is going to look a whole lot different. The productions will get more sophisticated because of technology. We want to embrace technology to bring our fans closer to the game. We've done that with puck and player tracking. We do it with our business partners with digitally enhanced dashboards, and we're constantly looking for ways to improve how the game is portrayed by using technology. We're even working on a way to know precisely where the puck is, what goal, no goal over the line, whether or not you can see it, whether it's in the goalie's glove. So technology to us represents an opportunity to take a game that's incredibly fast and give people an opportunity to get inside of it and even slow it down in terms of their own connection.
And in terms of consumption, do you want to be on more streaming platforms versus traditional linear?
We want to be loved, and we want to make sure we have the maximum distribution for our fans so that our fans can access the games they want to see.
So speaking of your fans and your viewership, regular season up 23%. The finals were up over 100% in terms of viewership.
That was good.
What was behind it, and how much of it was the heated rivalry phenomenon?
I think heated rivalry was a part of it. I think off campus is a part of it. The fact that we started international competition with 4 nations a year and a half ago, that captivated the Olympics, particularly in the U.S., was a big deal. But it all starts with the game. You can market, you can promote all you want, but it really comes down to how good the game is. Our competitive balance is extraordinary, and our fans, I think all sports fans, want authenticity. They want to be entertained, they want to be excited, and that's what we try to deliver.
Well, we'll be watching how it all goes in the lead up to these negotiations with your media partners and maybe some tech partners as well. Commissioner Gary Bettman, thank you so much for joining us here in our first interview coming from Sun Valley.
Thank you for having me.
Guys, back over to you.
Good to see the commissioner this morning, and you, Julia, thank you very much. Coming up, President Trump says the ceasefire with Iran is over. The markets are reacting to those headlines out of the Gulf and the NATO summit. We'll speak with PIMCO's head of U.S. public policy. Libby Cantrill is next. And as we head to break, here's a look at the early S&P 500 movers. Squawk Box returns in a moment. Apple is expanding its relationship with Broadcom in a deal expected to surpass $30 billion through 2031. It includes a $1.5 billion expansion of Broadcom's manufacturing facility in Fort Collins, Colorado, where Broadcom will develop a range of custom chips for use in Apple products. Shares of both companies are fractionally lower pre-market. Coming up, we'll have a live report from the NATO summit, where President Trump said the ceasefire with Iran is over following the latest strikes in the Strait of Hormuz. Market reaction and sectors on the move. Squawk Box returns in just a moment.
It will be 8 a.m. on the East Coast in a couple of minutes. You're watching Squawk Box on CNBC. I'm Joe Kernan, along with Kelly Evans. And what have we been talking about all morning long? Well, President Trump says in his view, Kelly, Andrew and Becky are here. In his view, the deal to pause the conflict with Iran is over, he says. The futures right now, we're down 650, then 550 on the Dow, now 450. Has improved a little. NASDAQ has improved a little as well, but a lot of it keying off of this. You can see 74, that's not the highs of the day either, but up 5% on WTI. ICE Brent just below 80 again. And check out the VIX. I think it was, 17. I saw even higher pre-market this morning. It was over 18, but up about 10%, but still, you follow that as a
of course I do.
business nerd.
Look, see, we were out at the SIBO in Chicago a couple weeks ago. The guy, there was the SPX pits and the VIX pits. That's what they do.
These guys have been sleeping for a while.
They have when the VIX is low enough, they'll do push-ups just to kind of you got to
stay interested.
Exactly.
Let's get the latest on the president's comments and what's being said as well at the NATO summit. CNBC's Steve Sedgwick joins us with the latest. Good to see you again, Steve.
Yeah, good to see you and Kelly. Thanks, Joe. Look, let's put this in context. Everybody who's here, every one of the 31 other nations plus the EU, they knew that the president had the ability to put a curveball or two into this event as well. But I'd say they were ready for a couple. They were ready for criticisms over spending. That's why they spent a whole day yesterday just down the road here saying to the US president, we are spending on this, this, and this, whether it's Raytheon, whether it's Lockheed, whether it's the European players. We are spending a lot of money redressing your very legitimate concerns about EU spending and the heavy lifting from the US. They were ready for concerns about what the EU and what NATO had done regarding supporting over Epic Fury. Again, they were ready to face down that and said, look, they can be part of the navigation opening when the MOU is extended, which of course it's not going to be at the moment as well. What they weren't ready for was the fact that the president said, we're not going to trade with Spain anymore. That is $46 billion worth of bilateral trade between Spain and the US. They weren't ready for the president to say, oh yeah, by the way, we should control Greenland again. And I spoke to the Danish Prime Minister, of course, the country which controls Greenland, and she said, look, we will invoke Article 5 up against anyone who tries to militarily take. And I said, is that foe and ally? She said, against anyone. Article 5, of course, is where you enact mutual protection from your allies as well. But the biggest blow-up of this entire meeting, of course, was those comments which we've drilled down on all morning, which the markets are paying attention to, and that is the end of the MOU as far as the president is concerned. Do we need to take it with a pinch of salt? Will the negotiators still be able to come up with some deal where both the US negotiators and the Qataris, the Egyptians, the Saudis, and the Turks as well? That remains to be seen. But it is those latest comments from the president that have blown up this meeting. Back to you.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, Greenland again. I wasn't expecting that. I will admit that we got anything on Cuba. I mean, while we're at it, no, maybe not. Anyway, Steve, we got a lot on the plate. Break in, tell us if you hear anything on Cuba, let us know. Maybe that might be happening right now. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway, see you later. Thank you. All right.
Let's hear more now from Libby Cantrill. She's PIMCO's head of U.S. public policy. She joins us here on set. Libby, it's great to see you.
Great to be with you.
So, top level point of view, perhaps this isn't too much of a surprise. How would you describe everything that's gone down, beginning with the events of the weekend, the Revolutionary Guard? As my understanding is what Nikki Haley told us yesterday, that they shot at the ships because they hadn't gotten permission to pass through the strait. Now the U.S. has retaliated. Now we say there's no MOU. So how would you describe the state of play right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe underappreciated in the market is that there hadn't really been even an agreement on what they were negotiating. This MOU, of course, we're about halfway through this sort of 60-day window, and they were sort of still negotiating what was even in the MOU for all intents and purposes. So while I think the market, the sort of geopolitical risk had receded in the market, it did feel like this was a not necessarily totally surprising that this what seemed to be a quite fragile ceasefire even to begin with has now gone sideways. With that said, though, as Steve said, is this just sort of President Trump's trying to kind of restore negotiating leverage? Going into potentially maybe another extension of the MOU, we'll sort of see. But I think that from a market's perspective, maybe not totally surprising that this is going sideways.
Could he once again? I like what you're saying there. Actually, could he be using a playbook we've seen before, which is he escalates to de-escalate? In other words, escalating the situation now and actually ending up de-escalating by, as you say, extending the MOU, or kind of now moving beyond the. If 30 days from now is not a long period of time, and does it matter? I mean, one of the most sort of significant outcomes, both geopolitically but also for the markets, is if they do end up with tolls or some kind of system like that on the Strait. How big of a deal is that? The CNBC had a piece the other day saying, the Strait of Malacca could be next. I guess that's off the coast of Indonesia. So everyone's looking around at this and saying, yeah, if we're going to start charging for global commerce, we'd like our piece too.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Iran went into this with sort of this theoretical source of leverage around, potentially closing the Strait of Hormuz. If you talk to national security folks on both the right and the left, this, of course, had been sort of the biggest risk. Had there been conflict with Iran. Now, of course, that theoretical source of leverage has sort of turned into a real practical source of leverage. Both the president and Secretary Rubio have said that sort of this tolling, this complete control of the Strait of Hormuz by the IRGC is just not tenable. So that cannot sort of stand as part of this sort of negotiated settlement. So we'll see. As it relates, though, to kind of the politics here in the United States, I mean, the president, of course, I think really is interested in having this come to an end. He does not want to go into the midterm elections with there being any sort of uncertainty premium kind of priced into both the price of oil and then also the price of gas. The axiom that still holds, the price of gas and groceries, the price of a gallon of milk, the price of a gallon of gas. This is what really matters to voters. What we know from polling is it really does matter to voters. You add to the price of healthcare, the price of housing, affordability, a huge issue going into the midterm elections. So politically, the president has every incentive to extend this negotiating window to come to some sort of potential, again, another ceasefire. However, or the IRGC may not let him do that.
There's also now the fight with Spain is escalating a little bit. He's upset with them. Defense spending is part of it. I think it's broader than that as well. And is suspending trade or talking about doing so with Spain, is that impactful?
Well, I mean, I think it's impactful. I think that the real question is it likely? And, what tools does he have in order to put a complete prohibition on trade with Spain? They're limited. What we've seen with the Supreme Court and the ruling against IEPA, the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, that sort of broad act that he had used to put those sort of far-reaching tariffs on, he can't do that. Could he pursue something called Section 301, which could limit trade with Spain? Sure, but he has to go through an investigation process. There's a lot of sort of protocol and process that would be involved in doing that. So I think, again, we sort of need to take this with a grain of salt. That obviously the president is, he has his beef with European countries, maybe with Spain in particular, around other things, defense spending and what have you. But the tools to actually put a prohibition on tariffs are quite limited.
Yeah. You mentioned the midterms.
Yes.
And what are the prospects at this point? What kind of gaming it out in terms of outcomes? I mean, we're starting to get close. It's July, so we've just got a couple of months to go. And now with everything happening in Maine, and it looks like that's going to be a harder seat for.
Yeah, what you see with voters is that their views going into an election start to sort of cement around Labor Day. So we're still early-ish, but it's definitely getting kind of later, and in terms of the sort of early cycle, if you will. I think that what the generic ballot is showing is that yes, Democrats are favored going into this election cycle. That means that the Democrats probably do have a higher chance of taking back the House. The Senate, and this is where we would agree with the betting markets, the Senate is just an uphill battle for Democrats. And basically the Senate goes through Maine. It's possible that they win the Senate. They need to win 4 seats net in order to take back the Senate. It's possible they can do that with Maine. It's really difficult though. And so this issue with Graham Plattner, we'll see how it resolves. Presumably he will drop out. Presumably there will be a replacement. But instead of focusing on Susan Collins and making this a referendum on the Republican incumbent in Maine, they're obviously just infighting. And I think this has been sort of the theme with the Democratic Party since 2024. They haven't really settled on who they want to be and who they're going to be going into this election.
Have you heard of the Kalshi KPOW index, the power index? Do you watch that? Is that on your radar?
We watch a lot of those.
Because we deal with that's not why I'm mentioning it. We had direct on, but we do have a deal. We're in bed with Kalshi, but plus 2.3, and it switched. It's R plus 2.3 R. Mm-hmm. That stands for Republicans. So and you can see where it switched. You don't think that this socialist stuff ever nationally comes home to roost? Does this seem normal to you even at PIMCO? Does it seem normal to you?
I'm not sure what that means, Joe, but
I think you know what that means. I mean, you got Bill Gross, Muhammad Al-Arian. You've been on the left.
Yes, well, look, we do try to call balls and strikes on behalf of our clients.
Yeah, that's what everyone says.
Yeah, well, I think we really do try to do that. We're fiduciaries, of course.
You've been coming on a long time.
Yes. But I mean, I think is this going to, I think, hurt them more into a general election? Absolutely. I mean, can Republicans demagogue the Democratic Party, label them the party of socialists and communists and what have you? Absolutely. I'm not sure that is going to necessarily drown out or kind of trump, if you will, the political environment going into the midterm elections, which, as you know, just benefits the party out of power. The
Always.
midterm elections, just except for 2 times since World War II, has the party out of power gained seats in the House in particular.
It might change if you run communists or socialists, right?
In deep blue districts, I just don't think that's going to make a difference. What it will do is how do you
spread
govern?
nationally?
How do you govern in deep blue?
Who's a person supposed to think in the nation is the head of the Democratic Party?
Yeah, and again, I think this will have implications for 2028, which is obviously a national election.
So you don't think it does for the House?
I mean, I think that the midterms, again,
When we have Mike Johnson on, somebody who says or Thune, we still have a chance in the House. You just think that they're whistling past?
No, I don't disagree with that. It just
They have a chance, yeah.
I mean, look, of course they have a chance. I mean, but
this will be the 3rd time that the party in the White House.
since
Some of I think this changed, the Cape, I think, changed on some of the redistricting stuff. What happened in Virginia and some of the other stuff.
yeah, and I think net redistricting, the Republicans have been more savvy than Democrats. Net 8 to 9 seats. However, again, the Republican majority right now is 3 seats, Joe, and you just know the average number of seats the party out of power wins is 26
Even in
seats.
baseball.
So it's just an uphill battle. But I would agree with you in 2028, unless the Democrats have coalesced around a more sort of centrist message, this could absolutely, have big implications going into the general election.
Who's my other friend at PIMCO? He went and lived on a mountaintop and grew a beard. You know him, right? Paul McCulley.
Oh, Paul McCulley, of course, yeah.
Big right-wing guy.
We've done a mountaintop and grew.
Also no longer a
It's a corporate culture. You're in that beautiful building.
in Orange County.
Aren't you in that beautiful building in
That's
Fashion
a
Island?
bastion of the balls up, Joe.
Even in baseball, balls and strikes are now looked at, okay? Because they're not all. Thanks for putting up with me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, okay. Nice to be with you guys.
You only meet are the ones you love. Coming up, President Trump casting doubt on the interim deal to pause fighting in the Iran war. We're going to speak to the chair of the Republican Conference, Lisa McClain. She's going to tell us that they can definitely hold on to something. That's after. Check out the treasuries this morning. Libby follows those. 4.56. It's scary. Today's Fed minutes are coming in just a bit. Squawk Box will be right back.
it's over. I don't want to deal with them anymore. They're scum. You know what scum is? They're scum. They're sick people. They're led by sick people. And they're vicious, violent people. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they'd use it. As far as I'm concerned, it's over.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. President Trump says he thinks the U.S.-Iran ceasefire deal, as you heard there, is over. Speaking alongside NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, who I realize is pretty tall. I saw on that picture in Ankara, Turkey, earlier this morning. Those comments hitting U.S. stock futures. You can see down, they were down 650 at one point. Now under 400 in terms of being down.
Modest
yeah,
decline at this point.
It is with you know, the resumption of what could be hopefully not a kinetic war, or I don't know, some people are arguing for that. There's oil spiking to $78. Congresswoman Lisa McClain is the chair of the Republican Conference, and it's good to have you on. Madam Chairwoman, how many different ways that really gets...
You can just call me Lisa, that's easy.
Okay, I will call you Lisa. We were just talking about the midterms, and I mentioned a Kalshi power index. There's different ways of looking at it. You can look at polls. You can look at the betting markets. We don't really know what voters, when or what they're going to be focusing on necessarily, but it is usually the party in power takes a drubbing.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at history, you would be accurate. The only thing I would say is right now, I'd rather be us than them, because we're not debating the difference between marginal tax rates with our Democratic colleagues. We're debating the future of our country between capitalism, freedom, the traditional American values that this nation was founded on, and crazy, right? Socialism, communism, people that want open borders, men in women's locker rooms. It's crazy. And I can share with you that people from Michigan, they care about the economy. They care about keeping more money in their pocket. And they care about common sense issues. They want to go to work and kind of have the government get out of the way. They want normal. And I think normal's more on our side this time than it is the Dems. So that's why I'd rather be us than them.
It's a small number of voters, and I try to figure it out myself, Congresswoman, but it's happened too many places to where you can just say that logic will prevail, and that, I mean, New York City, what are we gonna do? Mamdani, he got in, he's very charismatic, but he is way left. And then you look at the three primary winners, and then you look at some other areas, and you look at, they've conjured up this guy in Maine, looking for some type of working class. They created it almost, even though he went to Hotchkiss, or he went to some prep school, and mommy's his only client. I mean, but they're winning in the polls, and they won some elections. So it's not breaking through that the things that they're proposing have never worked in the history of the world.
They've never worked. But also, let's take a look at what is happening in Maine. I think the Democratic Party is starting to wake up just a little bit, because what's happening in Maine, everyone's pulling their endorsements because they know he's crazy. They know the policies are crazy. I mean, reminiscent of Biden's demise from the presidency. But at any rate, they know these policies aren't taking hold, right? The Democratic Party has no plan, no vision, and no leader, and they know they got to get their stuff together before the general election. It's one thing to win a primary; it's another thing to win a general election. And the majority of Democrats that I see in Congress, they're middle of the road, right? But right now they're being pushed so far left to win their primary, but they know in their heart of hearts they can't win general elections with these candidates, and that's what you see happening in Maine.
Congresswoman, but you mentioned the issues that voters care about. So, you know, under whoever caused it, under Biden, prices go up 22%. All right, so, and they don't ever come back down because that would be deflation. So we're just trying to get lower inflation, obviously. But then, you know, the president runs on never getting into these wars, never wars. We get into one. I don't know how it's. I'm hopeful that we did some good work over there, and I hope we extricate ourselves and everything works out. But at this point, all prices went up. Inflation is higher than it was now than when the president came in. So there are just the man on or woman on the street that's going into the voting booth has concerns about not being able to make ends meet at every paycheck.
Sure, you're 100% right on that. I shop at the same grocery stores and fill my gas tank up at the same gas stations everybody else does, right? And we can argue, oh, well, under Biden, gas was $5 and now it's below $4. It doesn't matter. What does matter is here and now. What is it today? Can I afford gas, groceries? It's short term. I get that. And I think most Americans understand we can't have Iran have a nuclear war, because if we've done polling, and if you ask everybody, do you want Iran to have a nuclear war? It's 96-point-something% that they don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. But then you ask them, well, do we want to be in this war with Iran? And it falls down to under 50%. So it's kind of like you can't have it both ways. What we tried to do with the working families tax cut was actually put more money in people's pockets. That's why the Republicans were so committed to this piece of legislation that actually was the biggest tax increase in the history of America, because we knew we had to do some corrections from the previous administration. And I would also add that every single Democrat voted to raise your taxes. So you have to look at everything in one. You can't just look at things in isolation. So that's why I'm really proud of the work we did in that. Yeah.
It's Kelly here. I just want to jump in before we go and ask a little bit about the math and the odds that you kind of foresee for the fall. We were just talking to Libby Cantrell about this. You know, the path for the Senate looks tougher for Democrats. Maybe 4-seat pickup there is a little bit more difficult. Who knows? But the House, 3-seat majority you have, she said typically 24 seats. That's the average. That's how much the other party usually gains in a midterm cycle. So, you know, do you have a vision, and what is that vision for how you could actually, you know, hang on there? And I mean specifically, like, where are the races and what's the math that you see? Yeah.
Well, let me give you two numbers. 23 and 8 is what I would look at. Right now, Republicans are sitting in 8 seats that Biden won. 23 Democrats are sitting in seats that Trump won. I would say the odds on that are in our favor. And of those 23 seats that the Democrats are sitting in that Trump won, 14 of those seats Trump won by double digits. So again, odds are in our favor. The Supreme Court ruling on the VRA, odds are in our favor on that. So not to mention the policies are clearly in our favor, I think, as well. But those are just some numbers where I see a path to victory.
Then maybe, you know, I mean, although some of those he won double digits and then they lose, but anyway, we'll see where we are. Maybe in the next, by Labor Day, I think Libby said. Congresswoman, really appreciate it. I'd still rather be us than
them. So thank you so much. Enjoy your day.
Thanks.
Thank you. Breaking news on Blue Origin. Andrew Ross Sorkin joins us now on the Squawk Newsline from a secret undisclosed location. I'm told he's safe, though. Andrew.
Hey, Joe. Good morning. We do have some breaking news for you. Sources telling me that Blue Origin, of course, Jeff Bezos' space company, raising outside funds for the very first time. The company is going to be valued at $130 billion. The fundraising round is about $10 billion. Leading that round is actually somebody who was just on the show, Joe. Philippe Lafont, Co2 Management, is going to be injecting about $4 billion, really the first outside money ever beyond Jeff Bezos' money into Blue Origin. And Jeff Bezos himself is going to be putting an additional $2 billion into the company. Apparently, there's lots of demand for that last tranche of $4 billion, and the expectation is there'll be several major investors putting money into that. Of course, all of this was to some degree telegraphed in that interview that we did right here live on Squawk Box in May. And let's show you what Jeff Bezos told us then.
We finally have enough visibility into our future and our financial success that, you know, I've funded Blue out of my own by selling Amazon stock to fund Blue. But it's a good time actually to start thinking about the future and bring on some other outside investors. So we're considering that.
So it's not happened yet.
It has not happened yet.
And of course, all of this comes, just in the aftermath of the big SpaceX IPO, which values that company at something on the order of nearly now $2 trillion. Jeff Bezos has said that he believes that Blue Origin one day could be bigger than Amazon, of course, his original creation. That company today stands at about $2.65 trillion in value. So there's still a lot of work to be done to get from 130 billion to where SpaceX is, and then of course to where Amazon ultimately is. By the way, a lot of this is being driven by an increased demand for launches coming from Blue Origin. Of course, NASA has that agreement with the company. Investors, interestingly, looking past what was a pretty significant setback back, in May when there was that blow up on the launch pad that not only blew up the vehicle itself, but also blew up the launch pad, which is my understanding is under a huge effort to get that back up and running as well. But there's also a huge demand for their satellite business, TerraWave, which is really their answer, if you will, to what SpaceX is doing with Starlink. They're doing a sort of satellite version of fiber, if you will. And so we're going to be keeping our eyes on all of these things.
I just feel like, I'm reading, like my science fiction books of my childhood are all coming true. It's so exciting, Andrew, at this point that some of the most exciting companies we're talking about are based on things happening in space. And, and what you said, Philippe, we know when he's on, you can we had a big picture discussion with Philippe Lafont about the future. So that's a lot of money, Andrew. It's almost as if CO2 is going to be the Berkshire Hathaway of not just space, but AI and everything else. And it's interesting, Bezos. So that was, would you say it's like handpicked? Could he choose where he decides to be funded, Andrew? Does that matter?
Oh, yes. Look, interestingly, Jeff Bezos and frankly, actually, Michael Dell were investors in CO2, in one of the CO2 funds. So it's clear that there's a relationship there that does go back.
So that's, did we lose him?
Sounded like it.
Oh, we did lose him. Anyway, that's very interesting.
Just in time, I will add.
Yes, exactly. We were going to wrap anyway.
Hit that break.
Excellent.
Yeah, big news and good question.
Mm-hmm.
Coming up, it's that time of the year. CNBC's top states for business are set to be announced in just a couple of days. We'll look at who is in the running and give a first diabolical hint. And later, what new Fed Chair Kevin Warsh may or may not have said in his first Fed meeting. We'll get a preview of today's Fed minutes and what it could mean for investors when we come back.
CNBC's annual study of the top states for business puts all 50 states to the test, measuring by using 138 metrics. And here with a preview and our first diabolical hint, CNBC's Scott Cohn. Hey, Scott.
Hey, Joe, I wasn't expected to be this cold out here. Wow. And at some point, the breakfast places will all be open. We'll get some coffee for the crew. Anyway, here's how we do this, just a refresher. As you said, Joe, 138 metrics and 10 categories of competitiveness. So there's a real study behind this. 24 hours from now, we will reveal America's top states for business. You'll be able to see where your state ranks at topstates.cnbc.com, and we'll let you know where I am. But we're going to drag this out for a little bit with our patented Top States Diabolical Hints. And here is your first diabolical hint for 2026. Siren song. Siren song. What could that possibly mean? Remember, they're diabolical. Read more about our study and the serious issues behind all of this at topstates.cnbc.com. Guys?
Well, I have AI now, so I'm gonna put down.
You don't need AI. You need Scott's wife's phone number. That's who comes up. Him and his wife come up with these things.
Well,
we do. That secret is out. She's every bit as diabolical as I am, possibly more.
I want Bernie Rayno back to tell me where the coldest part of the country is right now, and then I'm going to figure out where you are.
Yeah, it's.
Well, it's got. I mean, is it definitely dark? I mean, do we know for sure you're in some other time zone?
It looks a little. I don't see anything.
Is he in a dark room?
To me, I don't think this is a real shot behind him.
So it's not a real. It's probably not.
No,
a real
it's real.
That river.
It is, we're not that diabolical. That would just be.
I want to see a bird flying or something to prove that it's true.
You got a green screen with it behind him.
Yeah,
with the dark.
it
Yeah.
looks like it. It's not moving. Is that a river or maybe it's a road?
All right. I've tried other years, and I'm my mind hurts trying to think about it.
You do try hard, Joe. You do.
How many diabolical clues are we going to have this year? Total?
We always do 5. So if you watch CNBC all day today, we'll parcel them out as the day goes on. We'll remind you tomorrow morning at the start of Squawk Box what the hints are, and then we'll get into the countdown during the program tomorrow. And
well, that's definitely not enough.
We always do.
That's definitely not enough. Did you give us the crappiest one, or can you give us another? Give us one more. No.
No. This is how it works. We gave you the one. Siren song.
Okay. Siren song. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Like, is it an actual Ulysses?
Okay.
No idea.
Reference or just something? I think this year's winner is going to have something to do with AI. Something in that.
I think Texas would win every year if you had the same parameters. I mean, or if you really want to go. If you want to find a Democratic governor, just go somewhere near Washington, D.C. Virginia always win because all the money just seeps into the nearby state. Maryland.
Nova, that's a different state, actually. Up next, a preview of today's Fed minutes and what investors should be watching. As for futures, we've come well off the lows, but we're still under pressure this morning. We're also watching the price of oil after fresh retaliatory strikes on Iran and the president suspending, as he says, the memorandum of understanding, but up 4% at the moment. Squawk Box, be right back. Today we get a release that has been not that important in recent years, frankly, but might be a lot more important now. It's the minutes from the first FOMC meeting that Kevin Warsh chaired. Our senior economics reporter, Steve Leisman, takes a look at how this could become more significant, Steve.
Yeah, Kelly, minutes of Fed meetings have always been watched and parsed closely, but generally taking third place in importance after the policy statement and the press conference. But they may be watched more closely today because the statement was shortened, and new Fed Chair Kevin Warsh at his press conference chose to say very little. So we're going to be mining the minutes, I think, for at least these three things. The debate to hike or hold, how close was it? Concern about underlying inflation beyond just oil, taking on more relevance this morning with the spike in oil prices. And what are we able to learn about other proposed changes that Kevin Warsh wants to bring to the Fed? Vince Reithart, he helped produce the minutes back when he was at the Fed and is now chief economist at Mellon Investment, says by reducing communications elsewhere, quote, Warsh wants to make the minutes great again, get in the DeLorean and go back to the future when they were more important. It is debated whether they ever really were great, but at the same time, somewhere Warsh could also engineer a shorter version of the minutes with less information. Fed scholar Mark Spindell told me yesterday he's concerned, quote, he could turn the minutes into seconds. It's an important form of communication for the market, and if he makes it shorter, we'll be that much more in the dark. Warsh's ability to change the minutes, it's limited. They're part of the Fed's operating regulations, and committee members, they have a say in what's in the minutes and even vote on the final product. Not clear yet if Warsh even wants to change it.
There'll be a review about communications broadly, press conferences, dots, meetings and the like, transcripts, minutes. This will be part of that. I don't want to prejudge the outcomes there, but I'm pretty open-minded about what they could be.
Now, if there is new and significant information in the minutes today, the question will be whether it would have been better for Warsh to tell markets about it sooner. Kelly, I was thinking when you were talking to Scott that what if we ran monetary policy like he's running his flu? So the answer to whether the Fed is going to hike rates is siren song.
I think Warsh is trying to do that. In some ways. You bring up an interesting point, but
we're all in trouble.
Are we talking to Sam right now? Because maybe I'll save it and I'll ask her that question. Steve, stay right there. Quick check on treasuries this morning, just to also kind of set the table for this. The 10-year and the 30-year moving higher, although off the highs of the session. And let's bring in Claudia Sam. She's the chief economist at New Century Advisors. Claudia, my question was going to be, or comment, is that I didn't realize Warsh could change the minutes. That hadn't occurred to me.
Right, well, we saw a big change in the statement. I fully expect the minutes to be much shorter and with fewer details than we've seen in the past. So he absolutely can push through a change in the minutes.
I thought minutes were just minutes, and but I guess as any board member knows, that's definitely not the case. Okay, so, but nevertheless, we will get a little bit more information, will we not, than what we got, which was kind of non-information in that meeting. And what do you think about the communication since?
So we should get more information with the minutes. I don't expect them to be just 130 words like the statement. One of the downsides with using the minutes as a way to convey information is they come out a good bit later, right? So this is a few weeks after the meeting, and we've had a lot of events change in the world. I mean, constantly changing what's happening in the Middle East. And so it's very hard when you read the minutes to kind of set them in the moment that they occurred. So I think it'll be a difficult, piece of information to parse, but we ought to get a little bit more information out of the discussion that is happening at the Fed, how they're thinking about monetary policy.
Yeah, Steve, jump in here. What else are you going to be looking for? And Powell will be in the minutes.
Well, yes, that's right. Well, first of all, I want to not necessarily disagree with Claudia, but try to go back in the process as I understand it, which is that the staff prepares the minutes, they go to the chair, then they go out to the broader committee. Everybody who is in all the members of the meeting get a chance to say or look them over, and then they vote on it. So there's an idea that Claudia could be 100% right that the minutes end up being shorter. There's another idea which is interesting to me, which is that if he wants to save everything for the meeting and have a real family fight, which is the term he's used several times, then it kind of stands to reason that the family fight would come out in the minutes, and you would have members insisting that certain things get into the minutes. They do go back to the chair. So it's an interesting question. We'll have it resolved at 2 o'clock today, Kelly. I guess that's going to be your show there as well. So we'll talk about it then. But this does raise the broader question about how Kevin Warsh is going to run monetary policy and the amount of information the market wants, the market will get, and what is the optimal amount of information It's been studied to a fairly well. I read a bunch of studies last night, including one from San Francisco. And generally, they think more information is better, but Kevin has a different idea.
Well, and I think, Claudia, the more information is better regime was also one that was, a lot of this came about in the era of zero rates, where there was this frustration that, well, we don't want to go into negative territory, and we have to kind of convince the markets that we're still trying to lower and so a lot of this was what I feel part of that era, and we're in a different era now.
That's right. The whole debate about should the Fed do forward guidance, should it tell us about the path of policy in the future, that really came out of a time where the Fed didn't have a lot of other tools. They couldn't cut the federal funds rate, and so they did more communication. We're not in that world right now. If they want to send a strong signal to the markets about being restrictive, they just raise rates. They don't need to tell us about they're going to do it in the future. So there are some parts of this communication debate that we can set to the side, but there's this more fundamental of how much did the Fed reveal to us about their plans, their reaction function, like how they think about inflation versus employment. And Warsh has taken a pretty strong view in that we really need to be low information, because anything we reveal about our reaction function could give people ideas about future path of policy. So he's really pulled the line back in, and I think that's one where the committee is going to have to figure out where they're comfortable. They're giving him some deference out of the gate to try a more low information approach, but we're in early days of figuring out this new equilibrium.
Steve, how would you describe the Fed speak the last several weeks now? I guess, what is it?
There may be a little bit. There may have been a little bit less of it. I'm interested in that. In fact, I was thinking about doing a study of that, but it is July, and July is a time they talk a little less, so we may want to wait until the fall comes along. But it is interesting that Chris Waller yesterday, or the day before, I guess, pushed back on some of what Kevin Warsh is talking about. He made a case for the Fed providing the reaction function. And just so everybody understands what that is, it's not necessarily what you're going to do. It's the inputs of, well, if this happens, then we're probably going to do that. It's a bit like saying, you know, if we get to grandma's house at 6, we'll eat dinner there. If we get there at 8, well, we'll just stop in and say hello. We won't have dinner. Forward guidance is a different thing. Forward guidance is saying, no matter what happens, we're having dinner at grandma's. And forward guidance was a problem when they said we're going to keep rates low with the pandemic, but it wasn't a problem. It helped them out a lot when they started tightening, when they changed their rhetoric. You had a 200 basis point increase in the 2-year yield just from the words. And in that case, it was very helpful to them.
And I think back to Claudia, you know, kind of when I was first doing a lot of 2005 and 6, that era, and it was very commonplace. You know, if a Fed official would speak or a story would be published in CNBC or elsewhere, and everyone's accustomed to parsing it the same way. I don't think it's that big of a deal to take away guidance that everybody knew was, like you said, of the decision. It reflects the conditions of the moment. The same for the forward guidance. I don't think it was ever taken a lot more seriously than that.
Right, but I do think this taking away the reaction function, or I think of it as the difference between a plan and a promise, right? Like it is, I think, useful to have a sense of a plan. The Fed has come out very strong in saying we will deliver price stability. It would be useful to have a sense of, well, how do you plan to do that? And given the fact that we have a new Fed chair, there's a lot of questions about, well, how does Kevin Warsh plan to lead the Fed? I think it's a very legitimate question to raise. And at this point, we just haven't gotten much information on that. Again, maybe we'll get some more information from the minutes of how the different, I think at this point, there's not a unified plan. There actually is a lot of disagreement among Fed officials about what's the appropriate thing for the Fed to be doing right now, given the higher inflation, given where we are in the economy. Should they be doing something more? So it'd be really interesting to hear more about those debates that they're having right now.
All right, and we'll get maybe a little bit, a taste perhaps later, not the full meal. Claudia and Steve, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right, up next, the CEO of SiriusXM live from Sun Valley, Idaho, where media and tech giants are gathering for the Allen & Company conference. Check on the biggest Dow losers at this hour. Spark Box coming right back.
Media and corporate moguls gathering in Sun Valley for Allen and Company's annual retreat. Julia Borston is there on the scene, taking it all in, and she joins us with a special guest. Hi, Julia.
Hi, Kelly. Thanks so much. I'm joined now by the CEO of SiriusXM, Jennifer Witz. Jennifer, thanks so much for being here today in Sun Valley. So the Alnico Conference has historically been a place for deal making, and there has been a lot of conversation about whether you might merge with your rival, iHeartMedia. And there have been reports that there are early deal talks in the works. Have you been having talks with them or other potential partners here?
So I'm not going to comment, of course, on market speculation, but there's a lot of great folks here this week that I'm excited to connect with. Media CEOs, tech CEOs, auto manufacturer CEOs. It's really the spontaneous conversations that I find almost the most valuable. I feel really good about our business today. We are executing across the 3 core priorities that we set out when we reset our strategy in late 2024, and I love the assets that we have at SiriusXM today.
So your stock is down about 50% over the past 3 years, but year to date it is up 40% on improving cash flow, record low churn. How much more do you think you can drive improvement and continue to turn around the stock?
It's really about execution. And again, we reset the strategy in late 2024. We have 3 core priorities, and we are delivering against each one of those. So we're improving the subscriber experience at SiriusXM and the overall subscription business and economics by focusing on our core in-car audiences. On the ad side of the business, we continue to build that and grow our business, especially with our new YouTube partnership. We're now reaching 255 million listeners across the US and Canada. And then we're driving efficiencies across the company, and that's helping drive profitability and ultimately free cash flow generation. So we have a lot of confidence in the momentum that we're seeing, that is helping us drive our multi-year transformation and value creation strategy.
One of the things that you've been addressing is this concern over the past couple of years of shrinking annual revenue, declining subscribers. What are you doing specifically when it comes to not just retain subscribers, but grow the subscriber count in the face of so much competition?
It's really not just about subscriber counts, it's about a healthy subscription business overall. And so for us, the metrics we watch are engagement and customer satisfaction and retention, and we're seeing improvements across all 3 of those areas. And it has everything to do with the improvements we are making with 360L, which is our core product in the car, better and enhanced content across the board with more sports content, comedy and music channels, and then things like companion subscriptions that actually expand engagement across listeners throughout the household. And all of that is translating through to better subscription business metrics like better ARPU and subscription revenue growth overall.
So we've started to see so much competition in the audio space and the podcast space, especially from Netflix, which has a partnership with iHeart along with Spotify. How much of a threat do you see Netflix as being in this podcast space?
We've been in the podcast business since 2020 when we bought Stitcher, and we've seen a lot of change, whether it's investment, contraction, investment, and we've been disciplined throughout this period in working with the partnerships that make the most sense for us. So we're focused on an open ecosystem and distribution, and the partners that we work with, the creators, we're helping them build their audiences and their businesses. So we have industry-leading monetization, in part because we offer them distribution across every platform where it makes sense. And some other platforms are taking a more exclusive approach, and we found that open distribution makes the most sense for creators.
Yeah, and we're seeing Spotify and others do these exclusive deals. We also see people increasingly listen to podcasts or watch podcasts on YouTube. And you just announced a new partnership with YouTube in April. You debuted it just in Cannes a couple weeks ago. What is the status of that partnership, and how much do you think it's going to impact your ad revenue?
YouTube has a phenomenal business, obviously, across ad-supported and subscription, and we're just really proud to be working with them. So, I think YouTube looked to us to help support their audio monetization because of our leading sales organization, our ad tech infrastructure,
our campaign execution and our operating expertise. And I think there is a lot of room for growth in our advertising revenue as a result. And we started digital audio advertising with Pandora 20 years ago, and we've been able to build a really healthy podcast business as well. And we see industry-leading monetization across both podcasting and music streaming, and we think we can do the same for YouTube.
One thing that you've talked about as a long-term potential is unlocking the value around your spectrum. There are a lot of companies here that might be interesting partners or licensees of that spectrum. Give us a sense of where you see that business going and what it could mean for your bottom line.
So Spectrum today for us is really both a core operating asset. It serves our 33 million subscribers across the US and Canada, as well as a source for strategic optionality going forward. And so, we look at this as there's a lot of focus on Spectrum right now with a lot of companies out there using it for different purposes, but I think there'll be a lot more opportunities in the future as well. And so we're balancing what we can do today. We have certain Spectrum that's more available today, and what we can do in the coming years as we free up more spectrum. For instance, as we move many of our subscribers transition from vehicles that are using the Sirius frequencies up to the XM frequencies, and we'll have more opportunities to deploy that spectrum in different ways going forward.
Yeah, interesting, as all these cars have more driverless features as well. Thank you so much for joining us here in Sun Valley. CEO of SiriusXM, Jennifer Witz. Appreciate you taking the time. Guys, we'll throw it back over to you.
All right, Julia, thanks. Thanks to Jennifer as well. President Trump and Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky are speaking at NATO. They were expected to have a meeting on the sidelines for about an hour. Let's listen.
You got stuff on your mind, but they launched a couple of drones and one rocket, one missile, and at ships, because they were in the strait, which they have every right to be. And so we hit them very hard last night, very, very hard. Probably hit them hard again tonight. I'll give them a little warning, we're going to hit them hard tonight. But we'll see how it all works out. No, I'm not happy with them. It's like, for instance, we'll have a meeting, we'll talk about the denuclearization of Iran, because that's what the war is. It's not a war, it's really the denuclearization of Iran. And we'll have a meeting and we'll talk about just that. That's because my whole thing is not about regime change, it's not about that, although I think it's regime change when you knock out the first group, the second group, and now you're at the, I think that's maybe the ultimate regime change, but that's not what it's about. It's about, we don't want them to have nuclear weapons, and it's denuking or denuclearization, and I think we've made a lot of progress, and they'll get out of the room, we'll talk about it like we're here. They'll agree on everything, and then they'll go and have a news conference and say we never even talked about it. They're cuckoo. There's something wrong with these people. And for 47 years, they've been the bully of the Middle East, and they're not the bully anymore. They're not the bully anymore. And all we want, it's very simple. They can't have a nuclear weapon. That's what I'm there for.
President Trump, sir. President Trump.
They'd use it, and we're not going to let that.
President Trump, sir.
Daniel?
You've made a career making deals in very challenging situations. Speaking to President Zelensky, speaking to President Putin, in your view, sir, what is the most pragmatic pathway forward to finding a long-term peace deal?
I just think they're going to make a deal. Look, this deal has been in the works for a long time. It's got the pluses, the minuses. They know what it is. He knows what it is better than anybody. And I just think it's sometimes, I used an analogy, and it sounds simple, but it's sort of true. You have two kids in a park, and they don't like each other, and they start fighting. Sometimes you have to let them fight, let them see that it's tough. It's tough. Fighting is tough. And he's done an amazing job. Look, he's been very effective. Now he's had the best equipment because he's had our equipment, and he's had great. But somebody has to use that equipment, and you have a lot of brave people that are using that equipment. And Russia, it's a big country, but it's a big force. Russia's always been a big fighting force. So it's. But I really believe it's ready. It's very interesting because you can almost say it's worse than ever, and maybe it isn't. Sometimes with war, and you study war, I've studied it so long, for years, long before I did this. Sometimes it's when it gets the worst, And I don't know that it's the worst right now. It's consistently bad. They lost 25,000 people were lost kids, young people last month. And we had a month, 35 2 months ago. And I would say more Russians. And but it's just, they're people. They're people. And there's actually very little difference between the people. I mean, you know, it's like the Russians and Ukrainian people. And they can get along, but it's a nasty war. Thousands and thousands, mostly soldiers, are being killed. The battlefields, I see pictures and it's horrible. He thinks it's horrible. We all think it's horrible. And the president wants to get it done, and I believe that President Putin wants to get it done, and that should be a good combination. Thank you.
Mr. President, what is your assessment of Ukraine's strike on Russian oil refineries and military factories?
Where are you from?
Ukraine.
Phrase the question differently, please.
Ukraine delivered strikes on Russian military factories and on oil refineries, and they ran out of gas.
Marco, why don't you answer that? Because you're right in the middle of it.
Yeah, no, I think what you're discussing is the ability of Ukraine to reach deep inside of Russia and conduct strikes. I think that's one of the dynamics that's changed in this war over the last few months, and that is that the Russians are finding it more difficult to defend their own airspace. And what we hope that means is that it's going to create the space now to negotiate the end of this war.
It's an escalation, but it's also an escalation that can help lead to an end. And
That is the president at the NATO summit in Ankara, bilateral there with the Ukrainian president, Vladimir Zelensky, saying that they hit Iran hard last night and will probably hit Iran again hard tonight, registering his dissatisfaction with that ceasefire, which he earlier said is now over. Good Wednesday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with Jim Cramer, David Faber at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Pre-markets trying to burn off some of this early morning selling as the president did call the ceasefire over and a waste of time following last night's retaliatory strikes. South Korea now in a bear market. Oil's up 5%. This could be Brent's biggest one-day gain since about the beginning of May. Yields are on the move too. 10-year yield about a 1-month high. Let's begin with the president's comments on Iran, that ceasefire being over, resulting in oil prices spiking, stocks falling around the globe. Jim, you did say, at least when it comes to some of these semi-names, we're in a bit of a no man's land.
Yeah, well, I think that they're the ones that are experiencing, a lot of people think it's bear market, Micron, bear market behavior, obviously Korea, perhaps bear market behavior. In an atmosphere like this, you can't say, you know what, this is the bottom, because that's just like sticking your finger in the air. In the same way, by the way, when I was looking at the pre-market in Delta and United, it's like, oh, hold it, that's the bottom. No, these stocks have come up from a very, very far way. David, I've got to tell you, when you see the market down in pre-market trading the way it was, say, 5 hours ago,
yes,
and then it looks like it's starting to go up, I always wait to see if those levels of early morning aren't retested.
Right.
Don't get too bullish.
Well, you were warning about that yesterday in terms of at least other opportunities in the market. And I remember we talked Kimberly-Clark, we talked Boeing, but the rotation over these last few days has been, to use the words I've heard a couple of times from people I've spoken to this morning, brutal, and no shortage of some investors on the wrong end of that as you watch AMD. Again,
AMD yesterday was the big one.
We have to remember where they're coming from. So the declines are significant, but of course the move up has been far more, and there it is. I mean, wouldn't anybody be happy to have owned that over the last year? Of course. But you can take a look, even over the last week, you're talking almost 6%. Yesterday was brutal, and we are on the wrong side of that. It can get ugly. Meanwhile, you watch names like Morgan Stanley up 25% for the year, for example. There's been a rotation going on into any number of the names, some of which you've mentioned.
Yeah, look, I mean, Goldman Sachs, you see all this debt being issued.
Yeah.
I mean, Goldman makes a fortune on that debt. Obviously, the amount of debt, you talked about Amazon yesterday, the amount of debt that's being done sub-rose almost is really incredible. That group remains in bull market mode. But, Carl, when I look at what I call the no man's land, I had a meeting with Jeff Marks from the Travel Trust today. We're up huge on some of these. So the question has always been, we paired back, but we always pair back into parabolic moves. Do we get rid of the last bit? Because we have doubles. or do we wait? And I am leaning toward, like, let's just cut. I don't want to turn a gain into a loss. It's that discipline that I'm concerned about.
Interesting. We've been talking a lot about levered, single stock levered ETFs, Jim. MUU has been almost cut in half.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's funny. The government doesn't like those. You have some people, Mr. Daly, one of the commissioners, one of the people who's involved with just this kind of product, is saying, listen, maybe this stuff is a little too extreme. This is calcium. This is calcium. These are products that are made not to invest, but to just roll the dice, because you don't need that level of leverage to make money.
Can you get a 0-day option on the Direction Daily MU Bull 2x share? Can you do that too?
I saw that movie. Scorsese did that, right? Yeah, I mean, this is absolutely a nightmare, and I don't even like to report on or talk about it because the people who do this are so over their heads. The people who sell calls on it, and some professionals do make some money.
Yeah.
But this is the kind of thing.
This is going on though right now, and obviously
it's not good.
But when you know, MU is still up. The actual stock is up. It's not that bad. It's up 654% for the year. It's not going to go down. I mean, you know.
Okay, you own that.
Yeah.
Sell half.
Okay.
Sell half. You play with house's money. What do you mean, like just, well, you know, that'll bounce back? What's going to happen to make it bounce back? The 29 billion that you got to raise for Hynix? For Samsung? So, because when Samsung's successful, when Hynix is, you know, when they're all going to list here, David.
Yeah, we're keeping an eye. The capital raising is stunning. I talk about it every day, and the real question is, when does capital become more dear, I think, to a certain extent, and therefore you have to pay more for it? We have to watch that closely, Jim.
I think it's right.
You've made that point as well. That Amazon bond deal from yesterday, the $25 billion. Want to check in terms of where that is and what that was priced at and trading at.
Not great.
No,
Thank you,
not great.
Bloomberg, for
Not
talking
great.
about it.
And then you've got the equity offering coming from SK Hynix, Carl, which will be tomorrow or the Friday.
And I mean, by the way, just that SK Hynix.
That's a huge number as well.
Ever since they announced it, you know,
stock's gone down.
Kissed me down.
Yeah.
Let's not forget what's sloshing around all over the place. SpaceX. Just sloshing.
It's sloshing?
It's sloshing.
Well, I don't know if it goes down today on the fact that, as Andrew Sorkin reported this morning, Blue Origin is raising some $10 billion.
Well, that's what we want, right?
At a $130 billion valuation.
That's what we need, a real good competitor.
They may need some more money at Blue Origin. They had that, it blew up, right? The rocket.
Well, that was a negative.
But it is outside capital, as Andrew's reporting. A lot of it being subscribed to by one firm. Coatue apparently is stepping up for as much as $4 billion, according to the reporting from Andrew.
Venture capital and PE firms, I mean, they think everything's found money in everything, and they always have a lot of money. Everything's fine. Where's the exit strategy?
Man, I'll tell you, these last couple of days, you are sounding more and more.
What gave it away? Sell half of your Micron?
Yeah, it's funny, Carl. He sounded more like, you would have wanted to sound in, let's call it, February 2000.
Okay, all right. So what David should know, because he sits next to me, is that...
And I've known you for 30 years, but yeah.
I said that at one point there's going to be not enough money. There's going to be a lot of offerings and not enough money, and that is going to be when I'll turn bearish. Right now, there's a lot of offerings, not enough money, and I am turning bearish. I have a huge position, cash position in Channel Trust. I don't think it's high enough. I don't want to buy any tech. I just feel like, you know what, the money is not unlimited, and the one that I really am scared about is the 29 billion SK Hynix.
You are.
People don't know what SK Hynix is.
Well,
They're just like,
they
hey,
know they make something that a lot of people want.
Potato chips.
And meantime, as we said at the top, the Kospi is now down 22% from the June 18 high. The forward PE, Jim, of the Kospi is at the lowest since October of 08.
Well, how dangerous is that? Because you only get that situation where the number is going to get, the estimate's going to get cut in half. I don't believe that to happen, but look, I stand by the don't trade NVIDIA, but it just shaved off a trill.
It has, but I mean, to that point, Micron trades at a very potentially attractive multiple, certainly given its growth rate.
No, you're right.
And the fact that apparently we have suspended the cycles now.
No, well, Sanjay Mehrotra has just said, look, we have agreements, same thing with Applied Materials, that are going to prevent them from having the typical down. At the same time, I mean, what's happened in that market is they always used to be able to play off of each other. All the DRAMs, they're all kind of little different. So you can't pit them against each other. That's one of the reasons why the pricing is held. I'm just saying that I need to see what happens with Hynix. I'm listening to Andrew today, and I just said, well, that's exactly what we need. A good Blue Origin stock rocket raise.
Meanwhile, at 18 times forward, NVIDIA, that's cheaper than about half of the S&P. It's cheaper, as the tape points out today, it's cheaper than Hershey.
Well, NVIDIA, people feel it's not going to be able to sustain the numbers because there's so many companies that are going after them. I think that NVIDIA is actually so cheap, but that it is going to be able to do the numbers because it is still at the heart of the data center. No one's giving up on the data center. People are just giving up on the commodity players that go into the data center.
When not that long from now we move into the heart of earnings season and we hear from Meta and we hear from Amazon and we hear from Microsoft and Alphabet and on, and nobody has changed their CapEx plans. And in fact, all they've had to say is positive things. Is the narrative going to change?
Yeah. I think the narrative's going to say, not necessarily they're going to slow, but maybe we're going to combine. Maybe we've got, you know.
And I'm not saying I know what they're going to say, but that's certainly, I mean.
Well, let's put it this way. It's been a long time since I've said this. I really wish that the fixed income guys would be commenting with the equity guys on this, because the fixed income is just insane. You can't just keep borrowing while look at Rivian.
But these companies, I mean, their leverage ratios are still extremely low. Let's put it in perspective, Jim. I mean, you're talking about companies that still generate enormous amounts of cash. Now, granted, they're not generating free cash flow, but they generate enormous amounts of cash, and their leverage ratio is nothing compared to many other industries that carry far higher amounts of debt.
Look, when I look at these, I'm not worried about Amazon, okay? I'm worried about OpenAI. Because if Amazon has raised and tapped out the debt market, and the way that piece of debt was received yesterday was not good. What happened with OpenAI, particularly with Microsoft trying to distance himself a little bit from OpenAI? I think that's what you should worry about. These companies will do fine. I mean, I don't think that Mark Zuckerberg is in the debt. He's not a well-known financial analyst trading debt, but I think they're okay. But I just feel like that Amazon, I want to be sure that they're not raising too much debt. I just think it's a reasonable thing to ask, particularly because we've got, you know, Anthropic, I don't know what the hell is going. They just sued, you know, they just sued CrowdStrike. I mean, they get to do anything they want. I don't want to go left wing, right wing, but CrowdStrike is blessed. But when I look at what OpenAI might be doing, I'd like to see if they could do any sort of fundraise like these companies, because I think the answer is no. I think we're out of money, Carl.
Really? We're not out of money. We're never out of money.
No, after Hynix, I want to see how the Hynix deal does. No, then you take a pause. You take a pause. You get reliquefied. It's not like it goes away. In 2014, we paused. We reliquefied. But I don't know. We have to go. I understand we have to go to Daniel Craig at the NATO summit.
Daniel Craig, let's get to him.
Outside the casino.
Yes.
It's not Daniel Craig?
007 is covering NATO for us today. Let's get to Steve Sedgwick at the summit in Turkey. Good morning, Steve.
Good morning. I can only dream, but that's probably the best intro I've ever had. So thanks, gentlemen. I much appreciate it. Look, I've been to a lot of these. I've been to one in DC. I've been to The Hague, Vilnius, you name it. This is without doubt turning into be the most fascinating yet. The president has come here, and we knew he was going to give brickbats and criticism to the NATO members over spending, but they kind of saw him off with vast spending commitments, which they talked about over the last 24 hours. But it was the concerns over Greenland, over Spain, over all kinds of issues that were also there and emanating from the president's press conferences. But it was this conversation that he had earlier today with President Erdogan, where he mentioned the fact that actually he thought the MOU with Iran, the ceasefire deal with Iran, which was 14 points, signed on the 17th of June, when he thought that was over, well, that is what sent these markets into tumult and sent people running around here in Ankara as well. I've had some really interesting comment, by the way, from a lot of leaders, but let's listen in to what the president had to say.
I think it's over. I don't want to deal with them anymore. They're scum. You know what scum is? They're scum. They're sick people. They're led by sick people. And they're vicious, violent people. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they'd
use it. As far as I'm concerned, it's over.
I I thought a lot of the world leaders would be really fed up about this, about the orchestration of this event here in Ankara being upended by the president. But I spoke to two people who were in the room with him this afternoon, two world leaders, and both of them said the president was engaged, he was happy with the progress that NATO members are making, and Iran did come up. Iran came up quite a bit as well. To a man, to a woman, world leaders said, look, we want to support you. We're not getting involved, of course, in military actions, but we want to support you, keeping those seaways open, keeping those sea lanes open as well. And I said, look, did the president say anything more about the MOU? He said, no, he didn't mention any more about that specific issue, but actually he was welcoming those comments of support from various world leaders, and they were saying, look, we will do whatever we can to keep this back on track. Now, whether the talks are ongoing or not remains to be seen. Talking to Joe earlier, and of course he knows the president pretty well, he was wondering if these was more off-the-cuff comments and saying, look, I want to let the negotiators still carry on with Iran, whether it's the US negotiators or these key regional parties, including Turkey, Saudi Arabia and Egypt as well. And of course, just very briefly, Greenland came up again, but apparently inside the meeting this afternoon, there was no confrontation between Denmark and the president.
You have remarkable comments about Spain as well, calling them hopeless and bad people, and then the Spanish put out a statement saying we see these statements as business as usual. Not your everyday NATO summit this year. Steve, thanks. We'll come back to you soon. Steve Sedgwick. Take a look at the pre-market. More Squawk on the Street straight ahead. All kinds of movers this morning. The pre-market trying to work off some of the opening or early morning losses. We'll get to some of the other sectors that might be affected by trade today, like travel and oil and fertilizer and some retail. We'll get Kramer's Mad Dash and countdown to the opening bell in a minute.
got 8.5 minutes before we get started with trading here at the New York Stock Exchange. Time for a mad dash, for which we are happily standing. Always good to stretch our legs at our age.
Right.
So it's good
Yes,
to get up.
indeed.
Those hips
Indeed.
get so tight.
Well, really? You should do Pilates.
I should do a lot of things.
Okay, get into Pilates.
All right, Pilates starts with a P, so does Palantir.
Okay, so now, very rarely do I just cite an article and just say you got to go there.
Yeah.
There's a
Tell
Financial
me.
Times piece about Palantir. Now, I've been a big supporter of Palantir, mostly because of what it does in real business, which is really help organizations get their act together, frankly. But the article was about how Palantir's maybe too much in bed with the Republicans, and it could hurt them if there's ever a regime change in our country. But one of the most frightening things I've seen is a Punisher-like Bernthal satanic short that is available on the site of FT that the company made itself, which was subsequently pulled, that I found very disturbing.
I'm not following you, sorry.
They did a satanic video of Carp talking about him looking at
Who made this video?
Palantir. You gotta look at it. It's in the FT.
Okay.
And it's kind of like, we're coming for you. If you're against us, we're coming for you.
Oh, I see.
And,
okay.
And I found it, they have to distance themselves from this. They have to do it today. Because this was basically saying, listen, we're Satan. Look out.
Really? Yeah. All right, I got to check out that video.
And,
we're in the video business. Sometimes when we talk about a video, we actually like to show
I
it.
found it very disturbing. And I've been a big
Is it
supporter of
changing your
Palantir.
view of the company?
If they renounce it, no. But they must renounce it today. And they can say, well, they pulled it down. But if you look at the FT, I think you'll come back and say, what am I supporting here? Because it's not clear. And in the end, I'm still a person who just says, listen, a board member might say, maybe we can't use Palantir. Because, look, it's a great company, and it shouldn't be doing these kinds of videos. I'm not asking it to be Procter & Gamble. I'm not asking it to be Procter & Gamble. But I also don't want to say, hey, listen, let's bring in Satan.
I did not see this video, obviously, so I don't know what...
Satan has a rule of 80. I don't care.
All right, we got an opening bell 6 minutes from now. Of course, you can catch us anytime, anywhere. Listen to, follow the Squawk on the Street Opening Bell podcast.
think you're getting an incredible buying opportunity here because the stock's been getting pummeled right as Walmart's biggest worries have started to fade away. Specifically concerns about expensive oil and the state of the consumer. This is Walmart. This is not some blowing up semiconductor stock. It's one of the greatest companies on earth. Now, I know there are broader concerns about the state of the consumer. Walmart stock alerts lower yesterday, along with the rest of the retail cohort, in part because we got a kind of a, that labor report on Thursday that was not that strong. But here, too, I think Wall Street's jumping to the wrong darn conclusion. Wall Street doesn't shop at Walmart. It doesn't know what's happening.
That was Jim last night on Mad talking about Walmart as a buying opportunity. Journal takes a crack at these price cuts they announced that they were already planned. USDA found out, told the president. Who took credit?
My sources indicate similar, but I think more important, it's almost every aisle. Numbers are a very big rollback. Now people say, wait a second, Jim, it's at 38 times earnings. That's not where you want to buy Walmart. I point out that Costco's been at 47 to 50 times earnings, and Walmart's a great company. My trust owns Costco, but I feel like that Walmart, if it comes down anymore, David, you're talking about a complete rollback of its price. It's done nothing now for the year. You know that it offers superior value. And if you think that we are really going to have another slowdown because the price of gasoline is going up, interesting idea here.
We have lauded the reign of Doug McMillon for obvious reasons.
Absolutely.
Do you have a sense for the new CEO and his approach?
Darn it, I was sitting there trying to get that. I was not necessarily anticipating your question, but I'm trying to figure out how much to relate. And I come back and say, well, the price is right. In other words, this gentleman, he has, it's Ferner, and I've not met Ferner. I feel terrible.
No, I don't know him either.
But I know John David Rainey, and one thing is absolutely
CFO.
certain:
Right, there's
the
John
prices, the rollbacks are real, and they're very helpful to the
Yeah, we do have an upgraded Dollar Tree today, whose gains for the year are almost exactly Walmart's.
Exactly, and I thought that was a very, very good report. We've had TJX come down very badly. Again, that's who you buy at this moment. So you're going to see a little odd thing changing of the bar right here, and I think
Let's get the opening bell here. The big board on Wall Street. It's the building products distributor QXO celebrating the closing of that acquisition of Top Build. Brad Jacobs in the house.
David, I don't know whether you did the New York Times review of Brad Jacobs' book, but he is the man behind.
Yes, how to make a few $1 billion, because one is not enough.
Right,
Yeah.
and here it is. This is incredible.
Here's a look at NASDAQ in Times Square. Major League Soccer celebrating the restart of MLS season and the World Cup. MLS All-Star Game takes place later this month. And at SIBO in Chicago, Special Olympics, Illinois, doing the honors. So, Jim, VIX can't even get to 18 on this ceasefire interruption.
Well, look, I think the American public believes that in the end this will be resolved and oil will go back down. We do know that there's been a lot of behavior change in oil, far more than we thought as it spikes. I am not advocating just coming in here and just saying buy because our president's too erratic. And he could just literally just say, are they really that kind? Let's shake up Wall Street a little before we make Wall Street better. That's not beyond him. Look at it. People do that stuff. But I will say I am in no mood necessarily to buy semis, but there's other tech. And what you want to watch, this is a very simple one. We didn't mention it. If you think the tech's going to come back, just watch Broadcom. Broadcom was down earlier today. They did announce the $30 billion deal with Apple. Apple's trying to, remember, putting $600 billion in America. Broadcom is up nicely. If that stays up, you can pick. But I keep thinking about what David introduced to us yesterday, which is that if you're not following the debt side anymore, you may not be doing your job.
Yeah, B of A's got some numbers on AI debt, new debt supply. $270 billion is going to be basically a double of last year's full year.
And that's AI. That's debt being issued related to AI build out, or sort of
as B of A characterizes it, AI new debt.
AI new debt.
AI
okay.
new debt.
Well, Amazon alone, right, this year, $54 billion, $37 billion in the U.S. That was back in March, and the remainder of that 54 around the world, and then another 25 yesterday. And we got the pricing on it, guys. If you bought a 40-year note from Amazon, so due in 2066, you're getting paid 6.25%, Jim. You want a 30-year note, you're getting paid 6.1%.
Someone might say that's tight.
They did the most issuance at 5 years, 10 years, and 30 years of this roughly 25 billion they issued.
I think they've sopped up a lot of money, and you got to refill the coffers. A piece yesterday, no, it's not a piece. I had to ChatGPT it, and I had to Claude it after I read it, was this SpaceX piece from Morgan Stanley. AI's final frontier, initiate overweight, PT. Now I'm going to take away not necessarily what Joe does, whose work I absolutely love, wants me to take away from it, but throughout this is the need for capital. This is a company that is desperate. It's going to be desperate for capital. It is a great company, and I believe in SpaceX. But if you read every single page, it just talks about needs more capital, needs more capital, needs more capital. David, I think that there may not be enough money right now for all the capital that this company needs. Oh, you've got, what time do you have out?
It's coming on the 10, I think.
Please don't. I hope he understands that's not my takeaway, because it's a really brilliant piece about what can happen, and I like it. But it is about how there is sotto voce. It needs more capital. It needs more capital throughout.
Right.
It's a brilliant piece, but it needs more capital.
There is reporting that they're going to have a new model coming out, a new AI model at SpaceX. Of course, remember they're acquiring Cursor, $60 billion in SpaceX stock. Just looking for the story. I think. I'm sure if it was an information story, but as they try to compete, of course, with the latest models from Anthropic and OpenAI, the belief being that Cursor will put them in a better position somehow in terms of orchestration, a number of other things to be able to release.
They need to be more involved, but I do think that the new iteration of Claude makes it so you don't need it. Got a little more careful. Claude is moving that fast.
Claude's moving fast.
Yeah, Claude's moving fast.
OpenAI is moving pretty fast too.
Well, they got to move fast because I think they need more money.
You think OpenAI needs more money?
Yes, they do.
They raised $122 billion not that long ago.
Look, if Amazon needs more money, I'm just saying, listen, everybody needs more money if the race continues.
Yeah, OpenAI is going to owe a lot of money over the next 5 years to Oracle. Taking a look at shares of Oracle, by the way.
Well, it got recommended.
Down again as they build out enormous data centers around the country. And fill them full of racks with a lot of GPUs and a lot of others. Everything else we talk about.
Still a lot of NVIDIA, nobody 18 times earnings. But
and then conceivably get paid, I don't know what it is, $10 billion a year.
Okay, so what has to happen is someone has to make money here. Someone does. They have to find someone to make money. Right now, NVIDIA's making money, nobody cares. But I thought that when Musk led his stuff, there was a lot of money coming for that, right? But then those were 90-day deals. What kind of Dave? That's the kind of deal that Wimpy wanted.
You're talking about SpaceX choosing to sell compute to the tune of 1.25 billion a month to Anthropic and over 900 million a month in terms of what they were leasing.
Pay you Tuesday for 900 billion
to Alphabet, which by the way had the impact of dramatically increasing revenues at SpaceX, of course.
And that's again, Jonas is quick to point that out. Jonas and his team, and this again, it's remarkable work, and I felt great about it as long as there's the money. But it's about the money, and it's about people making money with this. Now, remember, Amazon told me, Andrew Jassy told me, they'll be making money on this next year. A lot of people feel that Alphabet is already making money on it. But when I look at all the different balance sheets and all the different income statements, I just don't see a lot of people making money on tokens. I just don't.
Yeah, I mean, page one of the journals today about giving stuff away for free.
Wasn't that something?
To their potential customers, smaller companies that they think will become larger customers over time.
That could happen.
Yeah, that's not. I get it.
No, I gave away free beer on Cinco de Mayo, and I picked up a couple of customers.
Yeah, there you go. It's a perfect example.
I also had 500 people waiting, and I almost bankrupted myself.
Well, there you go. Perfect example again.
Yes, exactly right. Corona was the only winner. So I do think we have to stay close to the idea that that money may not be like David mentioned Cotu. Cotu's a really smart outfit.
Yeah.
I do not want to go against Cotu. They're fantastic. I am just saying when it comes to the Hynix is going to be a very important test. What price do they get? Because it's big, it's visible, and it could be not great.
Yeah, we'll watch on Friday. SKHY. Jim, so you're not making any tactical moves around oil. Travel was down 3 or so. Airlines were down pre-market.
I like Delta so much, but this is day one.
I know, and they report on Friday.
I know. I don't want to stick my head in the lines. And those are all, both Delta and United Airlines are trading like secular growers because there's been a lot of cutbacks. There's a lot of capacity taken out. But, I don't want to go into a situation where the conversation starts with, well, we don't know what's going to happen with Iran. Because if they had reported last week, we would have said, hey, listen, the Iran thing's behind us. So suddenly you have this narrative that just changed. And I can see Phil interviewing these companies, and they start by saying, well, you know what? Iran has kept, as you said, Carl, the price of jet fuel higher. And that's going to be...
Well, that is the fear, Jim, is that if this does go on, we don't have the cushion in either crude, well, maybe crude, but certainly refined products that we had in April.
We did.
Right?
So I am concerned. Look, I'm not saying that it's ball game over. I'm saying they got to, at a certain point, maybe it's the Amazon piece of paper we talk about, people say, whoa, maybe we got to just go a little slow here. Because we're paying too much. Next guy pays 7. Maybe the next guy pays 7 or a 40-year bond. That reminds me of in Russia when they were doing those 100-year railroad bonds. And Lenin was not into the corpus. Lenin was not into the corpus.
Russia. I remember those days, Carl. 100-year bonds being issued by those Russian railways.
We were so young.
The Trans-Siberian.
I'm glad I didn't
buy that paper.
You said we'd be safe in that trenches.
How about some of the Dow CF names, Jim? Any of those? Again, similar to...
It's funny. My Chapel Trust owns DuPont, and it was up $1.50 earlier this morning. And I said, oh, finally something's going to move there. But then again, you do have, like the Sherwin-Williams. There was an upgrade of Sherwin-Williams today. But, they do have little earnings risk because they are related to bonds. So I come back and say, let's be a little more circumspect with that group.
Yeah.
And watch Home Depot.
Oh, Depot's the worst down name this morning.
Depot's
mortgage apps down for the week. 30-year fixed, almost 6.6. Has not budged.
No.
What a tight range on the 30-year fixed.
No, you got that right. And I think that more than the Sherwin-Williams, which Dow stock having a number bump up, is the idea that all these companies were starting to make a comeback, and this is contrary to the comeback. You have to resolve this. You have to resolve with the president. This president's peak.
Yeah.
You have to.
Guys, a couple other movers I'm seeing here. No clear pattern this morning in terms of rotation. We're not seeing, for example, Pharma, which earlier in the week lit up green.
Right.
But I would note shares of Alibaba, which have had a very poor year, the Chinese e-commerce giant, also, of course, a big entrant into the AI wars, up sharply. The reason being cited is reports of a pre-earnings update the company conducted for analysts. And it described how its losses in instant commerce narrowed in June, while profitability held steady. That at least is being reported locally as to the reason why you're seeing the stock up. But I did want to point that out because you don't typically see that kind of a move in Alibaba on kind of no news other than, again, this analyst meeting that may presage more positive earnings than they may have anticipated. Real quickly on the takeover front, guys, just a couple of things to mention. You noted the president's quite negative or bellicose words having to do with Spain.
Yes.
Maybe not
Oh my
warlike,
God, are you going to go Webster? Are you going to go Webster? I want to put a question about.
WBS, the symbol for Webster Financial. It is an acquisition that is underway by his favorite bank,
so good,
Banco Santander.
So good.
And given this vitriol, as our viewers likely know, it's usually directed more against particular people the president doesn't like. So will it really show itself in an antitrust action here because he's unhappy with Spain? Who knows? But Jim, the stock is down. It's a cash and stock deal. It was announced back in February, but it is yet to close.
I praise Anna Boutine, chairman of Banco Santander, saying this was one of the great deals. She is. Remember when I told you that the regionals are for sale? This deal is so great for her. That is a terrific market. This would really be a crime if suddenly the president just says, all right, and deals are off and Santander's going. Now, candidly, she is considered a degree of as royalty of Spain, and I think that the president will look the other way.
Yeah, nothing says that there'll be anything having to do with the White House getting involved in the antitrust, the regulatory review here. But you can see that investors at least are expressing their concern around that with the decline of Western Financial. Quick update from me here on Caesars. Remember, Tillman Fertitta, the current ambassador to Italy from the United States, is in a deal to acquire the company, Caesars, for $31 a share. Been a lot of reports around that his competitor, Carl Icahn, who also wanted to own Caesars, is trying to put together a last-minute financed deal at potentially a higher price. The Go Shop that exists expires on Saturday. Is Icahn trying? Yes. Will he get to a finish line here that's acceptable to the board of directors? You know, from what I'm hearing, it's a tough slog. They favor the Tillman deal. There is firm financing there. The debt package kind of travels with the management team, meaning if the management team were to leave, then you got to refinance a lot more debt. Makes it very difficult. And he just really got started in a serious way, I'm told, Icahn. He has Jeffries working for him. So we'll see if there's anything true here, but seems unlikely at this late stage. Just wanted to
great about that. I totally agree.
Yeah.
Go for the unlikely.
I haven't mentioned Warner Brothers, guys, real quick. The Oregon state AG reported to looking for a 60-day stay. I'm just not going to focus on this, frankly. We're waiting on California. I reported on that earlier in the week. We'll see whether they actually make their move in terms of seeking an injunction.
Was that an odd one you found that Oregon?
Yeah, that was kind of unexpected.
Yeah, I thought so.
Some weird stuff going on here, and then the UK commissioner coming out of the woodwork last week. But again, you know, if somehow none of this actually amounted to much, you could close this deal before the end of the month.
Wow.
Well, we have had
a share.
Getty Shutterstock, that kind of reversed.
Jeez,
so there has been some regulatory pressure overseas.
Yeah, I know.
Interesting to watch Disney fire back against the FCC yesterday on this notion with Brendan Carr saying that the First Amendment, in their words, does not permit the government to sit in the editor's chair, and reminding the agency that they have designated The View as a news program. So that war of words heats up.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those where a lot of people in the old days would say, wow, ESPN, good numbers, got to buy some Disney. Maybe theme parks doing okay, got to buy Disney. People don't think like that anymore. They think government in favor, government against, what do we have to worry about? I think people should realize that the government is right now a PE crescent. A lot of people feel like the president's pro-business, but when we listen to say what Santander wants to do and the possibility that they cut off Spain, he doesn't want anything to do with Spain. Well, that mean he would put the finger on the scale. He put the finger on the scale in soccer, international football. So I just think that I used to look at Disney, David, as let's see how these parks are doing. Now no one seems to talk about them.
Right.
Isn't that odd?
Yes. Jim, I wanted to come back to your comments that you made during the Mad Dash around Palantir, because I think people may have been a bit confused as to what you were talking about.
Let's straighten that out.
So let's make sure people understand. There's an FT story today, a long story called The Big Read around Palantir, and it is fairly critical. It begins by relating a story around a video that was posted to social media by who, Jim? We're not going to show the video.
By the head of strategic
engagement. And in a series of flash frames, it features the logo of the company in the midst of a cultist circle alongside images of the Grim Reaper, a blood-soaked crucifix, all-seeing eyes and the mysterious slogan, "Recon is
Right,
watching
with a
you."
music track called "Clubbed to Death."
This is the video that Jim was referring to earlier on his mad dash when he was saying, at least, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, that it makes you question Palantir.
Well, no, I just felt like I'm glad they distanced themselves from it, but I think that they ought to talk about it. How this
The
is
video was taken down
Palantir.
within days. It is no longer available, but the FT is using it as sort of a reflection of what they call deepening disquiet within the ranks of the company
Now, you
itself.
don't want to run it because it is so scatological, correct?
I haven't seen it.
It just shouldn't be. So
I haven't seen it. I don't even know if it's available.
I mean,
anymore.
maybe you could put it on
Did
streaming.
you see it? You saw it.
Oh my God, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, the piece goes on to talk about sort of the turmoil that it threw into Palantir's ranks. Staffers telling management, "Hey, what are you guys doing? Some of my clients are children's hospitals, for
I
example."
mean, look, this is a great company, and when you bring them in, all the CEOs tell me they're great. I mean, I've been defending this company from the point of view of what they do, the ontological, for a living. And I felt like when I saw this, I said, no, you don't want this. This is too much like The Stand. Remember The Stand when you had the Punisher and you had the Fremantle versus the Satanic. You want to be on the other side of Lincoln Tunnel.
I'm looking at it now. It is a lot of recon, man. Recon. Yee.
Won't you have nightmares tonight?
I'm here. Oh boy. We hit resistance.
This month, so it's been, I mean, folks have to expect.
We hit resistance.
Our market meetup panel, George Stillis and Sterling Smith, Trader Services Specialist for Charles Schwab, are both with us. And George, I think about the volatility.
George, think about it. Double bottom on Tesla. New low. AMD was a trade this morning. Not now. IWM got to break the 200. Yeah. We got the 200 down here on the SPY. Now we started bombing Iran again. So I'd be very careful today. We got SPY first support 742.58. And we're at the VWAP on the /ES. We got a double top, pullback, higher low on the SPX. I got to go and get my, well, the lady found out the IRS, we pinpointed who took the pregnancy test. I told her, please don't be mad at me. I didn't know if it was appropriate or not. I insured her. I said, I found a condom in the can one time, so.
Finally,
Judge
started to reverse associated with some hotter news out of the Middle East. So that's going to throw a wrench into, of course, the the markets and the inflation, aspects of or disinflation aspects that the Fed was looking for potential, stay, if you will, when it comes down to interest rate policy. So things are in transition now. You got China competition, you got crude oil, you had the industrials performing exceptionally well with companies like Caterpillar and such. Airlines had done extremely well. Those may have been both data center build out as well as, cost of doing business trades. So they may start falling based on potential flare up in the Middle East. So this could either escalate or de-escalate from here. That's why we're sort of in a sensitive spot right now in terms of, commitment in terms of rotation, because right now, based on what I'm seeing, at least early, there's an appetite to bid back the semiconductors, but it also could be short-lived.
Yeah, and President Trump saying they may reinstate the blockade. And, what will that mean? As vessels were going through, now it's unsafe. It's operationally unsafe. So what will the U.S. do next? What will Iran do next? And our markets will react. Thank you, George and Sterling. I'm Nicole Pedalides. Thanks for being with me every day here at 9 a.m. and 2 p.m. I'll see you at 2 o'clock for the watch list. Morning Trade Live is next.
Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks,
Who's the daddy?
money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank.
The cutest girl. I asked her if she was mad at me. I said I didn't know if it was appropriate. And the rumors started going around. Boy, it went around fast. I said, "Are you mad at me?" And she says, "No, but I don't appreciate that you spreading a rumor about me." I said, "I didn't mention your name. All I saw was a pregnancy test." And then one of the girls at the grocery store said, "Did you see if she was pregnant or not?" I said, "I didn't even think about checking that. I probably could have." I thought about it all night, man. I really was kind of nervous about getting that rumor started. I've never pulled a pregnancy test out of the trash can. Woo! I'm pregnant. Volume's low. Man, I can't believe these girls don't have any cleavage.
Coming up, we'll discuss the latest news out of Iran and how the markets are reacting to President Trump saying the ceasefire is over. Over the next hour, we'll have example trades also for Apple and PepsiCo. Apple is striking a new deal to help its chip supply chain, and we'll preview the tomorrow morning's, I should say, earnings report from Pepsi. Well, let's take a look at where markets are trading half an hour into this session. Oil's up, stocks are down. We've seen this story before off the back of what we've heard out of the Middle East overnight. So we'll discuss some of that and the impact it's having on these markets. But for now, the S&P 500 down 0.5%. The Nasdaq
Might have to raise my alert
on the line here.
on my
Once
spy.
again, we're seeing the ping pong match between chips and softwares and the Mag 7. So we'll unpack some.
So, let's see here. Hurry up. 535, the Dow's down. They took too bad of a hit. What time is it? Oh, today I gotta put new tint on my front passenger and driver's side of my car. I'm not happy about that. Not happy about it.
Lower. The 10-year yielding at 4.51 right now. So, of course, that's going to be the big focus today as we move into the Fed minutes. The US dollar index is
We got a symmetrical flag.
100 point.
We have a symmetrical flag set up here, setting up on SPX. Symmetrical flag set up on the SPX. We're in the sweet spot. It's almost an ascending triangle, but not quite there. We got to wait for the pattern to show up somewhere, unless a big fat knife comes in somewhere. You had your triple bottom here break out to a double top. You got your symmetrical flag with your inverse head and shoulders. So it's pretty tight. Damn, I wish I would have said nothing about that damn pregnancy test yesterday. I heard the other day that I left a bag of trash out in front of the IRS back in 2015. And a security guard called in the bomb squad. And I mean, the big wigs come down and everything. I didn't hear about it. They didn't tell me nothing about it. I figured, man, I could have got fired for that. They closed the building down, evacuated the building. Shit, I didn't hear about this.
Doesn't mean that there has to be a negative surprise, but the stage
There's
of
the
the table
breakout.
is set for there to be one. And I think that's
Called
really
it.
what this was. It's a setback and potentially a re-escalation of this
But I ain't
conflict.
taking
Now,
it.
doesn't mean that oil needs to go back to
Not with its
120
negativity.
for this to be a real
I'm gonna
issue.
go get coffee going.
But it also doesn't mean that it can comfortably go back to the mid-60s, given the fact that there can be setbacks. This is not a conflict that is over, and it maybe never really truly resolves, given some of the tensions that remain in that part of the world. And so when you look at things that way, you start positioning yourself for those surprises being a reality. And we say this when it comes
Joby's
to
at 808.
Everyone says it's going to be a hot CPI print. The risk is actually less so that it's going to be a hot CPI print. It's actually that it isn't a hot CPI print. So it's not a probabilities
Amazon
discussion.
down
It's
$3.
more about where's the surprise? The surprise is always where the risk is. And so as you start looking at how the market reacts then, well, what
PLTR
happened in the
double
last couple
bottom.
weeks? So first,
PLTR double bottom. PLTR double bottom.
give us less commentary and be more reactive to economic data, or suggesting the market should be more reactive to economic data. That is what this is. This is a piece of economic information that has to be factored into those decisions. So
Charts
what we
look bullish.
is yields go up, a repricing of.
I don't know what's going on, but they look kind of setting up here, kind of bullish, you know. So they've all established a solid support. But all these look kind of reversible. Now, I also heard China shot off a missile a couple days ago in the Pacific Ocean.
The setback, I'm not surprised at all that a geopolitical dip is being bought.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it seems like Trump has ignited, at least reignited that war risk premium in the market for now with those words, obviously saying it's over. I mean, it was interesting watching the initial reaction when, you know, you and I were on Market on Close yesterday.
Over.
It felt like maybe the markets were taking this as sort of a compliance type of move by the U.S.
It's over. We're going to take care of it.
Retaliation until he made
Fuck
those
them.
comments. But yeah, you're right. Obviously, it's all been about duration as well, hasn't it? I mean, how long things stay at these levels. I mean, how much it's going to impact prices at the pump. That's what the consumers care about as well. You mentioned some of the technology move. It's been interesting that we haven't taken our cues from South Korea overnight. EWY is down 2.3. The rest of the memory patch is higher today for us. But walk us through the sectors, because no surprises that energy is the outperformer here.
Yeah, exactly right. When you look at the sector performance today and you look at market breadth as a whole, this is actually probably the most correlated I've seen the market in quite some time. You have over 75% of stocks actually red on today's session. But where the strength lies is energy, which we know is very sensitive to commodity prices, which of course are spiking today. And information technology has turned around after some overnight weakness. And we know just from a standpoint of market weighting that is an extremely important thing for the marketplace. You look at the Magnificent Sevens down, something like 1%. You look at memory, that's a really important part of the market. It's down about 1/3% still. That said, semiconductor.
This is my philosophy. The market's way overbought. They've been trying for months for a correction. He just got through saying geopolitical. I'm not quite sure about that. Will be not noteworthy. Okay, let me see. Always clean this gym. Yeah, come on, man. You get paid to fuck around with people. You get paid to mess around with people, man. But you know who I am?
For this week, Morning Trade Live is back up.
My name's Washboardjim. Yeah, I'm not so sure about. We've had the correction already. We need another pullback. So I'm not so sure about short-lived. We got SanDisk, had that notorious run. And it ain't worth no frickin' $2,000. Yeah, a double bottom this morning at 1,500. 500's holding up so far on AMD, and I did say that. Microsoft, they were pumping yesterday. Still down more. Double, triple bottom on Microsoft. I mean, if there's two stocks that I'll never trade. Never. One is Government Motors, GM, and the other one is Microsoft. I don't care. I will never trade. No matter how good the setup is. Rivian's back, Nile's back under 5. And Rivian, I've been looking for 10. We're about to my third support on Rivian, 1509. Citibank. Bank of America, double bottom. No, I won't. Microsoft, no. I'd rather trade General Motors over than Microsoft, so. I never could stand Bill Gates to begin with, and then what he's done. They don't talk about him anymore. Bill Gates, he said, Bill Gates this, Bill Gates that. Not no more. And what's that other one? Target. I'll go through some wokes. Disney, they pumped yesterday. Down more. Target. They pumped Target yesterday. Okay, here we go on our pullback. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare ye in the name of the Lord. Prepare ye in the name of the Lord. Spy, Randy. Randy. There it is, triggered. Triggered. Yeah. Nailed it. So anybody that's listening on YouTube, I use moving averages. Let me start over here. Let me start fresh.
Hello, my name is Washboardjim. I'm the founder of the Sneaky Snake Trading Strategy, where I talk about chart patterns, moving averages, and being in the now.
So I've got the 200 SMA. I waited for this. We have a head and shoulders, which is a bear flag. If it breaks, it becomes bullish. If not, we had the 200 SMA. Now I use the 200 SMA on a lot of my time frames. It's real solid for me when I want to use it as a support or a resistance level. So once I hit that 200, I jumped right in it and scalped that baby for a little bit of money. Right straight to the 9 on that one candle, 1 minute trade. Not a big trade, but I use the 200. So if you're not familiar with the moving averages that I use, get a pencil and paper out. You should already have one, or copy and paste. So I've got EMAs. I've got the 9 in forensic blue, translucent. I've got the 21 EMA in white. I've got the 63 EMA in red. I got the 100 EMA in a dotted yellow. I got the 200 EMA in a dotted gold. Or what color do I have that in? Yellow is the, yellow is the 200 EMA, and the pink is the 100 EMA. So we got the 9 EMA in translucent blue. It's in the cloud here. It's on top. Then we got the 21 EMA right here. This is how I play the crossovers. 63 EMA in the red. 200 or 100 EMA in the pink. And then SMAs, I got the 50 SMA and the 200 SMA. Those are the only 2 SMAs I have. And copy and paste this real fast. What the fudge?
integration with various music and audio streaming apps. New glasses reportedly will help a user recall what they saw and heard throughout the day. Not for me. Meta's down
We hit the
right
63.
now, with the Mag 7. Welcome back to more.
So moving averages, the last one, resistance, right now we're at support. Right now we're at support. So if this thing wants to stay bullish on this shoulder line of this inverse head and shoulders, it needs to hold right here and then break out the 63 on the quad top breakout or triple top. Yeah, that'll be breaking the 63. So if that breaks the 60, where are we here? SPX. SPX, come on, shit. Today's the 8th, Wednesday, the 74.90s, or the 74.95s. I'm going for the 90s at 670. This is SPX. Strike 74.90 at 6.70. And we're back there again. Hmm. 50-cent drop right there. Yeah, we could come back down here and hit lower. Damn. Well, that got me. So I had two more right here. Damn. That's a fast knife. That's $200 drop right there. 470 and 670. I got three of them.
Recently, financials going higher, insurance higher, REITs higher. So there are other areas where money flow is willing to go, where you're not going to see that same type of volatility around this AI infrastructure cohort. You know, buckle your seatbelt.
Yeah, I mean, talk about buckling your seatbelts. I mean, I've had guests that have come on the program and said we're avoiding tech altogether. We're piling into consumer-facing names, the GLP-1s, which explains the move we've seen in the healthcare sector, the top end of the K, the airlines, which obviously had been benefiting from oil coming off. You know, they're piling into. I was even talking about, what was it, Chef's Warehouse yesterday, which obviously caters to those who, you know, like to eat Wagyu beef and, you know, specialty chocolates. But, you know, I'm just wondering what you're seeing as far as those areas of the market. I mean, how constructive that looks to sort of get us to those year-end targets that everybody's talking about.
Yeah, so I think that those other areas, because it's always about what's the Sharpe ratio, what's the risk-adjusted return, how much risk am I taking on if I go into AI and tech? To your point, and in terms of earnings stability, I think a lot of those other sectors can work, and they have benefited from a lot of the capital spending from AI. But you also need the interest rate environment to behave, and as I'm sure you're talking to a lot of guests, we have, potentially some rate volatility that could be coming up. We're already seeing it, but that can create some economic ripples. So yes, diversify, and that can include even going to things like gold and silver, which has been beaten down and out of favor, or it could be to some of the, do your value screens now, your higher dividend yields. I mean, what is that defensive playbook? When the market is down big, look, where does the money go? And so you just want to make sure you're not just all in on kind of the AI trade, or you're not all in on the financial sector, which is going to be rate sensitive, but to, have more, diversification and even some cash on the sidelines, especially if you've been doing really well. There's nothing wrong with taking some money off of the table. So, Sam, to answer your question, the question I have about going into other sectors is, if we get, for example, CapEx cut by the hyperscalers later this month, it creates ripples and chips or AI.
If you go into other sectors, don't make it a lifetime venture. They've talked about this over and over and over and over again, and you always get trapped. Because they go right straight back to tech. They keep trying to push that narrative, and it just doesn't work. It hasn't worked ever since I've started trading. In 22 years. They tried that during the Obama administration. Push all the money into Europe and some other markets, and they crashed. I was new to trading, so I just said America made, that's all I'm doing. But they were so cheap back then. I mean, stocks were just remarkably cheap during the Obama, after we had the crash. It was a lot worse than this. A lot worse. There's my alert. Yeah. SPX just hit my alert. So let's see here. I don't think I'm going to add. We'll see if I'm right. Let's get a big old bounce. What am I doing here? I'm going to copy something. Fuck. Like I'm green. Okay, well, we'll see. Looks to me like I'm feeling like it's like a long shot. $4.20. Yeah. This is it. New low. Got a hold right here. $3.60. It's definitely bearish. SPY new lows. Kind of a wide mouth falling wedge. No more trading. Let's get a breakout. So far, we're still holding the box. I'm about even. I got 420. And if I don't feel comfortable in this trade, I can get out of it. $300 red. I'm going to count that as 1, 2, 3. And a 1, 2. This sweet spot. Come on, yes. I'm doing my, I haven't held my hands like this in a while. I do that when I'm praying. Come on. Tesla double bottom. looking that bullish now. I'm about ready to get out of this. I'm in the red now for the day. That kind of hurt right there. They went below my support line, so I'm feeling bearish. I'm gonna warm my coffee up. Come back and see a smile on my face. Where are we here? 3:30. Come on, Muse. Oh. 3:30. Jim, you're down $600. Have you ever thought about selling? No. Got a wedge on Tesla. AMD's at the 200 on the 1 minute. We got a quad 5 bottom here on Amazon. Oh God. There's just no stopping it today. I think I'm going to take a loss. There's another support right there. Fuck. No mercy for Bobo. No, God.
Tencent up nearly 4%. Look at the ADR reaction we're seeing this morning for us. Alibaba's up 10. While Chinese tech is benefiting from the rotation, there are a couple of other tailwinds. President Xi is now calling for the country to speed up self-reliance. Apple in the headlines again. It's also now reportedly started testing Chinese memory company CXMT's DRAM chips for devices sold in China. CXMT is the fourth biggest DRAM producer after SK Hynix, Samsung and Micron, and it is preparing a Shanghai listing later this year. Coming up, it's time for Inside Out. We'll get a closer look at Pepsi ahead of earnings tomorrow morning and bring you an example trade when Morning Trade Live returns.
You know the market moves, and Schwab is here to help you move with it. So, whether you're buying, selling, holding, or planning,
SPY,
ETFing or 401k'ing, saving, spending, or even retiring, you can count on Schwab for market insights, live support, powerful trading platforms, and 400 branches. All at your service, all so you can invest your way. Sounds nice, right?
I'm Alex Coffey.
And I'm Jenny Horn. This is Next Gen Investing,
What the hell
where we
happened
track
there?
the trends shaping tomorrow's markets.
From tech to energy, crypto to consumer, we focus on what's driving investor sentiment right now.
Clear analysis and forward-looking market coverage every trading day.
This is a make or break level for this stock. And that could certainly be a short to near-term catalyst.
Next Gen Investing, 1 p.m. Eastern.
Only on Schwab Network.
My parents didn't really talk about money at all. In college, everybody around me had money. I didn't want anybody to find out that I wasn't middle class.
Girl, I don't want to hear you. I'd like to know who's the idiot put this commercial together.
This morning down 3.2%. A lot going on in
Pulling back more.
with consumer trends.
Double bottom coming up on AMD.
AHA movement and everything else to do with inflation, shrinkflation as they call it. So let's talk about this. Pepsi does report earnings tomorrow morning, so let's go inside out on that one specifically and the report and the broader space. Joining us now is Doug Butler, who's a Senior Vice President and Director of Research, Rockland Trust. Doug, thanks so much for your time. Just talk to us about Pepsi. What have they got to say in light of everything tomorrow morning?
Look, we're very optimistic that they've gotten the snack space turned around a bit, and like that their volume and revenue trajectory, that's really where analysts are going to focus on. We think there's, it's still an incredibly strong brand. We think the Maha movement is probably petering out, and they've made some changes. So they showed some growth there, and let's see if they can maintain that momentum going forward. They've also had really good results out of Gatorade, it seems like.
Okay. So thinking about some of the other brands under the umbrella, you say it's your favorite stock in consumer staples. What is it doing versus the others that you like?
Well, I think right now it is going to maintain its earnings stability. It has been overly penalized, we feel like, for some of the concerns facing.
Yeah, definitely a red day.
Movement, the GLP-1.
It's an ugly chart day. Moon dropped a lot more, I think. So I'm going to take it. I'm going to eat this one up. All the techs are down. Tesla down the biggest. No, Meta down 13 something. Meta's at a double bottom. The daily low.
We think, and in particular, we see the growth of, over the past number of years, Gatorade have lost a lot of ground, and we think they've turned it around as well, and they're starting to make penetrations. We've seen some
coming up on
strength
supports
there
again.
versus the Celsius and those beverages, but it will see come Q2.
Yeah, okay, so, all of these brands at the same time are dealing with a number of factors, as I mentioned. There are plenty of headwinds. I mentioned the shrinkflation, obviously high commodity prices, FX headwinds as well. I mean, consumer trends too, tough competition and comparisons. I'm just wondering who you believe is best positioned right now as far as defending margins in this environment.
I think Pepsi's well equipped to defend margins with their broad distribution network. I think that's where, we think Coke will also be able to defend margins pretty well. I think.
Now watch it reverse.
It's, again, much cheaper valuation than Coke, and so that's why we think they're a much more attractive stock currently. The other areas though. Celsius we're probably pretty down on, even though they also have had their multiples compress a lot. It's really a question of they've lost a lot of ground and they've been downsizing their number of SKUs. There's been a healthy transmission to the Alani Nu product, which I have yet to sample, although I have sampled some of the Celsius stuff. Monster has continued to deliver. We own that in our mid-cap growth
Well, took a loss on my third trade. Having a red day. It's gonna be a good day. Wednesday, Trump declares U.S.-Iran agreement over. Man, watch that, too, son of a gun. Right there. Dadgum, now I'm pissed. Every second time, every time I sell at a loss.
At stretched valuations for the market overall. These are very defensive stocks. They will protect you in down markets. We think that there still continues to be strength.
You believe that? Instead of becoming a coward, I could have averaged down on that one and got out even. I sold these suckers at 2. They went to 140. Now they're at 275. Why did I sell the Stive? You're a frickin' idiot. You're a frickin' idiot. All I had to do is put another $1,500 in it. $1,500 and I'd got out even. Okay. Well, it just never fails.
Be suffering the most here, as we can see with this 1.5% pullback here, down 740 on.
Got more.
So continue to watch this throughout the course of the day for you. Thanks so much for joining us here on Morning Trade Live. I'm Sam Vardas. You've got Trading 360 up next.
Live from Chicago, this is Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. We track macro forces, market trends, and company news that shape investor decisions, all with expert analysis and actionable context. From inflation data to sector rotations, earnings to policy, it's a comprehensive view of the market every trading day. Trading 360, in-depth market coverage straight from Chicago. Weekdays at 11 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors. Named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy.
From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered.
Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute.
With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
Important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists. Streaming live and on demand.
Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere.
If sells down $3,
SchwabNetwork.com.
360. We hit the 200. That's why. MRNA Hit the 200. Ego. Shut up. Today's loser is PANW. CCL down to what? PLTR is down $6. It's now 10 o'clock.
George Tillis will take us through that call and also have a sample trade for us. Then in our 360 round, we are going to examine consumer discretionary after Helen of Troy reported earnings this morning. What can we expect from the other discretionary names during Q2 earnings season? We've got a lot to talk about today, but let's check in with the markets. We are dealing with another morning of red, pretty similar to how we closed out the day yesterday. The S&P down 0.7%. The NASDAQ is down 0.6. We're at 28,998. On the Dow, we're at 52,184, falling off of that 53 level we closed at earlier this week, down 1.4% right now. And the Russell 2K is down about 1.33% at 2943.90. Checking in with the 10-year here, we've ticked higher. We've got a 5 handle now. We're 452. The dollar's at 193, getting back closer to that 101 level. Gold is at 4,050.30 a troy ounce. That's 2.5% off so far this morning. Crude oil ticking higher as well, 75.33, as the peace deal with Iran is currently off the table. We've moved almost 7% higher, and Bitcoin still trading in range. We're at 62,025. That's down about 3%. I do want to welcome in Alex Coffey, though, to take a look at one of the bigger headlines on the morning so far. We're seeing NVIDIA tick slightly higher on this news that Perplexity is going to be a client for their new CPU business.
Yeah, this is an interesting story, Marley. Good morning to you, especially given the context of the overall market's weakness, the chip weakness, the geopolitical stuff. You actually saw NVIDIA lower pre-market, and it's actually recovered since the markets here in the U.S. have opened. So perhaps this deal is actually part of the reasons why. And so what that deal is that Perplexity is going to use NVIDIA's Vera CPUs. This marks an important win for NVIDIA that is trying to kind of break into this CPU market away from its traditional dominant position within this AI GPU marketplace. Now, they plan to use these CPUs, Perplexity that is, to perform AI agent coding tasks at about what they say is 1.5 times faster than traditional CPUs. This according to Perplexity's company's executives. The size of this order, though, was not disclosed, so sort of trying to model in what this revenue impact is going to be difficult. Also, you should note, too, NVIDIA is a prior investor in Perplexity. They reportedly valued a $20 billion funding round last year, so perhaps another example of sort of that circular financing that we've talked about. That said, though, NVIDIA does see a large opportunity in CPUs. They estimate a $20 billion CPU revenue this year, and they see a potential for a $200 billion addressable market for this. Now, investors are still waiting for a little bit more proof that they're going to be able to do this and actually compete with the likes of Intel and AMD that are a little bit more traditional within that CPU marketplace.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly puts them head-to-head with these legacy names, but I'm not even sure if you saw this report, but the information now reporting that it looks like China is going to allow some of its top AI companies to use the H200 NVIDIA chip. So as far as how that then plays into some of the optimism that we might see in this name going forward throughout the day, how do you think that shifts the narrative? Because as you highlighted, pre-market we were actually down. The story wasn't much of a mover, but now we're seeing NVIDIA up about 1%.
Yeah, it seems to be a really important piece on the geopolitical chessboard NVIDIA is when it comes to U.S. and China geopolitical relations. But you just take Jensen Huang's kind of words, and he sort of reset expectations back to zero. Well, they can't get worse than that for revenues out of China. So any revenue is sort of a cherry on the top. And for a company that needs positive news to continue this blockbuster story, hard to spin it as a negative.
All right, Alex, really appreciate you breaking that down for us. And NVIDIA's popped to the upside, up 1%. That's Alex Coffey, our senior equities contributor. We'll check back in with him on Market on Close today to see how NVIDIA is helping lift up the markets. But I do want to broaden out our conversation. Bring in our next guest, joining us, Jed Allerbrook, portfolio manager at Argent Capital Management. Jed, great to have you on the show. I would love to get your thoughts on this market action we're opening the morning with. We've got another sea of red here. Looks like we may have some escalation coming our way in the Iran conflict. I mean, how are you looking at the markets right now?
Yeah, thanks, Marley. Nice to be with you today. Interesting day today. You don't often see semiconductor stocks and consumer staple stocks leading or being the best performing areas of the market as it is here this morning. I think the stock market is kind of digesting an exceptionally strong 2Q, equity market performance, especially the massive jump in semiconductors and AI data center CapEx beneficiary stocks. So I think that's going on the one hand, and then you cited the second one with the U.S.-Iran conflict kind of rearing its ugly head again. Investors do not like, the prospect of more missiles flying in the Middle East, and oil prices are higher as a result of that, and a lot of cyclical businesses are down in response. So kind of an interesting market today, but overall I think a lot of digestion prior to a really consequential earnings season that's coming our way starting in a week or two. And of course the headline for that earnings season is going to be the big CapEx spenders, those big tech companies, Amazon, Meta, Google, Microsoft, and an update from them on the ROI on all that CapEx spending and what their intentions are going forward. And I think we're going to hear pretty good results and really high CapEx numbers.
Yep. All right, so high CapEx spend, but I want to focus on this ROI because we keep having this conversation about how it's becoming a show me story. The narrative's not who's spending the most anymore, it's who's getting the most return on that spend, and if we can continue to trust it and stand behind it. So as far as who you're looking at here in the show me story, I mean, we saw results in this last quarter that was so strong that still weren't met with positive reactions. So as you're sort of looking broadly across some of these hyperscaler big spenders, who are you expecting to see the most positive upside from?
Yeah, Google, number one. GCP is seeing just enormous acceleration in its revenue growth rate. They issued equity in the second quarter. That is very rare from Google. Google hasn't issued equity since their IPO, 15 or however many years ago. So I think that $85 billion equity issuance from Google was really an earthquake of sorts. Companies in that strong a financial position don't need to issue equity unless they have major investment plans. And Google wouldn't issue equity like that unless they were really confident that there's a very high ROI on that spending that they intend to do. So I think we're going to see outstanding results from Google here in the second quarter. I think we're going to see 2027 CapEx go from about $190 billion in 2026 up to something closer to $300 billion or maybe even $325 billion from Google in 2027, which is an enormous jump, both in dollars and in percentages. And then I think number two on your list there, in terms of demonstrating ROI from their CapEx spending, will be Amazon. AWS's revenue growth accelerated to 28% in the first quarter. I think that was up from like 22% the quarter before, so nice acceleration. We're going to see a jump into the 30s here when they report in a couple weeks, and then I think we'll be into the 40s by year end.
And so as you look at that, Jed, I mean, I'm trying to take away some of my observations from this earnings season that we had, and now we've got our new one kicking off arguably this week. What's going to be more important? Is it going to be the numbers themselves proving that we're seeing this return, or is the guidance going to be what matters here? Because we saw over and over and over again in this previous quarter where the numbers were great, I mean spectacular in some cases, but any amount of tepid guidance or anything that wasn't with the whisper number even was met with a swift downward move in terms of price action. So how are you looking at sort of ranking the importance of the metrics here?
Yeah, the
Very good
latter
point,
one,
Marty.
as you were alluding to. That guidance is going to be what the market cares about most. This is a very it's a very volatile stock market. Single stock volatility readings are the highest basically that they've ever been. Stocks on a one by one basis are more volatile than they've ever been, and we're seeing that especially during earnings seasons, like you mentioned. Just humongous moves, both up and down.
You're a liar.
Based on surprises, and so I think that's going to continue.
Not as they've ever been. I've seen it a lot more volatile.
Companies. The ability
You're a
to
rookie.
move either from an AI winner in investors' mind to an AI loser.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Ook.
As investors kind of appreciated that these newest frontier models are a cyber hacker's dream tool. And the importance for businesses and other organizations that need to secure their data, the premium for firewall tools, both virtual and physical, like Fortinet sells, is rising, and it's rising every quarter. I know you're going to talk about CrowdStrike here in a little bit. That's another cybersecurity company that's a really big beneficiary from the rapid rollout of AI tools.
Yeah, absolutely. But if we look outside of tech, where else are you looking for potential upside or opportunity?
I think we're going to see good results from aerospace companies, particularly those that serve the aerospace aftermarket. Over the last, since the war broke out in February with Iran, investors have been concerned that airlines are going to fly less in response to higher oil prices. And we saw much higher oil prices for a while, but they've since calmed down quite a bit, and the airlines are raising prices basically without impacting demand. And so I think that aero aftermarket is going to remain strong, and it's going to outperform the reduced expectations that have been priced into a lot of these stocks. And the one I would point you to first is TransDigm, ticker TDG, which is an outstanding aerospace company. They focus mostly on the aftermarket, and that stock's been weak really since the war broke out. And we think they're going to continue to post strong results. They've raised guidance 3 quarters in a row. I expect that to continue. And we think they have a good outlook, and we think the airlines are doing pretty well. Check out those stocks.
All right, yeah, we'll get Delta on Friday morning, and they did just release their new version of first or business class this morning with like basic first class, so some headlines there as well. Jed, really appreciate you joining us today and for the insight this morning. Jed Ellerbrook, Portfolio Management at Argent Capital Management. And we've got a lot more for you today on Trading 360. We've got the big 3 coming your way next. We've got 3 stocks for you and 3 charts. Rick Ducat will be taking us through the technicals. Jessica Inskip is joining us to take us through her trades for MasterCard, Valero Energy, and Bullish. That's next on Trading 360 on Schwab Networks.
Slow down. Today's the 8th.
Trading floor in the world. This is Opening Bell with Nicole Petalides, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. The countdown, the setups, the stories that make markets move. Minute by minute breakdown of the biggest headlines, earnings, and global movers. Just the trades that matter. As the bell hits and the markets react in real time, Opening Bell, live at the NYSE, right when it counts.
Have you ever watched an interview and thought, I wish they had 5 more minutes, or I want to know how they discovered that hidden gem? That's exactly where Market Matters comes in. I'm Marley Caden, and our podcast is slowing things down. We're going beyond the earnings to get to the heart of the people and companies driving the global economy. If you want the full story, not just the headlines, Market Matters is for you. Subscribe wherever you get your podcasts. Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. It's time for the big 3. We've got 3 stocks for you today and 3 charts. Rick Ducat taking us through the charts. Here to take us through her picks today, Jessica Inskip, Director of Investor Research at stockbrokers.com. Jessica, great to have you back on the show, and thanks for joining us from the NYSE floor. Would love to kick things off with your thoughts on this market action that we're seeing so far this week.
Yeah, Marley, great to see you. I think if we look at the headlines, it's a rather scary number, seeing the Dow down over 700 points. But if we look a little bit beneath the surface and even consider what happened the first half of the year, the first half of the year was driven dramatically by the SOX index up over, I believe it was around 70, it was up over 70%. The technology index was over 30%. Even if we equal weight the technology index, it was over 30%, which tells me these overextended areas of the market, the over-leveraged areas of the market, do have some room for declines and falling down. But what I've seen is we're pulling technology today, there's actually a moment of support. So the real test is happening. Now, from the technical perspective, I think it's a good setup. There is really great earnings estimates. We're looking for 20% earnings growth going into next quarter. That's going to be the second quarter that we're seeing these
More drama, new low.
could be high. However, those earning revisions are high relative to price declines, which gives us really attractive valuation. So what we need to see is earnings follow through, perhaps consider this headline risk that we have with the Iran conflict, watch the 2-year note, definitely a lot to digest. But overall, I'm sorry for my long-winded answer, it's still a robust setup that's driving higher by what was honestly the best performing sector within the first half of the year, and we need this rotation, and it's healthy thus far.
I love the answer. Always keep it long. I'll take a long answer over a brief one anytime, Jessica. But let's talk about your big 3. Your first pick here is MasterCard, underperforming the market. They're down close to 9% year to date, down another 2% today. But we've got earnings coming at the end of the month. So how are you looking at MasterCard?
Yeah, so I'm glad you appreciate my long answers. A lot going on in my head sometimes. And with regard to MasterCard, what I'm really considering is this huge gap that I'm seeing within the market. We're focusing on artificial intelligence, and we were spotting the gaps for artificial intelligence. We went to the picks and shovels, which led us to NVIDIA, infrastructure build out. Now I'm looking at more of a gap that I'm seeing with interconnectivity that's happening with artificial intelligence agents. AI agents are now active. We're in this moment of agentic AI, and MasterCard has been a component of launching servers in the guardrails utilizing stablecoin that will give errors that will set up the ability for agents to actually pay. That I think is I'm looking for opportunities for agentic AI, and I think this is a huge component of it. It's the X402 protocol. So, you know, when we get a computer, you get the error 404 where it's not working. The X402 means it's going to be a payment for those agentic AIs. On top of that, there's just a lot of good infrastructure build out where they're leaning into this tokenization aspect. But what I'm looking for is filling this gap with artificial intelligence and the payment rails that I'm seeing within stablecoin. Who is going to be on the forefront of that? And MasterCard, with what they're doing with this X402 protocol, is certainly top of my list. So watch earnings follow through, but nonetheless, I like the opportunity because of the gap that I'm seeing.
All right, so Rick, when we look at the chart here, knowing we've got those earnings coming at the end of the month here, what are you seeing in terms of the technicals when we talk about MasterCard?
Sure. So what we have is recently a 52-week low that was carved out here, 464.52. From there, we had a boundary line you could have drawn here, not really a trend line. A good trend line would connect 3 or more points here. But what I do notice is the trajectory has accelerated. This was the connection between our lows more recently. This was the much steeper white trend line that you could have drawn. However, that has been breached today. We had our big red candle moving lower today, down about 2% on the day so far here. So some horizontal levels to take note of. Recent highs near 543, also here near 534. After we had earnings, kind of a double top type area and then a brief consolidative period before jumping up once more, 514, and also here a couple of high points near 504. So you kind of backtrack, you look for these notable high and low water marks here to establish where you might find future support and resistance. In this case, we'll also take a look at our moving averages that we follow. We have a confluence, our 5-day and our 251-day, our shortest and our longest, weekly and yearly in dark blue and orange respectively. Those come together right around 524. We are giving up that point now, so that stands out as an upside level to be on the lookout for as we progress through this trading day. If we do manage to claw our way back above it, that would be more of a positive sign. Meanwhile, we also have our teal 21-day and our gold 63-day monthly and quarterly EMAs coming in at around the low 500s, 508 and 504 respectively here. So those could be other areas to watch in the coming days if the downside move does continue. RSI still trending upward, still above the 50 midline despite a bit of an interruption and a brief push into the overbought area. That did not hold, but we are still in line for a more of a bullish trajectory here. Volume profile.
We're coming to a lot of good support levels.
Our areas of heavy trading activity here according to our price levels. So the node in question that was at these lows here near about 490 to 505 is the most significant one because it contains our point of control, the heaviest trading area of all, near about 496. We now find ourselves in a much smaller node here between about 520 to 528. So look to see if we do falter once more because it's relatively thinly traded until we get back down to 505.
Yeah, right now we're in that smaller node you mentioned. We're at 520.41, trading down about 2% for MasterCard today. Want to pivot to your next choice? You brought us a nice, broad, diverse group today. This one in the energy sector, which is performing very well as we're seeing oil prices rise today. We're talking about Valero bucking the trend of the markets overall, up more than 5% this morning.
Yeah, but surprisingly, Valero is not on my list due to what's happening within energy and the conflict in oil. I actually decided to pull a screen on what are the best stocks that are positioned actually as we go into earnings season. So I'm looking at price performance relative to earnings price increases, and this is where VLO was one of the top on the list. And there are some caveats to this. So there is their EPS estimate for the next
on the 4 hour
for 30 days is up a little over 3.7%, which is high from an earnings estimate increase. But what really caught my eye is the free cash flow to equity. And I'm looking at quarterly year-over-year growth as well with the revenue targets and expectations that I track. And with VLO, that was actually the highest on the list. So when I'm considering free cash flow, I'm considering the revenue, I'm considering the operating margin, this is actually very well positioned for earnings season, and that's why it's my pick today.
All right, so Rick, as we look at Valero outperforming year to date, along with many of these energy names, we're up more than 70%.
I like that spot right there.
What are you seeing in the technical setup here? Because interestingly enough, same earnings date as MasterCard on July 30.
Yeah, things were looking pretty decent for this company even before the news of the oil market upheaval that we've seen. So the general trajectory was more of a very modest rising wedge type shape. We have our two boundary lines both pointing upward, converging toward each other. They may look parallel, but they're not quite. They are moving toward each other here to give us these general areas of interest. When we see our more recent activity, we've seen a sharp push to the upside here, on pace for a high close for the year. 282.49 is our high so far of the day here. So 271 represents some old highs that we saw in terms of our closes. This area here, 264, was another set of high closes here. Then some lows, 233 and 227 were other standout areas. So we had this range, 233 to about 264, that does seem to have been broken pretty convincingly at this point here. However, after a sharp breakout such as this, price can often retreat back to a prior area of old resistance that would then become new support. Not saying it's going to happen, just saying it's something that traders may be on the lookout for. Now we can see our 5-day EMA in dark blue comes in near 271, pretty close to our short-term white trend line, as well as our old blue boundary line of our old wedge type shape there. So that could be an area to be on the lookout for, as I said, for a potential pullback for the move to solidify there. RSI also continuing to climb. Look for it to break into the 70 threshold that represents the overbought area. Typically, this is regarded as a sign of strength in a trending market, kind of counterintuitive to the name. So for price to keep making new highs along with RSI and for that push into the overbought area is something that traders would typically view more positively for price trajectory here. So now our volume profile shows that we have a pretty large distinct node here between about 235 to 248. So that's by far the heaviest trading activity area that we've seen recently here. So be on the lookout for that to be a foothold if we do start to deteriorate as well.
All right, right now with Valero, we're at 282.50. We're up more than 6% for this name. Now, your last pick moves us a bit more into the crypto space here. So are you bullish on bullish?
I am. So now I will preface this with, this is the high risk, high beta trade here. I do think that the investment thesis is going to take some time to play out. So please be cognizant of that when I discuss this investment thesis here. But it does have to go with that large gap that I'm seeing. We are moving into the stage of tokenized assets. The big issue I see with tokenized assets and the regulations from FINRA filings and the SEC is the way that we utilize traditional markets. We have a consolidated tape.
4 hours spikes went over the 200 EMA.
Between the NBBO, the National Bid and Best Offer. There isn't a consolidated tape for these tokenized securities. And what I'm looking for is who is going to work on that within the infrastructure that will go into our capital markets and the current structure that is required, especially from a regulatory perspective. And it looks like bullish is the guardrails, and they are working on that. Now they're working towards that. Their financials are not the greatest. However, the opportunity is certainly high, thus that risk-reward trade-off. So please keep that in mind. But I do think they are going to capture that infrastructure through its transfer agent as it starts regulating the trading platform, and know that tokenized securities are coming. We're seeing them with other brokerage firms, more mainly from outside of the US and for our APAC friends to access the markets. But as markets become increasingly global and for access, I'm looking for who is going to pull those picks and shovels together, and bullish is a component of that.
All right, so as we look at bullish, Rick, it is down with the broader market today, down about 2 1/3%, but over the last year, down about 73%. I mean, you can see most of the chart on the bottom of the screen here, but what are you seeing in the technicals?
Yeah, so here we had our 52-week lows. We haven't actually had a full 52 weeks of trading, so I guess you could say it's our all-time lows. 2176 here recently. From there, we have had a bit of a bounce, though. So the horizontal levels that I see from this perspective, a notable low here near 2520, a low here that lined up with some subsequent highs near about 30, and the same deal here, lows, and then highs near about 36. So those areas are pretty noteworthy, but ultimately the 49 level is one of the most clear areas of interest to the upside. A good bit away, though, at this point here, just calling out the general landscape of this particular chart. Our trajectory for our price activity more recently was a falling wedge type shape, counter to our previous example of the rising wedge. This would be more of a bullish type of setup. We can see here, though, as we don't have a full year of trading activity, we're using our moving averages. We are above our 20-day simple moving average. In this case, that comes in near 25.22. Meanwhile, our dark blue 50-day simple moving average is around 32.20. So those are some areas to watch potentially. After a bunch of very rapid-fire crossovers into that oversold area here, we do seem to have climbed our way out of that point here. We have an upward sloping green trend line, but it does seem like we're perhaps going to break it today. We also have not yet crossed over above the 50 midline here, so more of a bearish tilt on the trajectory still here today. when we finally do examine our volume profile study here, well, the point of control, the heaviest trading area, is above where we are now here. That comes in near 38.38, the general node, about 35 to 41. There are some more isolated pockets of activity here, but that's really the main area of heavy trading concentration, this kind of lining up with the center of our range-bound area during the past 3 quarters.
All right, as we look at bullish again at 25.17 right now, trading down about 2 1/3% so far on the session. Jessica, always appreciate you joining us for Big Three. Jessica Inskip from stockbrokers.com. And of course, Rick Ducat, our lead market technician, for always breaking down the technicals for us. Coming up next, we're going to spotlight the Trump account initiative. The accounts began trading on Monday. Will this help create a new generation of retail investors? We'll have that and more when Trading 360 returns.
Very good.
Moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and get
Yeah.
live coverage wherever you are.
Hey, Dad, I have a question for you.
Sure.
When did Granddad first start investing?
Granddad had an account with Schwab before there were branches in the area. He really started with nothing. He worked hard, and after he passed away, the torch has been passed to me, and my advisor, Jennifer, she was with me with the journey, helping with the estate distribution. The 2 grandchildren, planning for their college educations. Someday it'll be their turn.
My man.
Sometimes, you know, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Morning movers, be the first to find out what's shaping early market action. Tech Check, Options Corner, Futures Focus, Technical Analysis. Morning movers covers it all. Grab your coffee and tune in every trading day at 8 a.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Schwab coaching is concepts brought to life in the real world.
It's absolutely world class. We have coaches who have been in the industry and around the industry for a long time.
We have different formats because people learn differently at different times.
We have webcasts running through YouTube all day, every trading day.
We've got events that are making their way around the country.
So you get that opportunity to share experiences and knowledge with other traders.
How incredible is that? And it's free.
Stay connected to what moves the markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream anytime wherever you are.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. It's time to spotlight Trump accounts. The tax-deferred investment accounts went live on Monday with $1,000 in seed money from the $1,000 in seed money from the government for children born after January 1st of last year. Will this initiative help create a new generation of retail investors? Joining us now to discuss, Karan Ramchandani, the managing director at Post Oak Group. Karan, great to have you with us. Now, for our viewers who are hearing about Trump accounts now but aren't necessarily familiar with them or what they entail, before we dive into this, can you just explain how they function?
Yes, absolutely, and I think it's a great move where at childbirth you're giving seed money of $1,000 to begin with, but when you look at it over time, it's compounded to about $15,000 by the time the child turns 18, and that seed amount gives you structured access to public markets. I think it's an excellent opportunity. And typically it will be late 30s when you start investing in public markets, understand the market, and have access to institutional funding. But this is a great move to set context and to build retail investors at scale and boost the Indian economy in the small to mid segment of the market.
And Karan, we had Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent say that we saw an influx of hundreds of millions of dollars in new capital just come in via the State Street S&P 500 ETF, which is where the investment is going right now. How are institutional investors supposed to price in this nonstop, predictable wave of automatic buying?
I think in a way it is predictable. It is not linked to large cap at the moment, but I think the ripple effect of of such a structured investment, which is a low cost investment indexed into S&P 500, will end of the day have a ripple effect on creating opportunities and products around investments into large cap vehicles. So I think it will take time. There's no immediate impact maybe, but over a period of time, this is definitely creating opportunities in the large cap as well.
And I have a question here that I keep coming up whenever I'm reading about these accounts, and it's this sort of wealth gap paradox here. You can max out an extra $5,000 every single year, but the assumption, of course, is that every family isn't able to do that. Only the wealthier families are. So as you mentioned, that it's compounding over time and they can't access these funds until they're 18. Do we then actually widen the wealth gap potentially because some of these children will have maxed out every year while others will not?
I think this is a step towards reducing that gap. It will not widen that gap, because if you look at it this way, if for the general public, having something is better than nothing. So this increases your baseline rather than starting from zero at the age of 18 and figuring it out later. You now have seed capital. You have structured access to public markets. So you're starting from one essentially, and you're not starting from zero. And that baseline becomes a standard for the next generation. I think that's a great step. And again, the ripple effect compounded over a period of time will eventually reduce that gap. So I think this is a step towards reducing that gap, and it's going to take time, of course. There will be a positive ripple effect out of this.
And we're also seeing major corporations like Dell contributing billions of dollars on top of that initial $1,000 seed investment for these children that were born within the last year or by January 1 of last year. What do they see as the long-term economic benefits or potentially workforce benefits that you think we're seeing these large-scale investments? Because once, as we've seen historically, once one big company enters, others likely will follow.
I think it will be a huge impact. Of course, in terms of PR and brand equity, this is a great way to build that brand trust and equity over a period of time. A child who will turn 18 and have $15,000 will definitely look at Dell because they have been investing in them. Second, and I think even a more important point is that I think this is a strategic investment towards building relationships with employees and retaining them over a period of time. Which becomes a great point for an employee. It's a great value add to our employee base. Beyond that, the third and the most important point also is we are building a generation which now has the money to educate themselves better opportunities, better access to capital, which will eventually give us a better workforce in the future, in the next coming up generation, specifically since last year and the next 2 years where this funding is focused on.
And so the goal here has repeatedly been stated, and I'm going to quote here, to create new capitalists. Is it wrong to assume that once the money is unlocked, that these young people who now have access to what could be thousands and thousands of dollars will then continue investing, or might they just take that money and run?
Well, there is a structure behind it. It will be taxed if you don't invest in the right vehicles. There are of course limitations that you can take that money out and invest in certain opportunities. There will always be such cases, but I think at scale, you are creating millions of retail investors at small scale who are already again having a structured vehicle to invest. They're already there accessing public markets. Their first investment is already done. So I think even if you know a minority of this converts into retail investors who invest further, it will be a huge opportunity if you look at the numbers. There is almost 1.4 million people already, 1.4 million children already, verified for this opportunity, and look at the scale. This will be millions and millions of retail investors right from birth. You're converting a child to an future investor. So I think that the ripple effect will be positive.
And Karan, how does this program compare to other programs that are already available? Like, for example, I have a 529 for my daughter, so that one comes to mind. But custodial accounts or retirement savings accounts, how is this one differentiated?
From a long-term, strategy perspective, we all invest in multiple vehicles. So these are all complementary vehicles. I don't think this is in any way should be considered as a replacement for another retirement vehicle or investment vehicle. This is part of your long-term strategic financial planning. And I think that's how it should be treated. This is not a replacement, or this is not at all a way that you can treat as your sole investment vehicle. This has to be treated as a complementary vehicle.
And Karan, last question here. I mean, as you look at this, do you view these accounts to have any, you've mentioned the predictability of it, but do you view that these accounts could potentially have any measurable impact on the stock market, or is the effect likely to be too gradual?
It will be gradual over a period of time, but it will definitely impact large market. And where I'm coming from is our job as investment bankers is to give mid-market and small cap businesses, startups, for example, give access to institutional funding. And that's a big challenge. So having a large retail investing audience, having seed capital, that changes everything. So that definitely will lead to investments in large cap options. It definitely lead to investing in new kind of products, which Schwab or Fidelity will come up with around Trump accounts, and it will not only open up new products but new opportunities to invest in the large cap segment.
Karan, really appreciate you taking the time to tell us more about this and the potential impacts here, and also highlighting that it is an accompanying investment vehicle and not a replacement for any of those that are currently available. Karan Ramchandani, the Managing Director at Post Oak Group, thanks again. Coming up next, we've got the disruptors. George Tillis taking a closer look at CrowdStrike today. A 4-for-1 stock split just happened, and they got a price target hike over at Benchmark. More on Trading 360 coming up after this short break.
Schwab Network. Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on schwabnetwork.com
and on all your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network.
Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
How's it going?
First day, so.
Sometimes, Next.
Try it again?
You could have done better.
Please?
Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
I'm Nicole Petalides, live at the New York Stock Exchange, and this is the Watch List. Your midday view into the trends driving the markets, with a sharp focus on technology, innovation, and companies leading the next wave of growth. Big movers, real-time interviews, and insight from analysts, founders, and market voices you trust. The Watch List, 2 p.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. It's time now for the disruptors. George Tillis, Senior Markets Correspondent, here with today's company. We're talking about CrowdStrike today. Benchmark lifted its price target this morning, keeps a buy rating on shares, but we did have that stock split that happened. So how are you looking at CrowdStrike right now, George, after this 4-for-1 stock split? We are trading down about 4 1/3% so far today.
Yeah, well, I mean, stock splits can certainly create I suggest a short-term catalyst, but they really don't change any of the financial dynamics of the company. But nonetheless, the lower price does become attractive for some investors who are looking for prices as a function of value. But nonetheless, I think what's happening here in the cybersecurity space, and we've been talking about this group as of late, is essentially that there was an overblown sort of fear that agentic AI would replace, of course, and automate code, IT tasks, including cybersecurity. But what's really happening here, and I think this is why there's been sort of this decoupling between the application software names and the cybersecurity names, with the latter moving higher, is essentially that AI and agentic workflows do create a massive fragmented attack surface, and essentially it requires more specialized protection. So I think the market is really picking up on this, and if you look at CrowdStrike as well, from the standpoint of their AI detection and response tools, last quarter, just one particular new tool that they developed increased sequentially by about 250%, and it's been growing their average recurring revenues, and that's why the stocks have been higher. If you look at Benchmark too, they increased their price target now to 230 from 195, maintain a buy rating. They did talk about the recent split as a potential catalyst, but they also talked about how management has reinforced the demand and the spending for AI security protocols, the AI detection response technologies that they're really implementing, as well as now flexible identity protection, which includes, of course, machines taking over your computers and machines taking over systems like servers. So all of that needs to be identified, and there's many layers of security protocols that these companies' technologies like Palo Alto and CrowdStrike are used to, of course, protect these complex agentic workflows.
And I saw a sentence earlier today that I thought really kind of summed up what we've seen in cyber here. As we looked at sort of the re-rating a lot of these cyber names, it said the market started to believe that for every dollar a company pours into the AI boom, it has no choice but to spend another on protecting it. And that is a lot of what we've seen here with CrowdStrike. I mean, they are an essential vendor of that protection, with some really nice moves to the upside so far this year, trading up about 58% higher, but they've had a solid string of quarters here. We don't hear from them until September 1st, though, so we're a little bit of ways out here on earnings. But as you look at the momentum behind this name and sort of the broader conversation that you just highlighted around cyber here, how would you look at trading CrowdStrike right now for example purposes, George?
So in this environment, well, I'm selling premium just because we're seeing volatility inflate, and there's, of course, some selling going on in semiconductors and all the narrative around technology and Iran and so forth. But nonetheless, if you look at CrowdStrike, it is participating to the downside with the semiconductors, and that's the group or the bucket that they've actually been placed into. Versus the application software names. So there may be just a short-term pullback here in CrowdStrike. I'm not about buying the dip, but essentially if you're looking at potentially being obligated to buy as the stock goes lower and getting paid for that, you could certainly sell a cash-secured put, and that's what I'm going to do here. So I'm going to go out to July with only 9-day expiration, and I'm going to sell the 180 cash-secured put, $180. So you could earn about $4.50 a share in premium, or $450 a contract. So with the stock around 185.5 right now, essentially you would be assigned shares at 180 if its stock hits that level or lower by expiration, but you're being paid $4.50 to do that, to be obligated to do that. So essentially your break even in this case would be 175.50. So you're essentially selling premium to be obligated to buy the shares about $10 lower from here.
Yeah, exactly. 175.50 is almost exactly $10 from where we're trading today. Even with this move to the downside, we're seeing a 4.5% as the broader markets move down. George, really appreciate you taking us through the latest on cyber. Also, this new update from Benchmark on CrowdStrike. That's George Tillis. I'll talk to you a little bit later on Market on Close. But coming up next, we've got our 360 round coming our way. Our panel is set to take a closer look at the consumer and the state of the...
Trade powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim desktop.
Oh boy, what a red day.
Analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platform to your unique needs with nearly endless customization. And track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
I'm Alex Coffey.
And I'm Jenny Horn. This is Next Gen Investing, where we track the trends shaping tomorrow's market.
From tech to energy, crypto to consumer, we focus on what's driving investor sentiment right now.
Clear analysis and forward-looking market
Go
coverage
get a piece of
every
bread.
trading day.
This is a make or break level for this stock.
And that could certainly be a short to near-term catalyst.
Next Gen Investing, 1 p.m. Eastern.
Only on Schwab Network.
Hey, Bob. Hey, Andrew. Last year, my dad had a stroke. Big shock to see this person that I've always seen as a force in our family be vulnerable. Wait, I had a stroke? Yes. Now we're in the car together almost daily. I started to realize, what can I pick up from my dad? He's been with Schwab for a long time.
Jim, my financial consultant, I probably met 20 years ago.
Jim's really been there to answer any questions I ever have. Makes a huge difference when you have someone that actually cares.
Hey, Dad. I have a question for you.
Sure.
When did Granddad first start investing?
Granddad had an account with Schwab before there were branches in the area. He really started with nothing. He worked hard, and after he passed away, the torch has been passed to me, and my advisor, Jennifer, she was with me with the journey, helping with the estate distribution. The 2 grandchildren planning for their college educations. Someday it'll be their turn.
This is built for traders who want more than just headlines.
We walk you through trade ideas with structure, risk management, and a focus on execution.
From options to earnings to volatility plays, we bring decades of trading experience to options to earnings to volatility plays. We bring decades of trading experience to every segment.
With real-time insight across products and sectors, we deliver what active traders need to stay ahead. Fast Market weekdays at noon Eastern, live on Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. Let's take a look at the consumer and the discretionary sector. We heard from Helen of Troy. Beat on earnings this morning, raised its full-year sales guidance, but the stock still under pressure this morning. The company pointed to favorable comps to last year when tariff uncertainty was weighing on revenue and margins. For more on the discretionary sector, let's bring in our panel. Joining us today, Greg Portell, partner and consumer practice lead at Kearney, and Alexis Brown-Roberts, COO and portfolio manager at Alexis Investment Partners. Greg, let's start with you in the earnings report we got from Helen of Troy. I mean, they had good numbers. They raised their guidance here, but we are seeing a 6% move to the downside. Well, they were mostly unchanged before we opened. How are you looking at those results and what they're saying about the consumer right now?
Well, there's a couple things that they mentioned in the earnings release that are important from a sector standpoint. One, we're seeing a lot of these companies, them and their peers, move decision-making closer to the consumer. That introduces some risk, but it also introduces flexibility in their ability to take advantage of different movements in the consumer base. And then secondly, we saw them strengthen distribution and then finally really invest in the innovation. And the combination of those three, getting innovation in the hands of consumers, should lead to a positive story going forward.
And Alexis, as you look at this, was this quarter result for Helen of Troy more about consumer resilience, because we did see growth in home and outdoor and beauty and wellness, or was it more about management execution?
You know, I can't speak too specifically to Helen of Troy in particular. It's a rather speculative play, and when it comes to our exposure to consumer stock, we're fairly picky, and this just isn't the kind of stock that we would choose to go into. That being said, it is encouraging to see consumer spending continue to do so well, even in the face of consumer sentiment numbers that are relatively historically low. And I was reading an interesting article from Bank of America earlier that was talking about the K-shaped economy gap actually narrowing. And so it may be interesting to see how the consumer continues to hold up as we continue to go through this season.
And Greg, I want to jump on this K-shaped economy, or the two-speed consumer. We're seeing the higher income households continue to spend, showing a lot of resiliency and health there, while these lower income consumers are consistently becoming more selective. How are you looking at that overall within the space right now?
That's not true.
One of the interesting ideas we found in our Kearney Consumer Institute research was that it's not so much the K-shaped economy that's driving a lot of the pressure. It's the economic realities and the lifestyles of the consumer. So if you're a high income consumer that's leveraged, then you're facing pressure and you're going to start being more discretionary with your spend, even if you have it.
It's kind of like acting, I think. Is acting the right word to use here? These people's perspectives are so screwed up. I mean, it's really hard to trade with these people. It wasn't like that when I first started watching them. And times were a lot worse back then. So that makes no sense to me. None.
Value exposure, as at least that's what we're doing in.
Well, it does. Progressive liberals on Wall Street.
Long time and are happy to continue holding.
And Greg, if innovation and execution are the key differentiators here, like you highlighted, then does this become a stock picker's market in terms of looking at the discretionary sector itself?
Well, it really comes down to how much faith the investors have in the ability of management to execute. As you mentioned earlier, everybody can put out great ideas. Everybody has an innovation pipeline. The question is, how fast is that pipeline, and how much faith can management give the investment community that those are actually going to produce revenue gains in the near term?
And Alexis, as we're looking ahead here to the second half of the year, particularly this upcoming earnings season where we're going to hear from all of these names and get more detail on the consumer, is the bigger risk to the discretionary sector a weakening consumer and seeing more pressure from these higher gas prices and inflation? Or is it investors expecting too much from companies because we've revised these earnings estimates higher and higher and higher and higher?
I would say it's definitely the latter. Within the past 6 weeks or so, we've really taken our exposure in our portfolios and made it modestly underweight versus our benchmark. And it's really nothing to do with the consumer or the economy. In fact, we anticipate earnings to continue to show up very well, the consumer to continue to spend. That being said, it's just stocks and expectations and how far we've already come with only being just over half a way through this year makes it a prudent time to go ahead and ring the register unless you've been sitting on the sidelines.
All right, well, we're going to get another look when we get Levi Strauss later today and see how people are spending in retail, but really appreciate you both being with us today to take a closer look at consumer discretionary. Greg Portell, partner and consumer practice lead over at Kearney, and Alexis Brown Roberts from Alexis Investment Partners. Also want to thank all of you for being with us today on Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. You can download our free Schwab Network app available in the Apple App Store, and you can tune in 24/7 on schwabnetwork.com. I'll be back with Market on Close at 3 Eastern, 2 Central, but stay with us. Fast Market with Diane King Hall is coming up next.
They're checking. The checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Schwab coaching is concepts brought to life in the real world.
Schwab coaching is learning constantly.
It's relatable, it's practical,
clear, understandable, and hopefully entertaining. Take it for what it's worth, but I think it's absolutely world class.
Schwab coaching is actionable, individualized, community, growth, and empowering.
It's really a human touch with your investing.
We have coaches who have been in the industry and around the industry.
Your hotel in Punta Cana. Hotel Rio Bamboo. Up to 10% off for Rio class members. Free transfers.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Call my name. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Call me. Call me. Here we go. Breaking news. Call me. We're gonna break the 63. Call me. Okay. What's the news? War's over? Don't worry, it's over. The Dow Jones is down 811 points. Okay, well, I had my waffle. I'm gonna go clean my car out a little bit before I take it down there and have them. So after close yesterday, I took my car. Last week, I seen some dirt on my windows. So I wiped off the windows. I cleaned the inside and the outside of my car with a glass cleaner. So I went out the next day or a couple days later, and I noticed my car, the tint was kind of showing this metallic look on the inside. And I'm going, what the heck's going on here with these windows? I didn't spill nothing on them. So I went to wipe them off with that same cleaner that had ammonia. I'll be right back. Ah, darn it. So I was at work and I seen the glare on my window and I said, what the heck is this? And I went in there and started washing them off on the inside. And I said, I don't remember spilling anything on my windows. I kept scrubbing and scrubbing and scrubbing. And I said, well, it looks like it's working. So I get back in my car and I see I have a bunch of streak marks on my window. I go, now what have I done? So that tint, so I went and I took it in to a guy, had him look at it, new store down here down the street, and he educated me about tinting, that there's little nano micronisms of metal particles in the tint, and that the clear coat over the tint was coming off. After so many years, it'll wear out. You have to retint them. So I took it down there and they told me that, I asked them, I said, I cleaned my glass and all of a sudden it started looking like this. What's wrong with my windows? And I told him, I heard that ammonia wasn't good for tint. He said, you're right, it's not good for it. And life survival of a tinted window is about 7 years. So remember that if you go get your windows tinted. 6 to 7 years. So I took that ammonia glass cleaner and it just made it worse. And the whole back windshield's all messed up. So I'm going out today after close to go down there and do my passenger and driver's window. Get them retinted. That's my story.
You know, this is a red day, and it's going to stay that way, Diane.
Jay, we've got those spiking oil prices putting pressure on the airlines and the cruise lines. United under pressure, Delta Airlines under pressure, American under pressure, Carnival under pressure, Royal Caribbean not as much, but this comes at a time when many analysts were starting to become more constructive on the airlines. Tom, your thoughts?
Yeah, it'll be interesting with Delta's earnings on Friday morning.
Been a friend of mine for a long time. He's a strong person, a very strong personality, and that's why he runs such a successful and good country, and really I would say a great country. Militarily, he's very powerful. People leave him alone, but he's really done a fantastic job. And from the moment we got off the plane, you look at the airport.
Was the fact that, hey, we're going to go after him again tonight and potentially start hitting some infrastructure, some key infrastructure, whether it's bridges, Carg Island, he kind of threw out there. But this might just be that rhetoric that we're, expecting after they hit commercial ships
we're at the
Straits of
100.
That's, kind of
on the reversal.
Basically set the tone for what the U.S. is doing right now. They want to keep the straits open. Iran says now that they might close it according to their state media at this point. So that flux is bringing a lot of pain here. Now you look overseas, and those markets are getting hit even more, especially
74
today.
74.55s, or now it's 780.
Yeah, you wonder if a lot of this rhetoric
just like
that he's
that dropped
talking
a whole
about
$100.
On the president and the administration at the NATO summit is
680.
basically to get more support for pressure on Iran at this point. China, while they have a vested interest over there, and they still, have reciprocal agreements with Iran along with Russia, you have to wonder, is this timing on this where, hey, we're going to come out with this rhetoric that is we're going after them again, we're going to bomb them again. and then we start to parse it down, like that narrative that we've seen repeatedly in that theme since it started.
Not this time, buddy.
So that's, I think, what markets need to look at moving forward. But you can't, kind of go against the grain right now, where everybody's kind of selling now and asking questions later.
Okay, yeah, right now, President Trump has taken to the stage a press conference, a news conference he's holding at the NATO summit. We don't have headlines yet on, this is a lot of the thank yous portion of his comments right now, but we'll obviously continue to watch the headlines for comments as it relates to Iran. Kevin, your take when you look across the airlines and the cruise line with relation to this move that we're seeing in crude oil?
Yeah, when you see crude oil up 7.25%, the good news is that these airlines have had a pretty good quarter and their stocks have had nice runs. But anything that's moving something from point A to point B is probably under pressure today. The only ones that might minimize the damage is someone that can say when they come out with earnings that they have hedges on for these problems. But Delta's down, United Airlines down. Those are the two main carriers that I look for. The cruise lines are all soft on this. So all this is a spike in crude oil that's affecting anyone that moves someone around. So not really surprising. The good news is, like I said, the airlines have had pretty good runs over the spring and into early summer. So any change, and like I said, Delta's coming out with earnings tomorrow. Tom mentioned Ed Bastian usually puts a pretty good picture on the overall sentiment. So yeah, not surprising that this sector of the U.S. economy is under pressure today, Diane.
All right, not helping the market yet. President Trump is starting to comment on oil prices, says we'll see whether we keep the oil down. We should keep oil down. That's among some of the early comments coming out of him speaking at this news conference right now. Let's take a look at Alibaba. Those shares are rallying amid a lot of this this selling that we're seeing on Wall Street. This comes following reports in Chinese media that the company gave an upbeat update ahead of earnings, flagging that the losses in its instant commerce business are improving. Tom, your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, there was some reports, market data. Cloud revenue is expected to grow about 45% year over year, and that's up from 38% that they reported year over year last quarter. You've seen their growth rate climb from about 18% just about 6 quarters ago. Now we're getting up to the upper 40%. So this is comparable to what we're seeing in some of the cloud providers here. So that's probably a positive for Alibaba. Now, on the flip side, Beijing's considering curbing access to top AI models that Alibaba uses at this point. And we know that a lot of U.S. companies are using overseas models because they're less expensive and just as good. Maybe the IP is getting used over in China, as we've historically seen. So that's maybe a concern on that front. But if you look at price action in Alibaba over the last couple of years, it's been pretty dismal. And the economy in China has been slowing.
Boom!
Has been slowing, and they're not as strong as they once were. But the technology race that we're having, obviously, maybe that's contributed to the part that a lot of these Chinese stocks have underperformed. But this is probably good news for them, as their cloud business is expected to ramp up. We'll probably get some more clarity when they report earnings in a few weeks.
All right, Kevin, your thoughts on this one?
They're now at 1050
this year coming into today.
James, you're up almost $400 a contract. Have you ever thought about selling? Yes, I have. You've been waiting for this move all day, Jim. Are you going to sell it before it goes below 1,000? We'll see. It's close. Let's get another big fat candle up here to the 200. Boom. 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 Oh, we are at a resistance on the /ES. So yeah, let's cash in. Cash in. Rodney. Randy. Oh no, $11. God. Dada. $74.55's not $12. Brandy. Oh man, 1390. $74.55s. We hit the 200 right here. So, I mean, that's, think about getting rid of the last one. Very good call. Magnificent. We're now at 1460. Big drop here. Not bad recovery.
Stay
Too
in
bad I got
range bound.
stuck on the wrong end of the stick this morning.
Fourth, a weekly option, so 16 days to expiration. As Kevin mentioned, you avoid earnings with this because this expires prior to that event risk, which is earnings. But selling the 315 call, buying the 320
I'm
call,
out.
short $5 wide, neutral to
gonna take a
bearish
pee
call
break.
vertical, collecting roughly about $1.70 credit. That
We could end up here at the top. 74.65. Now you heard one guy on here say that he's writing off all this tension over in Iran. Another one of them short-lived things. I've been saying they needed a pullback, so this could be the perfect excuse to have that little small correction they've been wanting so bad. And before you know it, they'll be back in them. And before they tell you, "Oh, we're back in them. We got back in them last Friday." You know, I just don't do good in white. Got my white sweats on, and they're already dirty. I need to run that off to my accountant. Oh, it's in your note auction. Oh, we'll just see about that. You only get 1 A plus a day.
317.40. I sold the 317.50 call against
right back after a pee
bullish
break.
$10 wide call vertical. Earlier it was trading $4.50 debit
Sucks.
on it.
God.
It's now trading about $5.10. So about half the width of this bullish call diagonal or call vertical on this. But if you pay that $4.50 debit for it, basically it takes your break even up to 319. So you don't need that big of a move, or 309, excuse me, on that one. So you don't need that big of a move on this type of trade to get above
About
that
even
break
on my
even,
other ones.
Here, and it's 312 is the break even. Sorry about that.
I kept
That's
a
only
few,
about
but-
$1 above the current share price on that. If you pay $4.50 debit, if you pay $5 debit, your break even is going to be 312.50. But on a percentage basis, you don't need that big of a move. Kevin's takes advantage of positive time decay, where that short call vertical he sold decreases on a daily basis until you get to expiration. Mine, on the other hand, I need to move to the upside, just slightly to the upside, and I have a little bit more flexibility because, say this stock goes to 315, 317 in the next, week and a half, 2 weeks, then I can maybe, at the market's open, I could close all or a portion of it, Kevin. When you look at the trade, it basically what you want on this type of position, whether it's yours or mine, is the stock to go to 315 and just kind of sit there, right?
To break down the lesson in this segment is that Tom's trade can make more money, but he needs a move. Mine can lose more money if it goes against you, but if you look at the risk involved with this, I am profitable if nothing happens, right? There's the difference between the long vertical and the short vertical. Now, Tom's got an in-the-money call, so he's closed the gap on that break even, but that in-the-money call costs more money, right? So there's the trade-offs that we talk about all the time. Tom needs a move, doesn't need much of a move on this one, but to be profitable, he needs a move. Mine doesn't, but mine has more. The risk reward is skewed to the risk side, Diane.
All right, good stuff there. That is your choose your own adventure there with those example trades for Apple. We've got cash tags coming up. The team from Lightfolio joins us to take a look at PepsiCo ahead of its earnings, which are due tomorrow morning. Stay right here on Schwab Network. Fast Market. We'll be right back.
I'm Sam Vardas, live from the New York Stock Exchange. When the market moves, we're on it, getting the reaction, the strategy, and sentiment in real time. Stream Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and in-platform.
My parents didn't really talk about money at all. In college, everybody around me had money. I didn't want anybody to find out that I wasn't middle class. I was using credit cards to do anything and everything. I ended up with $20,000 of credit card debt. That's when I kind of realized, like, all right, I have a money problem. This is about how my finances got wrecked and how I fixed it. And if I could do that, you can do it too.
No politics, no spin, just the market from open to close and beyond. Streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere at schwabnetwork.com.
When you invest, you are not wagering on an outcome and walking away with either a windfall or nothing. You are a participant in wealth creation. Our purpose is to help investors build and protect wealth over time, not to make financial security feel like Las Vegas. Owning beats hoping. Discipline beats speculation, and the long run belongs to those who invest in it.
Welcome back to Fast Market here on the Schwab Network. I'm Diane King Hall alongside Tom White in our Chicago studio. Time now for our cash tag segment. For that, let's bring in our next guest, and that is Megan Brantley, Vice President of Research at Likefolio, joining us for a conversation about chips, we'll say. Not what we're usually talking about lately, the AMDs or NVIDIAs of the world, but the old school PepsiCo. This is that snacks and beverage giant. Listen, I know you've got new data looking at what consumer sentiment looks like ahead of its quarterly results. What does your data show us?
Yeah, whenever we look at Pepsi, we have, while the chart that we're bringing today compares against a lot of beverage companies, we also have to remember that Pepsi is actually majority driven by its snacks. And so it's a bit of a tough compare, but that makes some headwinds for Pepsi because we have an environment at large where consumers are snacking a bit less, and they're also feeling pressured on the pricing front. So they're maybe pulling back and trading down, and both of these have been headwinds for Pepsi. We've seen the stock really struggle even since last quarter, where we saw it post a bit of a turnaround in its North American snacking business. But when we look at our data, if you look at this blue line right here, that's forward-looking consumer demand, and you can see it's kind of leveling out, but it's still down about 5% on a year-over-year basis, starting to get in line with where the stock is trading right now. So it's a bit of an interesting setup because we see a continued lack of momentum, you could say, at large for consumer demand data. Then you also have to ask, at what point is this this demand softness already priced in? So that's kind of where we're sitting heading into this earnings event.
Megan, when you look at this, they've seen sales kind of decrease. They came out last quarter and basically said, hey, we want to change everything. They're reducing, the size of their products, but then they're also lowering the price. When you guys look at this, is this basically a change in consumer sentiment to their products, or are they just getting out measured by Coca-Cola and some others within this space, or is it GLP-1s that are negatively impacting a majority of what they make in the Frito-Lay side of the business?
I think it's a little bit of both. We've seen some changes that they've made really resonate with consumers. Whenever they came out with the Simply versions of some of their Edo's brands that appear to be, more natural colors and things like that, we've seen consumers really resonate with those changes. And so the real question is, was that a little bit too late to the game? There are lots of other competitors, whether private label or just other brands in general, that are catering to some of these changing consumer preferences for seemingly healthy snacks. Now, we can debate how healthy they actually are, but I think that that's kind of the headwind that Pepsi is facing right now, is overcoming that gap of, when you think about what a Doritos is, it's that bright orange and processed, and that's kind of a tough headwind. It's a tough place to be. Now, what consumers say they'll do and what they actually do are typically sometimes different. You know, you can say you want healthier options, but you still might splurge for that bag of Doritos or that bag of Cheetos. And so I think that's where the data is really important. And we see that continuing to slide. So far, we haven't seen Pepsi really be able to get in front of these shifting consumer preferences. And I think the GLP-1 impact, as you mentioned, is really powerful. I think right now it's estimated that 1 in 5 households has a GLP-1 user in it, and that's expected to grow. And so snacking habits are changing, preferences are changing, and Pepsi so far has just been a bit of a laggard in getting ahead of those changes. Not to say that they won't, but at least in our demand data, we're still seeing a bit of softness heading into this quarter. But again, the question is really how much of this softness is already priced into the stock.
So, Megan, I'm curious to know if you have any insight on this from the consumer tracking that you all do, because I saw that they have a new version of a snack. It's the Doritos with, like, because you know the red bag and the blue bag, the Cool Ranch, and I forget what the red bag is called. They have a new.
Was it Pepsi that took the 10% cut? Because they were up. I mean. You ever priced the potato chips last year? They were frickin' $6.40 something a bag. They were up like $2, $2.50 a bag under Biden's watch. Was it Pepsi or? Let me see, Pepsi. 10% markdown. I'm sure it was Pepsi that dropped its prices 10%. Was it Pepsi?
The stock was pretty stagnant. Now I think it's down about 9% since it last reported. So even though last quarter wasn't terrible, it wasn't enough for a complete turnaround. And so we'll see heading into this quarter if they can continue to make traction in that North American snacking segment. I think that's where a lot of investors are going to be watching.
Yeah, international operations have been pretty positive. Megan, when you guys look across your data as a whole and this whole protein craze that we're going through right now, and Diane mentioned the fact that they've got now Doritos naked, and they don't have the dyes and some of the other preservatives and stuff like that. Is that trend? Are you guys seeing anything across, maybe the consumer staple space where that's going to stick, or is this just another fad that's going to go away eventually at this point? And do you have an earnings score on this one?
Yeah, for now, I think the high protein trend seems to be pretty sticky across the board. Another rising trend, I think, is an interest in fiber. So it'll be interesting to see how Pepsi kind of adjusts to that. I know that there are some product innovations that I think there's a Sunchip fiber that they're advertising. So it seems like they're trying to get in line with these consumer trends, but that protein one seems to be pretty sticky. For us heading into earnings, we are cautiously bearish, which is tough because the stock is trading so much lower over the last couple of months. But our score is sitting at about a -24, which for us is just right on that line. I think that you could justify a neutral bet. This is one that we just haven't seen the bleeding stop quite yet, at least in our data. And we saw last quarter, even though it was nice, long term that stock has continued to fall lower. So we're not quite ready to bet on a turnaround yet, simply because our data doesn't support it just yet. However, I don't think a neutral outlook is necessarily a bad thing either. Just our data right now supports just a cautiously bearish lean.
Great analysis. Thank you, Megan. That's Megan Brantley, Vice President of Research
great
at
analysis.
Portfolio.
Now, for the trading perspective, all things PepsiCo, well, let's bring Kevin back into the fold. Tom, we got some great insights from the team there. I'm glad you got the earnings score, too, because that actually surprised me. I would have thought, more neutral on this one, especially given what you mentioned about leveling off. But clearly they need another quarter of data. Your final thoughts before you guys jump into the example trade?
Yeah, I mean, if you listen to management on their last earnings call, smaller portion sizes, cutting prices, as Megan mentioned, and then starting to use, better production to increase their margins. They're trying to say all the right things. I just think, as their data kind of reflected that maybe it hasn't taken hold yet at this point. But Kevin, you look at this stock, we're basically flat on the year. We probably up about, 6% so far this month. But Kev, the option market's pricing in only about a $4.25 move in either direction. I mean, that's less than 3%. There's not really big option premium or implied volatility levels going into this report.
PepsiCo, not historically a big mover on earnings, Tom. And so, yes, this stock has been beat up from the high 170s, where we find ourselves today in the mid 140s. So what I looked at, Tom, is something a little more, dividends aren't guaranteed, but Pepsi does have
a
pretty significant dividend, over 4%. Now, those aren't guaranteed. They can move that at any time, but it's still something you should pay attention to. So, Tom, what I looked at is something in the cash secured put area, where I just went into this week's, the July 10th expiration. I sold the 140 put right in line, pretty close to the expected move, Tom. I collected about $1 on that trade. It's trading a little bit less than that now, but something around there for a cash secured put. If it were to go below 140, your entry wouldn't be 140, Tom. It would be 140 minus whatever credit you take in. But the risk on this, unfortunately, we have to say it, it's down to zero. So if you sell this for $1, it's $13,900 in risk if Pepsi were to go all the way to zero. So a cash secured put, looking for, even if if the stock stays here, if it goes higher, this would go to zero fairly quickly. But Tom, below 140, you would gain this, you would acquire the stock around 139.
Yeah, let's break this one down. July, really short-term positioning on this. July 10th, weekly options that expire in just a couple days here. Sell the cash secured 140 strike put, collecting roughly about $1 on that. If you collect $1, that's what you can make, right? $100. But I think Kevin made this point. It's a twofold type of trade. If the stock stays above 140, you just get to keep the credit that you collect. If it's above 140 into expiration, into Friday's close. If not, you've got to be willing to buy the shares. And where would you buy them? At that break even of $139. And if you have to buy the shares, remember, this is capital intensive because you do have that assignment
linear channel
of
Pepsi.
getting put the shares. If you do, you've got to take that into consideration because it's capital intensive. But you might put a $139 bid in on the stock and never get filled, right? So if it stays above 140, you get to keep the credit. If it falls lower, you're buying it at a cheaper discount to where the stock's currently trading, which is about $144.
I'm going to go into the kitchen and warm up my coffee.
The stock pays a 4.1% dividend yield. So if you get put the shares, you also get that dividend if that continues to get paid. So keep that in mind. While it's capital intensive and you're not making that much, you'd be buying the shares at a current discount to where it's currently trading. So this is a neutral to bullish type of strategy. Just be prepared that you might have to buy the shares also. If the stock does
trying to stick it to us.
Below 140, but buying them at basically at one standard deviation below where the current share price is on that one. So cash secured put here, Diane, for that neutral to bullish example.
All right, again, we have earnings.
Diane's liar.
For PepsiCo. Thanks, guys. We've got the breakdown coming up. George Sillis joins us to dive into SpaceX after it was added to the NASDAQ 100 yesterday. Fast Market, we'll be right back.
Doom, doom. The Dow's down 644 points. Red, 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 red. AVGO having a good day. I brought that one up the other day. Walmart, mentioned yesterday. Shut up. $76 for Netflix. I just find that very hard to believe. 2 years ago, this was the best stock out there to buy. I mean, that was their number one pump. It was up 1,200% in a year. I don't get it. Unless they really believe the share structure. That's the only thing I could see. Or share structure mattered, but I don't see how it matters anymore. Hi. Hey, I'm Lala. Oh, I'm his mother. I don't know, I've seen a lot of flaws in that. For one thing, you don't have the woman come over to your house, you go to hers. Maybe. I mean, I'd never have my mother waiting for her. The Dow's down, at 637. I thought it was 8. It's correcting. We're back at my resistance level on the SPY. Called this morning. 744.15. You see the triple bottom? 1 of them, 2 bits, freebie, boom. To the neckline, shoulder line. Of that head and shoulders. I wish that guy could get started on my windows now.
Japanese lunar company iSpace unveiled a new partnership aimed at making a move.
I'll be back. The breakdown.
A week debut in the NASDAQ 100 with investors weighing whether anticipated index fund buying had already been priced in. Time now for the breakdown. For that, let's welcome in George Silla, senior markets correspondent, taking a look at SpaceX. So SpaceX, little change today. It's a little bit higher right now. But George, how do you want to break this one down?
Well, I was just looking at the chart. If you take a look at price action, we're sitting near the bottom of the range. In other words, since the IPO, which is roughly around 147. So it seems like right now there's institutional support at that level. I think the NASDAQ inclusion, of course, of the NASDAQ 100 inclusion, the quick inclusion, because they effectively rewrote the rules for these mega IPOs to fast track their inclusions, does provide that passive institutional support, especially those investment firms that are mimicking benchmarks like the NASDAQ 100. So there were some estimates that based on the free float, now we know that the valuation of SpaceX is over $2 trillion, but the value of the shares that are in the free float is around $90 billion. So some estimates point the institutional support around $4.3 to $4.6 billion. So I think that's helping. The major catalyst, I think, for SpaceX, and we talked about this before, really is Starlink. Effectively, if you look at the reusable platforms that SpaceX has for deploying satellites and reusing re-entry-based vehicles, they have a near monopoly now, just based on how fast they've excelled and gained market share, and they're providing services for governments like NASA, as well as the Department of Defense. But I do think that Starlink is really the crown jewel right now. The more deployments of satellites improves the prospects of direct to satellite communications, broadband, and of course text and voice. And I think this is a key ingredient for autonomous driving. So there's a blend-in element to that with Tesla. I do think also you have to consider lockups. So effectively, there is some lockups, about 20% of shares available in the free float from insiders coming up after the next reported earnings. But at the same time, I did notice that Elon Musk, which has about 6.4 billion shares of SpaceX, is locked up fully. He can't sell any shares at the very least for 1 year. So I think that's something important to consider here. He's the founder. He's, of course, the major institutional shareholder. And he's not going to be selling any shares for at least a year.
All right, thank you, George. That's George Silla, senior markets correspondent, with the breakdown on SpaceX. So let's get Tom and Kevin back in here for example trade purposes. So Tom, we've got a little change on SpaceX right now, but I guess at least it's not under pressure for those who are bullish. We had a bunch of analysts initiate coverage this week. Your thoughts as you set up the example trade?
Yeah, a lot of those sell-side analysts, have buy ratings on them. I only saw a couple neutrals. I didn't really see any sells. I think one of the, Morgan Stanley, Adam Jonas, he's pretty widely, followed in this space, and he covered Tesla for many years. And he basically said, hey, there's a lot of stuff that they want to do that, doesn't create any revenue at all, and maybe it never will. But then, you look at the multiple that's on this, this stock. Now it's pulled back basically to the opening price, which is $150 a share. It's still above that IPO price of $135 a share. So it's sold off pretty steeply. But this is going to be one of those bifurcating names in this space until, you've got that probably premium from Elon Musk being into it, and the fact that, hey, he doesn't really have a competitor at this point, even though Blue Origin said they're going to start to try to raise some money soon and quickly to try to compete with them. But this is about having that network of satellites right now, and that's a revenue generation at this point. So you got to take that into context. This thing is going to be volatile. So I looked at a strategy that says, hey, if you missed the IPO, or maybe you want to buy the shares at a lower price, and if it doesn't go lower, you just get to keep, a pretty hefty credit because implied volatility levels pretty elevated in this name. Kind of follows that same strategy that.
We nailed the bottom on this trade. On the SPY and the SPX, we had the triple bottom here on the SPY. So I'm back to a little bit above green on it. I was red. And then my SPX, if I'd have held that, I'd be $1,400 richer. 74.55s. It's really not that dirty of a chart. Coming down it was, but going back up it's real clean. It's hitting all my trend lines, everything. We're at 22.10. I'm out of them. I'm not in them.
Or near the original IPO price, which, by the way, the stock has never really traded at once it opened. So this is a way to trade this name without buying the stock. There's no dividend yet, so you don't have to worry about missing out on the dividend. But like I said, if it doesn't get down to 140, you keep the credit. If it gets down there, you buy it at 135.20 because of the credit, Tom. It's another way to look at how to accumulate stock, Tom. And it collects theta along the way.
Yep, about a 64% probability of finishing out of the money on that short 140 strike put. And as I said, you got to be comfortable owning the shares on doing a strategy like this because it's capital intensive on that. But as we said, if you put a 135.20 bid in on this stock, you might not ever get filled. This allows you to potentially purchase stock if you get assigned, but you do have that risk. So there you go, Diane, neutral to bullish. Cash secured put here in SpaceX if you're willing to buy the shares if it continues to fall.
And Tom, to round out our conversation, really quickly, a final thought from you. How much do the Fed minutes matter today in the context of the geopolitical risk that we're facing?
I think it matters a lot because Kevin Warsh basically came out and pivoted from a lot of the stuff that the Fed was doing when Fed Chair Powell was in charge, right? He doesn't want to give guidance along those lines. So watch and a lot of the red lines and some of the discussions, see if there was any battles between some of the presidents and governors.
All right, good stuff. That's going to do it for us today on Fast Market. I'm Diane King Hall alongside Tom White and Kevin Hayes. Download the Schwab Network app. It's in the App Store. Tune in 24/7 on schwabnetwork.com. You've got Next Gen Investing coming up.
Data and market moving analysis. Schwab Network connects the headlines to the why in real time. Watch free 24/7 at schwabnetwork.com.
So what is unique about Schwab Coaching is the community.
There's a lot of energy, like-minded people are learning with you.
You can just see and feel all the excitement around getting to learn a new topic.
Some of you want to get everything face to face with you and 400 or 500 of your closest friends.
Some clients like to be in the privacy of their own home on an online workshop, but still having that live interaction with the coach.
As I'm talking, questions are coming in from that live audience, and they help me fill in those gaps as an educator.
People learn differently, but all those ways we actually teach it all come back to the point of making a difference and helping you make progress.
And so that means not just giving you theory, it means giving you the practical implementation.
Where in the heck did I put my...
using our platforms.
So we want it to be fun, we want it to be informative, and most of all, we want you to walk away with a skill set and independently be successful in achieving your goals.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy.
From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered.
Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute.
With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable traders, and trusted financial journalists, streaming live and on demand.
Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. schwabnetwork.com.
Real-time access, data-driven analysis, from U.S. equities to global macro matters. Schwab Network connects the dots. Watch live, subscribe free at schwabnetwork.com.
Welcome to Next Gen Investing, and of course, happy Wednesday. I'm Jenny Horn alongside Alex Coffey, and we check out on markets here that have been pretty persistently lower throughout today's session, driven, of course, by the U.S. indexes slumping overnight while volatility did spike, as well as crude oil and the government bond yields, while President Trump warned that more strikes on Iran will continue after saying the peace deal was signed in June is over. So that, of course, has been read through these markets, but energy has been a standout of today's session, Alex. I will say some modest performance from, say, the NASDAQ is basically unchanged. The S&Ps are down 0.4%. But the Dow down 1.2%, and they're also down another 1.1%. I do think shows right now this further rotation will also not really any participation from our Max 7. The only name higher is actually NVIDIA and Apple. So two names that are not too bad to be higher, of course, on the session.
Well, we've talked about the importance of semis for this marketplace, and today is no exception. Right now, we're down about 33 points in the S&P 500. As you mentioned, about 4.5% Well, the semiconductor industry group is contributing 28 points worth of upside. So we would basically be down 60 points in the S&P 500 or 80 basis points if the semiconductors weren't involved. And so it's an interesting day. 80% of stocks are down, but the small pocket of names that are doing okay are the AI infrastructure names, which have been dragging. And so it's a little bit of a bounce back and a reprieve and arguably the most important parts of the market, but nothing else is working.
Yeah, it's true. And I will say that the dollar is standing out today, the volatility another standout, but crude oil, of course, a notable move to the upside in the futures products. We will discuss that a bit more later on throughout our show. We will be looking at Occidental later on, but we will start off with some of these key movers that are not so much energy focused, but a bit more of the analyst calls and just overall volatility that we're seeing play out here in real time. And so starting off our discussion today with a look at Lemonade, which is down about 8.5%, 8.6%, but has at least come off of session lows here in real time following a downgrade from Morgan Stanley, saying that the recent share price rally has been largely priced into now their growth and earnings outlook, leaving limited room for additional upside without any new catalysts. They also went on to say the technology-driven growth and underwriting momentum leave it well positioned to achieve net income profitability.
Still looks good.
By at least the end of 2027, we're forecasting gross written premium growth of 35% in this fiscal year, 30% in fiscal 2027.
Lemonade price target $48. Golly, that's a $30 dip.
Over the course of July thus far, we're up about 9%. But we also did actually see another note today out of Keefe, Bruyette & Woods. They maintained an underperform rating while raising their price target to 48, which is, I mean, we'd nearly be cut in half at these current levels, or a third basically. But nonetheless, a pretty substantial pullback on some more downbeat analyst commentary today, Alex.
Yeah, the KBW note is pretty bearish on this stock, $48 price target, but they're not alone. This is actually a pretty mixed analyst sentiment. Not a ton of analysts follow it.
I'm going to go out and
11 analysts that I'm seeing. I see 5 holds, 3
bag
buys,
some
3
trash
sells. So
in my car.
Really split. Average price target is 62. But if you were to look at sort of the median price target, you're looking around the same, so 62. So applies about, let's call it 10% of downside from here. Not often in a marketplace one that we've been in, do you have analyst price targets, average and median, that are below the current share price, especially for names that have kind of underperformed. Now, that would be a stretch for this stock. It is still up 66% over the last year, but it's down about 7% over the last 6 months as it peaked out just below $100 a share. Pretty, steep decline here today, but perhaps catching some buyers at a place that would make sense, where it peaked out last time around $70 per share. So I would say pretty important support zone for buyers to step in. So far they have. but this stock that's been on a nice tear for about a week and a half.
Yeah, that's a good point too. And I mean, we've seen a bit more of the unfavorability trickle into these insurance names that saw, I mean, like a huge year last year into the beginning of this year. We've seen a bit of a pause on that, which has been interesting and not necessarily just felt by a name like Lemonade. But now to shift into a name that is winning on today's session, that is Alibaba, which right now is pacing for its largest percentage increase since August of 2025, so up nearly 11%. Partially due, there's several factors here at play, but Alibaba, as well as other companies like ByteDance, DeepSeek, could receive permission from China to purchase a limited volume of NVIDIA's H200 chips to help offset a shortage due to the increasing demand for AI chips, according to reports we got earlier today from The Information. Now, the Chinese government plans to allow some of the biggest AI companies to utilize the processor solely for model training on a public data rather than sensitive customer information data. And Chinese authorities are still finalizing that precise allocation, which may be total fewer than roughly 200,000 chips.
They raised the price target to 48.
But seeing some strength today in a lot.
They didn't lower it, they raised it. Now what's this? Okay, Lemonade shares rally leaves limited upside without new catalyst, Morgan Stanley says. Keefe, Bruyette, and Woods maintains outperform on Lemonade, raises price target to 48. Lemonade shares are trading lower after Morgan Stanley downgrades the stock from overweight to equal weight rating and maintained its price target of $75. Now, what the fuck's wrong with it? 75? One says 48. One downgrades it, one says hold.
Neutral note on like some of the persistent tailwinds and headwinds right now that are factored into Alibaba shares. But I think that the more significant headline here is obviously the fact that
Baba.
Some developments out of China. What will that look like? We're not entirely sure yet, but it does seem like that's where the boom really is focused.
Yeah, overwhelmingly bullish amongst analysts, 94% analysts, so 47 out of 50. Average price target, 184.72. Just way up there. So a stock that based off of that has a return potential of almost 70%. You know, these stocks that are, you know, these international names have done largely pretty well with the exception of the ones in China. And Alibaba has certainly struggled. I didn't even realize it broke through 100, trading down to 90, below 92 just like a week and a half ago. So trying to make a comeback, but you know, you can make the case based off of some of the, you know, the general price action that this stock needs to probably get into the 120s to comfortably break this downtrend. So for now, even with a big move of 11% today, still very much arguably in you know, kind of bear market rally territory and sort of a counter trend rally.
Yeah, and I think it's a good point, and we don't discuss a lot of these ADRs often, but they've definitely been in the headlines as we see some further developments with like DeepSeek and NVIDIA, and of course that very critical relationship between the U.S. and China, and what could be some exports. We will not, I'm sure, see developments as they come out, but we haven't really gotten still much clarity on that front, but basically a net positive for NVIDIA that is not factoring any of that revenue into, of course, its fiscal year. But now our next name today here, Palo Alto Networks, which, I mean, we've seen some interesting things from software names. Palo Alto Networks is not an exception to that. We're down 5% today. We have now contracted about 13% from the recent high that was made, I mean, just last week, or actually, excuse me, earlier this week, I believe, $368 a share. And we've fallen substantially from that. So we're down about 8% on the week now. Today's move, obviously, not aiding things. Still up, though, 74% this year. And seeing some just more caution from the sell side today, as we did see Evercore ISI adjust their price target to 320, which is basically right in line with where we're trading from 375, while also maintaining an outperform rating. So it's still been a name that does garner a lot of favorability amongst analysts. Like just yesterday, we got Needham actually raising its price target to 425. from 350. But it's interesting because we talked about a lot about like the SaaS apocalypse. This name was not really caught up in that, but has seen again this pretty substantial pullback in just the last several sessions.
Yeah, the only names that seemingly have been kind of immune to some of that software uncertainty have been the big players in cybersecurity, but they're volatile, and just like they move up with volatility, they can move down quickly as well. I think bulls in this name from a technical basis would like to see buyers at the latest to maintain this most recent breakout kind of run, step in between about 300 and 310. So 307 is the 1 month EMA. The breakout point was sort of in the 303-ish, 304-ish range. So somewhere around there would be a pretty reasonable estimation of what a support level could be. But I mean, that's still, I mean, if you say 305 just to make things easier here, we're talking 4 or 5% still. So stock that certainly can move and is doing so today.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And I mean, yeah, seeing some downward pressure today, but has been at least able still to churn out a really nice positive return on a 52-week basis, as we're still up about 57% roughly over the last 12 months or so. Now, another name that is having actually a really nice move today is Broadcom, which has only seen that move strengthen throughout today's session. We opened about 4% higher, we're now about 6.2%. And this follows, again, the volatility that has been the week that has already occurred for Broadcom. We initially saw a nice pop on Monday. We gave back some of that strength yesterday, modestly so, and now up again today, now gaining about 9% just over the last 3 sessions or so, on some further developments with Apple, as Apple announced plans to invest more than $30 billion in an extended partnership with Broadcom to produce its custom chips. So this new agreement is the largest so far under Apple's American manufacturing program, which enables Broadcom to expand and modernize its manufacturing facilities in Fort Collins, Colorado, with roughly $1.5 billion in CapEx investments. This will lead to the production of more than 15 billion US-made chips. But what this is really about, it's not so much about like Apple's A or M series processors. Broadcom will now be manufacturing some of the critical wireless and connectivity components across Apple's ecosystems, like their advanced radio frequency components that are used in things like their iPhones, iPads, Macs. But why this is bullish for Broadcom is Apple is one of Broadcom's largest customers, making up about 20% of its overall revenue. The deal does provide now years of visibility into this and reinforces Broadcom as a key supplier of these custom silicone solutions. Apple also does continue to show some favorability with this news. I know we're not seeing that price performance today, but they continue to build out a more resilient supply chain domestically, and reducing their dependence on a lot of these overseas manufacturers is critical for some of these connectivity components. That being said, the muted reaction today might be because Broadcom had already disclosed, I mean, that they would be supplying Apple with their ASICs through 2031 Monday. So, I mean, it's not necessarily a hugely shocking development, but positive commentary out of Tim Cook, and this is really, I would say, a visibility win for Broadcom. For Apple, again, it's a domestic manufacturing win.
Yeah, I think one of the things that came out of that story when it first broke, before we got the details, was this thought that this might be the beginning of a major ramp up in CapEx from Apple. And that still may be the case, but a $30 billion expansion over 5 years isn't going to change the dynamics from a free cash flow standpoint from Apple. And it really isn't going to change their ability to do these shareholder-friendly activities like increasing dividends
I left that on there.
like they have, over the last several years. And so,
bad idea.
if those financial reasons for Apple's performance can continue, they can secure this much-needed, access
Triple
to these
top.
component parts, which they would.
We got a triple top. So this is do or die. Do or die on the SPY. Do or die on the SPY. Washboardjim.
Anything in between. Think I'm gonna be sick. We have to buy that now. Schwab.
Invest your way with Schwab.
Whether you're a bull or a bear, you'll want to catch the latest market action on Morning Movers with me, Diane King Hall, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, only on Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's now time for the Chart Master, and we are looking at two very different types of retailers as far as pricing and scale. And we're looking at Dollar Tree as well as RH, so two different really spending spectrums from both of these names. Of course, Dollar Tree being more that discounter, RH being more luxury. But to discuss more on some of the analyst coverage we've gotten today, which I will say was pretty positive, is Rich Ducat, of course, our Chart Master. Now, both of these names kind of unimpressive on a year-to-date basis, but very different paths to get there. And so we'll start off with Dollar Tree here, which is seeing about 0.8% upside today.
Yeah, some swings in this chart as well. Not too long ago, we were at our very close to our 52-week lows here. From there, we have risen about 46% off of those lows near the 85, 86 area here. From there, you could say that we have this white trend line here giving us this upward trajectory. You could also couple it with this boundary line on the upside to give us a rising wedge type shape. More recently, though, our blue trend line here was much steeper and sharper, but it does seem to have been broken at this point. So a bit of a question mark now as we assess the current lay of the land here. So horizontal levels to consider. We had some highs here near about 126, 127 from a couple sessions ago. We also have a notable spike here near 139. And that would be a bit further down the road, perhaps though a bit far off for now. But to the downside, 116, old lows, consolidation and chop here, and then became subsequent highs. And then we topped out there several times before another breakout. So that stands out, that area near 116 potentially. Beyond that, 106, the low point after a gap to the upside, and then our subsequent lows also line up there as well. Pretty common for this to develop here, and a notable old price point becomes a support or resistance area down the road. That's something that we can see illustrated there. In this case as well, our moving average picture shows our 5-day EMA in dark blue comes in near 122.
Rising wage.
That's around where we hit our lows of the day so far. Further down, though, we have more of a confluence here. Our 21-day EMA in teal, 116.86, lines up fairly closely with our trend line in this case. So that presents a boundary here that you could use as a supportive area if you had more of a bullish outlook, or as a breakdown point if you were looking for further declines. RSI is also an interesting situation here as well, because we have a bit of bearish divergence. We can see that price was making higher closes. Meanwhile, RSI was trending lower here. So this is a bit of a mismatch between price and momentum. This does not necessarily mean there's an impending collapse coming. Rather, it just shows that the pace of gains is starting to slow down. We're not really seeing the same level of vigor in the price activity as we are versus the change of the rate of change for the price here. We do have an upward sloping green trend line as well, but watch out to see if that does get broken in the coming days. Finally, when we look at our volume profile study, we can see that there's a few distinct nodes to consider. The one in which we find ourselves now, 121 to 125, is characterized by this small spike on our blue histogram here, our volume profile, this graph on the right side of our screen. To the upside further, 130 to 133 is another area of interest from a heavy trading perspective. But the heaviest area of all is in this area here, 106 to about 116. This also includes our point of control here near about 113.66. So this would be a notable area of potential support if we were to start moving lower, where the bulls might be able to find a foothold.
Yeah, and I mean, hopefully we start to see that foothold really take place. Of course, today making a positive move despite the overall market not really contributing a whole lot. And so part of this was tied to a note that we did see that was not necessarily as optimistic as today's moves would tell you, because it was basically a call to a more neutral stance. But nonetheless, they looking to lean into some further improvement from here for Dollar Tree.
Yeah, kind of blending those two things. So neutral to bullish, short put vertical below the market. In this case for Dollar Tree, we're going out to the August 21st expiration. So a little bit more time, about a month and a half away. And with that, selling the 115, 110, looking to collect around $1.25. If you can get that $1.25, it would create a 3-to-1 risk reward, where you risk $375 per spread with a chance to make $125. Break even in this case would be $113.75. It has that elongated Z risk profile that we're used to seeing with these neutral to bullish short credit spreads here. And with that, Jenny, it allows for this stock to just go sideways, act neutrally, or if it continues to move higher, that can be beneficial as well. But break even 113.75 for this example, chance to make 125.
Okay, and so now to shift entirely to a completely different spectrum in the world of retail, which is everything RH. So very different types of consumers, very different types of companies, frankly, as far as like margins are concerned. My favorite fact is I think that their most expensive item retails for like $80,000. It's a chandelier. So very different than a dollar store, of course, but has also seen no benefit from this, I mean, supposed K-shaped economies. This is like tried and true luxury. And we are seeing, at least right now, Raymond James Goldman Sachs coming off of a sell rating to neutral. So not favorable by any means, but at least not bearish.
I would only spend $70,000 on a chandelier personally, but just kidding. So anyway, we can see here kind of a similar movement off of our lows, 49% once again, this low point that we saw here near 106. In this case, we have a rising wedge type shape here with our two boundary lines converging toward each other, but both pointing upward. So if we look at some of our horizontal levels next,
next to my next resistance
here near 172. We also have what looks like it could be a resistance zone, 183 to 190. The high before a gap to the upside, and then the lows match up with a previous peak here. So if we were to project those forward, it would give us this area of interest here to the upside, 183 to 190 once again. So today our lows came in right at aligning with our previous relative lows near about 154. A bit further down near 135, we have an old high matching up with a subsequent low once again. So old support can often become new resistance down the road and vice versa. So in this case next, when we think about our moving averages, to the upside, we have our orange 251-day EMA representing 1 year of trading activity, 251 trading days in a typical year. 177 is where that indicator comes in. So that would represent resistance if we were to break up to the upside from our wedge shape here. For now, though, we have fallen below our 5-day EMA in dark blue that comes in a bit below 163. We have managed to hold on at our teal 21-day EMA representing 1 month. So 156 is where that particular indicator comes in. We also have our gold quarterly 63 EMA here that comes in around 149. So our moving averages all kind of give us some pretty nearby boundaries to consider here. The quarterly EMA.
Well, we just hit my last resistance. Well, we hit my last resistance. 745.70. Will it retest the 9? Don't ever use ammonia to clean your tinted windows. You might get a shine you might not like. It's going to cost me about $500 to replace them. Don't use ammonia to clean your tinted windows, because the metal particles will tear it apart. Just don't touch touch my dirty windows. I can't believe I got to go out to spend $500 cleaning up my, cause I cleaned my windows. Today I found out that my tent and my car windows were dyed. No one ever told me not to clean it with pneumonia. I woke up the next morning. I was, what the fuck? Who put all these nicks in my tinted windows? I can't see out and drive at all. Who's the idiot that washed my tinted windows with ammonia? That 745/70 is going to be a very hard resistance to break. If we do, well, the triple top broke out to a number 4. If you can count to 4, you just might make a little bit more. Thank you very much. There it is. 745/70. 745/70. Will it break? Well, if you listen to the TV, you think we'd have some market crash? If you listen to the propaganda, you better hold on to your stash. The world's coming to an end. Whoa. There, we broke it. Ton of a bucket. That makes me very vulnerable. Oh my gosh. 3270? Are you... Ugh. Randy. They went to 3270. Well, the calls that I called out went up $3,000. The calls I called out went up $3,000. I scalped them for a few hundred. Actually, more than that. About 1,400. Okay. Good job, team. Good job. The singing day trader. So I don't know how he does it, but he did it. I'm getting a little annoyed with Trump. I appreciate the border, the closing of the border. And I appreciate him stopping all them wars, but all them genocides. Well, I wish I was still in that sucker. This is accidental put OXYs in the news.
Entire sector sort of popped and has dropped a little bit here intraday. Is this just the market, in your mind, looking through these risks?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the oil backdrop has been volatile. I don't need to tell you all that, but you know, as we see it trading kind of mid 70s, specifically oxy or crude, I should say, mid 70s. After that rally sharply because of those tensions and the concerns around the Strait of Hormuz, I mean, we've continued to watch since late February. The major concerns, we're now kind of in an area where I think investors are largely just kind of looking past some of the big headline stories and waiting to see whether some of these major concerns around potential supply disruptions really come into play. In the meantime, we're just watching a little bit of volatility around it.
Okay, and so the volatility that, of course, is around Occidental today, we have seen it pull back a bit here, but I mean, as far as like expectations for the back half of this year, I feel like it's impossible to gauge, I mean, what energy prices will look like from a trading or investing standpoint, but also what, of course, then subsequently gas prices will look like. And so with such an uncertainty coming from the administration and coming, of course, from the Middle East, I mean, then predicting or sort of gauging where some names like Occidental specifically will go, I mean, that seems nearly impossible right now.
It certainly is, and I think that that's where the importance of a note like what we saw out of Evercore today comes into play, right? If you want to be able to trade a company like Occidental directly off what's happening with oil prices and not have to worry about some of the external factors, then you're going to want to point out different things like what we're seeing. Some of that is the capital efficiency. Again, if we look back in 2025, the company was certainly producing more while spending less. They had record productions, 1.43 billion barrels a day, million barrels a day, excuse me. That came in above guidance. They were spending less money. Operating expenses were down. They reduced that by about 275 million. So investors are
we just now hit the resistance channel.
How can I most purely...
SPY just now hit my resistance channel from this morning. SPY just now hit my resistance channel from this morning. SPY just hit my resistance channel from this morning. The SPY has hit my resistance channel from this morning. Okay, well, I'll put this thing up. Before I end up writing another song. Meta breakout.
Very basic building blocks. What AI is allowing most trades businesses to do, and most trades businesses employ 100 employees or fewer, it's allowing them to deploy digital workforces in areas like accounting, finance, marketing, sales, project management, areas that these businesses could not otherwise afford to hire full-time human workers. So what we're seeing is for the first time, wholesale industries like electricians, like plumbers, like HVAC, like facility managers, now employing digital workforces that are managed by human workers.
Okay, so I guess that kind of pushes back on the initial thought of
there
maybe
it
what
is.
this topic
Could see
might
it.
have, led people to think, which is we're automating everything and no job is safe. It doesn't sound like you're saying that, at least not yet. You're more saying, hey, we're automating something that these businesses were struggling to do to begin with. So is that net outcome allow businesses that you're describing, 100 employees or fewer, particularly in trades, to scale? Or is it just increasing margins?
A little bit of both. So the typical 50 to 100 person trade business runs at very low profit margins. Think 4, 5, 6%. So if these businesses lose 1, 2, 3 of their customers, they're at risk of being insolvent. So they can't afford to make investments in the basic business functions, like I mentioned earlier, of a marketing person or an accounts receivable person. So AI is allowing these digital workers to have a presence in the trades. And that changes their back office and their business functions completely, and it allows their profit margins to go from 5 to upwards of 25%, making them stable, cash-rich, realistic businesses. So that's the first phase of where the AI benefit is hitting the commercial trades.
Okay, then as far as that next phase, I mean, I do know that some of the biggest bottlenecks right now could be this operational capacity rather than the technology itself. So where are trade businesses really losing the most productivity today?
Yeah, so trade businesses, it's interesting. When you think about what an electrician or a plumber or an oil field services company, what they do, they're getting the right worker to the right job at the right time with the right skills, the right permits, the right licensing. It is a logistical nightmare, and they're very hard businesses to run.
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care at all. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care what you got to say. Just talk about stocks and chart patterns. I'll say it's okay. Okay. I don't care, I don't care, I don't care. I have no clue what that guy's been talking about for the last 10 minutes. I'm sitting here listening to a word he's saying. I don't care. Well, I'm going to get some tinted windows in my car. I think I done a tinted window on my old hippie van I had back in the 70s, early 80s. Yeah, I sure did. SPY just pulled back to the 100 EMA. The SPX has a little more to go. Triple bottom. This is the first support on the SPY. Bouncing off the 100 EMA. Randy says, Jim, you're such a fine guitar player. My wife sits back here all day on the couch and fans her face as she listens to you play guitar. Sorry, honey, but you're married to Randy. Can't take him away from her. For I'm Washboardjim, the singing day trader, singing day trader. Well, if you sat here for 22 years every single day, you'd be going crazy too. So I traded this market for 22 years. And only took 5 volumes. Marley, I'll give you $5,000 if you show me your breast. Just show them to me. I won't touch them or nothing. $5,000. And only want 10 seconds. Oh yeah, I'm always scooting around different time frames. You gotta skip around them time frames. It's like the IWM, I used the 5 minute. We hit the 200 on the 5 minute this morning. I called the pullback. Now we're back up here again. You say that when the market's pulling back. Well, I got 7 more minutes till the worst hour of my life. Put this guitar up. Guy here. Where did I see that? This Oh, that's so funny. It reminds me of going to the mall a couple weeks ago. Man, I really dressed up swag, and I couldn't believe the looks I got. I think we're going to wait for this here triple bottom down here off the 200. Set my alerts properly. And that still give me plenty of time.
Actually, in the broader AI infrastructure, just again making a nice move today. Now closing out the show with still all four of our major averages firmly in red. We get Fed minutes in about 4 minutes from now, so we'll keep those on your radar, but the watch list is coming up next.
A little improvement. Didi. Didi.
Checking. The checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash-related solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy.
From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered.
Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute.
With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data,
SPX at the 200 here. What? How did I miss that?
live and on demand.
Schwab Network, streaming 24/7.
I don't have the 200 over here.
Anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com.
Oh, shit.
Mom, when my grandparents moved here,
I don't want to listen about your grandparents. I missed that. I should have watched. Should have seen. I didn't see it. I didn't see that. SPX. I think I'd have took that trade. Maybe. God, these things are $2,300. Unbelievable. Yeah, bounce. Oh, shit. Gotta be out of that trade right there. Triple top. Well. Ah, look at that. Missed that sucker. Right off the 200 EMA. I'm annoyed. Is anybody in here watch any cops or anything like that on YouTube? Them women, man, they can get crazy. A lot more, men are a lot more conditioned than women, I'll tell you that.
I'm just reading off some of the leaders. Valero, Casey's, that's oil, and that's shopping, right? They're not all tech there. Target and Texas Instruments, those are some of the winners. We look at the broad base, the Mag 7, and Mag 7 looks mostly higher across the board. We take a look at the futures products. Gold is down $75. Oil's up $3.22, so oil's been gaining more than 4%. The VIX is also higher today, and the 10-year bond yield at the highest in a month. Bitcoin pulls back 2.5%. So I'm looking at some of the headlines that are crossing now, and a few of the committee members did see a case for raising rates at the June meeting. We know that 9 of the 18 committee members have been sort of partial to hiking rates between now and the end of the year, but some even thought it should have happened already. We're getting these minutes in, and we're going to break them down right now. Breaking news with Diane King Hall. Market moves here as we take a look at these. I'm watching right now. I'm not seeing the market. I do see the S&P. Look, markets are improving a tiny bit as these are crossing at this moment. What were you seeing as you're looking at it?
I think part of what we're seeing is better than feared in terms of the, what we were expecting to come out of this. We did know that there was a heightened view on inflation based on the statement that was released after the minutes. We have a fuller picture now with the minutes coming out And as you mentioned, a few did see the case for actually raising rates in June. As we know, that didn't occur. They held steady. There was no consensus that another hike is needed immediately. So it shows that there was still division among the
Still
ranks.
on
So
this
we can
hike
kind of see
stuff.
that even without
I don't even think it's an issue. I don't know why they keep bringing it up. I guess they ain't got nothing else better to talk about than same shit every day. CRWD, one day triple bottom, slanted downward. And we got China. Oh, looking positive. Fed minutes, officials saw labor market remaining stable near term. Inflation. Group officials said cooler inflation could allow for flat or lower rates. Double topping now. Might be doing another breakout. I'm not in it. I'm waiting.
Guess what?
What? So they're pumping Google again. We did pull back to my support level. I did call this support. And we went below it the last 3 weeks. We're now at the 9, but the pullback I called to the 3 white soldiers. I mean, that's a pretty chart, pullback chart. That's just perfect. Google. And I see it at a better discount. I mean, stocks are just so high.
In our tech spotlight, joining me right now, Dave Allison, President of Wealth Management at Prosperity Capital Advisors. So glad you are with us. So you say, is it still a buy? And you say, yes, Google, Alphabet, still a buy. Why is that?
Well, I think it's a great company. I mean, if you look at the fundamentals, everything is online. I think it certainly has taken a step back recently, but if we look at where Google was a year ago, you know, the headlines were all AI is going to kill search, right? And now I think the headlines are more Google has the potential to win.
321,
AI.
buddy.
Think about the stack that Google has: models, chips, infrastructure, distribution. All things lead to a potentially, you know, quite lucrative potential future for Google when we think about this AI race.
So the stack is clearly a winner in your mind. I mean, right now the stock's been down about 2% here. The upside potential for something like this, because you said the valuation currently is reasonable, not cheap, but there is upside potential for it.
Randy, you here? Okay, time for a lesson. Time for a lesson. Everybody pay attention. When I was 5 years old, I thought about getting a transition operation so I can grow bigger titties. My dick was too big for my diapers, so I was really kind of compressed. I had a hard time walking. Some called me a three-legged idiot. Oh, no, sorry. The lesson. I've come to this conclusion about 2 to 3 times a year sometimes. Every quarter. I like to pull up the yearly and the weekly time frame, Randy. The yearly and the daily and the weekly time frame. I've gave this speech before in this room a couple times a year. So as we look at the chart, we set up the daily here on Google or on any ticker. I want you to go through your tickers and look at the daily, the weekly, and the 4-hour time frame as we are pulling back to find solid supports. Write it down. The 200 EMA or the 100 EMA, the 200 EMA, and the 200 SMA. I want you to pull up the daily and the weekly and the 4-hour time frame and start looking for supports and keep an eye on the 100 and the 200 EMA and the 200 SMA for solid supports. And you'll be able to go long in this correction. And we might not see it until September. So we still got to keep on our toes and play this volatility. And second guess every trade you take. Last time I called the 200, we had a hell of a bounce. So I'm going to clean this chart up. I'm going to show you a trick. I'm going to take a Fibonacci and go to the top up there and go back down here to the bottom of that 200 right there. We've pulled back to the first support and the second one, which is the 50% pullback on this run. 50% solid support. Boom, back to the 50 SMA for resistance. So 50% pullback is what I call out on a breakout parabolic run. 50% pullback. Strong buy at the 62% pullback. And right now we're sitting at the 38% pullback. So that does, and it's an inverse head and shoulders off the 63. That's Google. So could have took that off the 100. RITM. So RITM's under all the moving averages. So we got to break the 50 or we got to break the 100. 970. And we've consolidated this support level for almost 2 months. And it's a wedge. It's a wedge. Snake breakout pullback wedge. So that's very bearish, but could be a bottom. Let me think of another one. Boeing's probably up above the 200. Now today we had a pullback. Nice. We had 3 white soldiers and a pullback to the 50. Still your 200s and your 100 could be your solid support. So we're pulling back we're getting close. We're getting close. Bank of America. Way overbought. Still bullish. No, I would not buy it here. Tesla. Last time I called this out at the bottom. So we got the 100. It said an alert right above the 100 for Tesla. That's the 100 and the 200s right here. These will be a strong buy. Probably that one right there if it got down to 300 again, 308. And I think that's where I had it last time. 307, 310, 308. Tesla. Somebody give me a ticker. Someone give me a ticker. Netflix. We're at the 200 right now. So Randy, this is what I'm talking about. I'll look at Marvell in a second. So we're at the 200. We bounced off the 200 over here. This is on the weekly, so this is definitely a long. I mean, this looks nice. Netflix looks real nice. For a long, I'd see if it pulls back a little bit and buy the dip, little dip, but man, that thing looks beauty. It really does. Marvell. Here, I'm going to put this in another room. I'll give us to Vegas. What was I doing? Now I forgot what I was going to do. Oh, I'm looking at... I fell in love with this chart. Okay, Oracle. ORCL. Now see, here's Oracle. Oracle's same setup. We got a nice setup on Oracle here. We're below the 200. We're just barely below the 200. So this is how I'd take this trade. I'd set an alert right at the 200 for resistance to break. You don't always have to buy its support. Oh, I didn't put the right resistance on there. Intap. Is that a beer? Oh, God. What's going on here? Says it has something to do with Seagate. They got a $180 price target in tap. Partnership to deliver enterprise data. Block storage solutions within the shared service platform. And Western Digital stock rises 8%. That's definitely bullish. Let's go to the daily. I'm gonna say, I like it down here at the bottom of the gap. Right off that 50 SMA. They got a 180 price target on it. And your first support's going to be this double bottom. Double bottom. So I'm going to wait for a pullback. TSCO. Oh. Evercore Tractor Supply. Lowers price target to $40. Earnings have been flat forever. I like Tractor Supply. So when's second quarter earnings for Tractor? TSCO. They're on the 23rd. July. Yeah, man, I tell you, I like his support level on this sucker. Ah! Okay, P-Lab. P-Lab. We got this previous resistance right here. So we're going to call this the shoulder line off the 200 EMA. So I'm going to draw a trend line straight across. And that's going to be your entry idea at $25. And your alert, I'm going to set the alert right above the 200 EMA on the weekly time frame. And type in 200 EMA on weekly. I like this setup. Also, coming up, Phototronics, class action, okay. Faces, okay, this ain't good. Phototronics, P-Lab faces security class action amid IC reality that wiped out 1.1 billion of market capitalization. I don't know about this. The semiconductor chip company lower report suggested that OpenAI may delay its IPO. Okay. This one seems like it's riddled with too much controversy. Phototronics shares fall following fiscal quarter miss, weak fiscal quarter guidance. So I take it off my watch list or just set an alert and scalp it and day trade it. If it goes down to the 200 at $25. You know, and when I chart these out, come back to me and tell me if I was right or wrong. And I can figure out what. Tesla, another knifey. So on SPX, prepare ye in the name of the Lord. Double bottom. I'm gonna get new tint on my windows. Did anybody know that that only lasts like 7 years? It's funny, I got to thinking this morning about what the parking lots looked like back in the 70s compared to what they look like today. You get like these gray, white cars filling the parking lot. Back then, I mean, every color in the book was on the parking lot, from bright yellow to black, pink, yellow, green, blue, whatever. Funny seeing a bunch of Pintos in a parking lot, a Walmart parking lot.
What are you watching?
Today's a very interesting day.
It is interesting.
Even though the overall S&P is heavy, it's significantly off of its lows. And why? Information technology. These companies within this such a heavily weighted sector. There's only 2 sectors, Nicole, right now that are higher on the day. That's information technology and, of course, energy. Everything else is down. Consumer staples was higher earlier in the day, but even that's starting to drift down. You've got crude oil.
As you noted, the S&P is down 1/3 of 1% right now, but you know that's the trend right now, with some down arrows. Kevin Hinks, thank you. Time for our ETF watch list segment. Joining me right now, Ethan Powell, Principal and CIO at Brookmont Capital Management, and issuer of the Brookmont
QXO.
ETF. One of its kind, where you have a lot of proprietary data, which helps you to create this portfolio, run this portfolio, and the concern here is wildfires and more. You noted in Colorado and New Mexico, we have wildfires right now. Why does something like that matter for this kind of fund?
Well, it's interesting. You've been talking with your guests about rate risks in the Fed, oil risks in the Middle East. And, with a catastrophic bond fund, you don't have to worry about credit risk, corporate credit risk, sovereign credit risk, macro risk, because really what you're assuming is tail risk associated with insurer and reinsurers that are issuing these bankruptcy remote bonds that help them protect against 100 or 500 year type flood. So it truly is
that
a
or
catastrophe.
16.
It's not just something bad happens and you get impaired. As it relates to wildfires, it's really interesting. There was $4 billion last year of new issuance of cat bonds related to wildfires. And part of what's driving that is increasing adoption in AI. Those tools are allowing insurers and reinsurers and the market.
Stop electing Democrats and the damn world won't burn down. We had Maui burned down. We had the Palestinians burned down under Biden's watch. My hometown was burnt down. Maui. I'm so pissed off about that. They just watched it burn down.
In the town, it takes up the electricity and the water in the town. I don't know if that makes a city more prone to walk.
I've seen days a whole lot worse. I've seen times a whole lot worse. That put a bad. I got a bad score with that. Burning down Maui like that. Aloha, aloha, it's my town. Maui, Hawaii, aloha. Nothing better than a Hawaiian chick watching the sunset. So yeah, I don't want to hear about fires. Get rid of this idiot.
The asset class relative to other traditional financial asset classes, the diversification's off the charts, and that's ultimately how you can generate some alpha.
I was looking at Chubb, Travelers, those kinds of insurance stocks are at 52-week highs. You noted a number of $4 billion for catastrophe bond issuance tied to wildfire risks, reached $4 billion in 2025. That was a record. And so there's growing demand for insurance-linked protection. That was last year, $4 billion. I know we're halfway through. I don't know if you can use the halfway point to determine whether or not we'll be more than $4 billion this year, and maybe your crystal globe to tell us about 2027. Are you expecting a record year again this year and or next year?
Nicole, we are. We've hit new records sequential years for the last several years. So I would expect 2027 to look very similar. Interestingly, in the first quarter,
we could see 13 too, Randy.
Million of pure wildfire.
We could see 13 also. Well, it's really had a pop in volume in the last 3 months. It's had a huge pop in volume.
Tom White is with me and taking a look at Alibaba, which has been a winner. It's up over 10% today. In fact, it's the biggest percentage increase we've seen since last August 2025. Big moves. I'll see where it is now when you bring it up, see if it's changed some. But share the trades you found as well, Tom.
Yeah, stock spiking here today due to the fact that there was a report that the current quarter that they're in, they don't release earnings until late August. The current quarter that they're in, their cloud computing side of their business is seeing growth rates close to 45%. That's better than what we saw last quarter. This is on a year-over-year basis. Last quarter.
I always wondered what it would be like to be magnificent. To call out every support and resistance. You'd have to be magnificent. Magnificent. Sounds like a prestigious word. You'd have to have your cabinets labeled and not a dirty dish in the sink. Being magnificent. I was magnificent once when I dated a cheerleader. She took me to an orgy. I was only 16. Magnificent. It was magnificent. What would it be to be magnificent? Magnificent. Magnificent. Whoa.
Expanding that partnership with Apple. That's big news. I mean, it's maybe somewhat anticipated.
I didn't eat nothing today, so I will eat when my windows are getting tinted.
Let's hear a little bit about the trade you got.
Yeah, this 5% move to the upside, helping lead in the chip space today. Still off about 21% from those all-time highs that we had at the beginning of June, right before earnings. It popped at $495. So we were still in bear market territory, but seeing a nice pop on the expansion of that partnership with Apple. Remember, Broadcom gets about 20% of their revenue from Apple. All the Bluetooth components within there, the cellular components that are within there. So this expansion, I think, solidifies maybe that supply chain for Apple also. But, Broadcom has contracts with a bunch of chip makers right now trying to make those specialty chips. At this point, they just don't have enough supply to meet the demand. But this is a benefit. They're going to expand their facility in Fort Collins, Colorado, also by about $1.5 billion. And this is equivalent to a partnership that expands to about $30 billion for between the two companies. But we did see some bullish activity, not surprising in this one. But one that stuck out to me today was all the way out in the December monthly option. So about 163 days to expiration. A trader bought over 3,000 of the December 450 strike calls, far out of the money to the upside. Paid an average debit, pretty hefty, $30.50 early on in the session. These continued to move to the upside. So the breaking where this trader starts to profit is above $480.50 over the next 163 days. That's about 20.
Trump. This country is a joke. The whole world is making fun of America and Donald Trump. This country is a joke. The whole world is making fun of America and Donald Trump. This country is a joke. The whole world is making fun of America and Donald Trump. This country is a joke.
And I would say probably 10 years from now, your lips will be bigger than your face. How many operations have you, how many tummy tucks have you had, bitch?
Orders, they did cut prices. Maybe that'll help actual sales, which have been decreasing, especially in their Frito-Lay side of their business. Option market's not priced in a big move in the stock post earnings, only about plus or minus 3% in either direction. But we think somebody's setting up for maybe a surprise to the upside in here as far as unusual option activity. This was out in the September monthly option, so about 72 days to expiration. A trader bought over 4,000 of the September 155 strike calls, so out of the money to the upside. Paid an average debit of about $2.74, so that break even of 157.74 over the next basically 2.5 months is about 9.5% above the current share price. So while it might be an earnings play, they've given themselves some duration on this bullish trade into that earnings report.
All right, Tom White, thank you. And thank you, friends, for joining me right here on the watch list every single day here on Schwab Network at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. To catch you every day at 9 a.m. for opening bell, 2 p.m. for the watch list. I will see you tomorrow. I'm Nicole Petalides. The Dow's down 568. Keep it right here on Schwab Network because Market on Close is next.
They're checking. The checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy.
From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered.
Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute.
With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists. Streaming live and on demand.
Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com.
Right to my next resistance.
Mom, when my grandparents moved here, we would be.
I don't even know if they could envision it to leave everything behind, literally come across the
This is the one with messed up commercials.
totally met what their wishes were. Schwab has been
Strange.
with us
Very strange commercial.
We give my family a happy financial future.
Happy financial future. NVIDIA new high. And we're power hour.
afternoon. It's 3 p.m. on Wall Street, and this is Market on Close. I'm Marley Caden, coming to you live from our Chicago headquarters.
And I'm Sam Vardas, coming to you live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Let's take a look at what is coming up on today's show. We'll take a big picture look at the market and the economy and what to expect for the rest of the year. Then we'll discuss how rising fertilizer costs will impact the price of food and how long potential disruptions could last. And then we'll close out the show with a look back on the first half of the year, potential opportunities created by AI disruption, and an analysis of small cap performance. But for now, Marley, talk us through what you're watching today.
NVIDIA gaining today as it's gaining share in the CPU market thanks to Perplexity AI. The startup says that it plans to use the company's Vera CPUs as the chip giant is now going head-to-head with legacy names like Intel and Advanced Micro Devices. OpenAI, Anthropic, and Oracle also plan to use NVIDIA's CPUs. And Dell moving higher after Evercore ISI upped its price target. The firm maintained its outperform rating, saying that it's gaining confidence in Dell's positioning within the AI infrastructure cycle as increasingly diversified demand continues. And Apple higher on the session as well as it's expanding its partnership with Broadcom with a multi-year deal that's expected to exceed $30 billion. The agreement expects the production of more than $15 billion U.S.-made chips and includes a $1.5 billion expansion of Broadcom's Colorado facility. It's also Apple's largest U.S. manufacturing commitment to date. Lots to get to today, but first let's check in with the markets as we're nearing the end of this trading session here. The Nasdaq has found its way into the green. We're still lower on the S&P, down 1/3% at 74.79, but the Nasdaq just fractionally higher. We're at 29,181. The Dow has moved off of its lows, but we still shed 568 points today. We're at 52,356 right now, and the Russell 2K down about 1% at 29,5364. As we look at how the yields are responding, the 10-year today, we'll see if it's holding firm. It's ticked down just a hair. We're at 452 now. The dollar's at 175. Gold is at 4,097 right now. Crude oil coming off of the session highs that we saw. We're at 73.69, but still up more than 4.5%. And Bitcoin still range bound. We're at 62,335, down about 2.5%. I do want to check in with Sam, though, and see what's sticking out to her on the session. Sam?
Yeah, well, Marley, for a day that's earnings and data light, there's plenty of going on. Energy has been back in the lead again on higher oil as Trump's "it's over" comment reignited that war risk premium. That's hurting consumer-facing names like airlines, rate-sensitive parts of the market, like Home Depot, for instance, under pressure on high yields. But we've seen this story before, and one of my guests pointed out the moves are fairly conservative today. As you said, the Nasdaq has managed to find its footing. Chips have been mostly higher. You mentioned the Broadcom news. We also had this report out from the information earlier about China planning to let its tech firms buy the H200 chip from NVIDIA. Chinese ADRs were already rallying hard before that news. Alibaba making a huge move today. Part of this is said to be in a report about improving e-commerce financials, and memory has been mixed. Not as bad as the South Korean session, though, where the Kospi is in bear market territory. You have this report about Apple also testing Chinese memory right now, which might be feeding into what we're seeing today. But Molly, I'll send things back over to you and Jenny Horn in Chicago for now with some of today's top movers.
Thanks so much, Sam. Yeah, Jenny, let's start with NVIDIA here. I mean, NVIDIA started the session slightly lower. We had this Perplexity headline about its CPUs and gaining some market share in that area. Now we're up about 4% on the day because there's some other headlines here. So, let's break down all the stories causing us to move to the upside.
I know, notable outperformance today from NVIDIA, which is actually probably why we're not seeing some, of the more steeper selling we could be seeing in like the S&P and NASDAQ. But we did see that their Vera CPU got a high-profile customer, as right now their dominance has been previously built on GPUs, but they're trying to prove they can obviously be a major player in CPUs as well. With this deal with Perplexity and their decision to adopt NVIDIA's Vera CPUs, which is one of really the first major public endorsements from a major AI native company. Investors have been looking for that evidence they can expand beyond these accelerators to challenge AMD and Intel in the CPU market. Perplexity executives did say they plan to use NVIDIA's Vera CPUs, and according to Perplexity, Vera performs AI agent and autonomous coding workloads about 1.5 times faster than these traditional CPUs. Now, they did not disclose how many chips they intend to purchase, but the immediate revenue impact is still unknown. But why this is so important, again, is because we've seen NVIDIA selling GPUs while customers pair them with CPUs from AMD or Intel. NVIDIA's attempt to capture a larger share, though, supplies them with both CPU accelerators and the GPU sitting alongside it, creating a more vertically integrated AI system and potentially increasing NVIDIA's revenue per server. So they do estimate their CPU revenue could reach roughly $20 billion this year, and that the long-term total addressable market for CPUs is only growing, and they actually think it could exceed beyond GPUs. Plus, we did get some updates from, of course, Chinese officials that did say to Alibaba, as well as the companies like ByteDance, DeepSeek, they may soon receive permission to purchase some of these NVIDIA's H200 chips, which was reported first by The Information this morning. We know that Dan Ives actually acknowledged this, saying that right now investors are still actually underestimating some of the long-term earnings power of these major chip makers like NVIDIA. He has called this now the third inning of the AI revolution and does expect that we can continue to see memory chip demand only surge in Asia. And obviously, the market reads this as basically nothing but a net win for NVIDIA, which has baked in no really revenue from China, substantially so in the foreseeable future. So it does seem like any development there, well, we get blips and somewhat headlines, I know, sort of randomly. We'll have to actually see that turn into something meaningful. Right now, it does seem still fairly in the preliminary stages.
But still, as you just highlighted, their only potential upside is they've excluded everything to do with China from any of their guidance or projections going forward. So it's a net positive if they get to sell any chips at all to any of these AI companies, as again, the information is reporting. I want to talk about Dell, though, here, too. We've got Evercore ISI with an upgrade. We're up almost 3% for Dell. So take us through this call.
Yeah, Dell having quite a nice week as we're up 8.5% this week. Today, definitely helping, but we gained almost 9% on Monday after we did get commentary from the president that basically said go out and buy Dell computers, which was definitely something you'd like to hear from an endorsement standpoint when you're, of course, Dell. But we did see Evercore ISI price target raised to 500 from 450 with an outperform rating, highlighting that demand for Dell's AI infrastructure remains stronger than supply, meaning that Dell can grow faster if more components become available. They also expect supply limits to become more noticeable now in 2027, with some of these constraints with things like DRAM, NAND, and CPUs, and hard drives and optics. But for Dell, they believe that opportunity is bigger than just AI servers. They also are seeing demand tied to storage, edge computing, as well as enterprise AI projects as businesses move past this early stage of broader testing. But the main point for investors is simple. They do appear to be well placed in the AI build, but supply shortages could decide how much of that demand actually does translate into revenue. So, I mean, rarely are you going to find a chart, though, that looks like this. This is a stock that has risen 240% year to date, while also still having pulled back almost 9% from its highs. And so, I mean, it's just so interesting. We're technically
that's really nice win on NVIDIA.
While still remaining up 200.
I'm liking this NVIDIA breakout. I'm going to set an alert on the previous high. 201.73. I'm going to raise it up to 75. What was that? That was a... What was that? Previous... Okay. Yeah. That's a $3 dip. That'll work. And then take it and run it up to here.
Critical wireless and connectivity components used in their ecosystem, like things like advanced radio frequency components, as well as Wi-Fi and Bluetooth connectivity technologies. So those are essential for then the wireless performance and things like your iPhone, of course. But this is bullish for Broadcom. Actually, I think it's interesting to see the outsized move today in Broadcom versus Apple, because Apple's one of Broadcom's largest customers, making up roughly 20% of its revenue. And this does provide now years of visibility and reinforces Broadcom's position as a key supplier of custom silicone. Bullish for Apple as well, as Apple does continue to build out a more resilient domestic semiconductor supply chain. It also does align with their broader commitment to invest roughly $600 billion in the U.S. over the next 4 years. And initially this morning, we were trying to understand the muted reaction, probably because of the fact that we did already see a deal announced Monday, which was with Apple and its custom ASICs through 2031. They did not disclose the size of the deal, but we did already see some hints of this expanded partnership earlier this week, which Apple having now a nice session as we firmed up throughout the day. But for Broadcom, this is really a major customer retention play. For Apple, it does strengthen, again, some of these secure critical wireless component supply, and it does further right now signify that they are trying to spend money to build out tier and hopefully eliminate some of course, the headwinds that are really surrounded this company when it comes to everything AI.
Yeah, and nice moves to the upside as you highlighted. We've got a 5% move higher in Broadcom, more than 1% for Apple, so helpful on an overall down day, although the NASDAQ holding on to that very, very marginal 0.04% gain in the green here. But I want to close out with Dollar Tree. I love Dollar Tree just from a personal perspective. 2 upgrades today.
2 upgrades today, and I will say, one more optimistic than the other. So we'll start with the Raymond James actually upgrading shares to outperform. Price target was 140, but this upgrade does reflect a more favorable, in their view at least, risk and reward profile. Firm highlighting that now their fiscal 2026 earnings guidance appears conservative. So in their view, this does leave room for upside from lower fuel costs, potential tariff refunds, and share repurchases, even without seeing an immediate traffic recovery. Goldman also did upgrade shares to neutral from sell, which is just a wild conviction. You rarely get to talk about sell ratings, but I guess no longer for at least Dollar Tree. Price target was raised though to 125 from 105 as they highlighted that price and value perceptions are improving and strong cash reserves and potential tariff refunds provide tailwinds. But they did note that traffic remains weak and that key customer right now metrics have lagged historical levels as competitive value-focused environments does support now a more cautious stance. So there's only actually one strong or strong buy equivalent in right now per FactSet at least for Dollar Tree. But we do see still roughly 31% of analysts do have a buy rating. 48% are still in that hold camp. 17% underperform and 3 sell. So it does then right now challenge that narrative of we're not really seeing anyone saying go buy Dollar Tree shares by any means. But if you look at actually the outperformance of this name versus Dollar General, it's modest, but we are actually at least still positive on the year. Dollar General is down about 12%. But parity amongst analysts are these names are basically rated the same. They both have 30% of analysts with buys and then the other 40 to 30% with a hold. So they look very similar from an analyst perspective.
I'm also not saying go buy Dollar Tree. I just like taking my daughter there.
Go buy things at Dollar Tree.
It costs me less than Target. Buy things at Dollar Tree.
The wine glasses from Dollar Tree, the best value in the entire country. So yes.
Shoppers. We are the consumer.
Exactly.
Jenny, really appreciate you being with us to take a look at those top movers. That's Jenny Horn, the co-host of Next Gen Investing here on the network. And I do want to send it back to Sam in New York for a look at what we have coming up next in the show.
Thanks, Marley. We'll look at the big picture and the market, the economy, and what to expect for the rest of the trading year. Market on Close will be right back.
Wow, big knife on Meta.
You know the market moves, and Schwab is here to help you move with it. So, whether you're buying, selling, holding, or planning, whether you're ETFing or 401k'ing, saving, spending, or even retiring, you can count on Schwab for market insights, live support, powerful trading platforms, and 400 branches. All at your service, all so you can invest your way. Sounds nice, right?
I'm Nicole Petalides, live at the New York Stock Exchange, and this is the Watch List. Your midday view into the trends driving the markets with a sharp focus on technology, innovation, and companies leading the next wave of growth. Big movers, real-time interviews, and insight from analysts, founders, and market voices you trust. The Watch List, 2 p.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Sometimes, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Real-time access, data-driven analysis, from U.S. equities to global macro matters. Schwab Network connects the dots. Watch live, subscribe free at schwabnetwork.com.
Meta knife.
Hey, Dad.
Dad.
Question for you.
How come Grandpa doesn't sleep with me anymore?
Start
investing?
Granddad had an account with Schwab before there were.
Grandpa died last week, and it's my turn.
He worked hard, and after he passed away, the torch has been passed to me, and my advisor Jennifer, she was with me with the journey, helping with the estate distribution. The 2 grandchildren, planning for their college educations. Someday it'll be their turn.
Welcome back to Market on Close. I'm Sam Vardis on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange alongside Marley Caden in our Chicago headquarters. Let's check in with the markets because we have actually seen a little bit more of a constructive afternoon session here. The Nasdaq 100 has managed to come off the lows, I should say, and recoup the flat line right now, and it is sort of teetering around that at this stage. The S&P 500 off the lows as well. Oil has come off the highs. We're at about $73 on WTI right now. The Dow Jones is down almost 600 points. So we are seeing that becoming largely the drag here as we've got names like Home Depot down, a couple of other names, Boeing for instance, but the Russell 2000 also down 1%. We have had yields ticking up across the board here, across the curve, with the 10-year that's been noticeable, hitting 460 earlier today, although we're off those levels right now. But the story has really been centered around, obviously, what we're seeing in the Middle East with Trump's comments, but also around the chip trade. We're back in rally mode today, once again for the memory, the CPUs, all but AMD and Intel perhaps reacting to some of the Broadcom news. But it's been a bit choppy as far as the memory trade. It was interesting because it didn't look like they were taking their cues from South Korea. We dipped a bit. We've reclaimed some gains now. Actually, in fact, the EWY, which tracks the South Korean market, has just turned positive. So that's interesting given the KOSPI is now in bear market territory. Mixed picture across the Mac 7 today. Nvidia is higher, up 4%. It was sort of a bit choppy earlier today. We've got Apple higher by 1% as well. Those are the 2 companies that have been very much in the headlines, and a lot of China headlines related to those 2 stories as well. Interesting that Apple is looking at Chinese memory makers today. There's a report around that. On the same day, we get the information saying that China perhaps is giving the green light to the H200 chips. Draw lines between those 2 stories as you will. Let's take a look at the futures product right now because we have been obviously focusing on what's happening in oil, as I mentioned, off the highs now. The US dollar's been holding pretty firm there at 100. Bitcoin's lower today and the 10-year yielding at 451 right now. So it's come off, as I mentioned, the highs that we were talking about earlier. But it's notable that the 30-year is above 5% right now. The 2-year's been ticking up quite a bit as well, up 4 bips right now at almost 420. So keeping an eye on that, particularly off the back of the Fed minutes that we got earlier in the day, which gave us a little bit more of a clue as to how much family fighting really went down in that FOMC meeting a couple of weeks ago. All right, let's bring Marley back into the picture and talk about this market with Ryan Dietrich, who's the Chief Market Strategist at Carson Group. Ryan, always nice of you to join us. From a technician standpoint, I've just been looking at the stocks today, really teetering around the 50-day. But really, I don't know, the S&P, the Dow, maybe not so much today, and the NASDAQ, it seems to be hanging in there. How do you think the market is handling all the rotation we're seeing from a technical standpoint?
Yeah, Sam, thank you for having me back. It's always an honor. I mean, I would put it this way. I think it's awfully impressive, right? We know this last week, right, 2 straight days, the SOX was down 5%. You peel back the onion, I mean, the market hung in there, right? The market gained 1.8% last week on the S&P 500. But just, let's talk about yesterday for a second. S&P down 0.5% yesterday, yet 281...
Mrs. Gork, explain the sneaky snake strategy. The sneaky snake is James Howard. Yeah, I don't know about that. Signature trade. The sneaky snake is James Howard. Oh, that's pretty funny. Washboardjim signature trading approach. It's a trend following breakout pullback strategy. Focus on catching knives, sharp moves, riding momentum and using chart patterns for entries and exits. Core idea, breakout, pullback, boom. The snake or the knife, this refers to a consolidation, a flag, a wedge, a tight price action of some sharp move or during volatility. It's the coiling phase before the breakout. Breakout, number 2. Price breakout of the consolidation pattern, the falling wedge, the inverse head and shoulders, the pennant flag. Pullback after the initial breakout, price action retraces to support level frequency and the 200 SMA. Previous resistance turns into support or trend lines. This is where you look to enter. Boom. Trend continuation. Price resumes the move higher or lower in shorts. Exit at resistance. Double, triple tops, or other reversal signals. It emphasizes buying at support and selling at resistance while being in the now with live price action. Key elements of the strategy: chart patterns, falling wedge, inverse head and shoulders, flags, pennants, symmetrical triangles, double tops, double bottoms, cup and handle, megaphone, etc. Counting to 3. A simple rule he repeats. Many setups involve 1, 2, 3 waves or touches. A sweet spot is often around the 3rd touch of the leg of the entry. If you can count to 3, you can trade with me. Moving averages. Commonly uses the 200 SMA, major support, resistance, and sometimes the 9 and 21 EMAs and others for confirmation. Bounces off the 200 are frequent entry zones. Time frames works in intraday 1-minute charts, scalps and trades, and daily for swings, and often trades momentum stocks, indices, a SPY, the SPX, and the names like NVIDIA and Tesla. Risk management, wait for the pattern, flag rather than chasing, use support levels for stops, take profit at resistance or reversal patterns. He aims to clean entries after pullbacks rather than FOMO breakouts. So I'd rather wait for the pullback after the breakout, take the trade. Stock gaps up or has a strong move, consolidates into a flag, a wedge, a snake, breakout, pullback to the 200 SMA or breakout levels, shows bullish candles and patterns. Ride the next resistance to the top. Best way to learn: watch his dedicated videos. Sneaky Snake Trading Strategy, how to trade it, shows examples with moving strategies, averages. His live morning broadcast and chart pattern lessons on the YouTube channel. Important disclaimer: this is an educational content for self-described retail trader, not financial advisor. That's pretty cool. That's really pretty good. Actually, I couldn't have wrote it out any better. Except for the talking about my sneaky snake. I think that was kind of uncalled for. Meta, breakout, pullback. Speaking of snake. 15 minutes I'll be leaving. And I'll be putting new tint on my windows. Oh, I'm going to charge my phone. I'll probably be gone for a while. Yeah, I got to do that. Oh.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends. So neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 1,100 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
I'm Diane King Hall on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. When markets react, we are live with analysis that matters. Watch now, only on SchwabNetwork.com.
Sometimes, you know, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Welcome back to Market on Close. I'm Marley Caden alongside Sam Bottis in New York. According to a Financial Times report, Meta is testing super-sensing AI glasses that use camera and audio to capture every moment, continuously collecting audio while taking photos every few seconds. The report also notes that a user could use AI to ask what they saw or what they heard or even recall the day for them. Starting to feel a little bit like we might live in a sci-fi movie, but let's check in with some of these hyperscalers today. Overwhelmingly to the downside today in the hyperscaler names. Meta's down 2.5%, Alphabet down more than 2%, Microsoft trading 1.33% lower, and Amazon close to 1.5% down on the session. But we do see Nvidia and Apple higher in the Mag 7 today. Want to bring Sam back into the conversation, really shift gears here. Talk about the price of fertilizer and how it's potentially going to impact the cost of your food going forward with our next guest. Joining us, Jake Hanley, the Chief Growth Officer and Director of Investments at Tucrium. Jake, great to have you on this show. Now, we've talked a lot about fertilizer prices. They initially really spiked with the outbreak of the conflict in Iran and concerns around the Strait. We've seen some of that panic fall off and prices come down, but now we're potentially in another issue where the Strait is in question yet again. So how is that going to impact the prices going forward?
Yeah, Marley, thanks for having me. It's nice to be here. Look, I mean, the situation is obviously in flux again here. And the gravity, I mean, this is pretty heavy. What we see, not to speculate on which way the war goes, but if I had to place a bet, I'd say that we're going to see continued escalation here. Now, as it relates to fertilizer prices, it should put upward pressure on fertilizer prices again. The reason being simply is that roughly 30% of the seaborne urea, which is a very important nitrogen fertilizer, comes through the Strait of Hormuz. We have seen prices react violently at the outset of the war and then have come back down. And that is a good sign. To tie it directly to food, however, in the big crops that we follow most closely, corn, wheat, soybeans, and sugar, we don't think this is going to be a big impact for food prices this year. But we've been writing about it for some time now that the longer this conflict continues, it should be something that we keep a close eye on for food prices next year. And unfortunately, it looks like it's going to continue.
It's interesting. I've been reading similar studies here, Jake, that it's not likely to impact the U.S. consumer as far as the sticker shock that you and I feel at the grocery store just yet because of the timing of when that fertilizer is bought. Certainly throughout the course of the year, the fact that it actually only makes up a small fraction of what farmers have to actually pay in order to grow that food, and also because of the fact that they're just going to eat the cost. But when you're saying it's going to become potentially a 2027 type of problem, how much could we be talking?
Yeah, that's a great question, Sam. And I don't want to minimize the fact that this is a significant issue for farmers. As you mentioned, farmers are looking at eating this cost, and it is pretty stark. When we did a study recently looking back at farm revenue for corn farmers. Okay, nitrogen is a key input for corn, and that fertilizer cost gets covered by the revenue when the farmer sells his bushels of corn. Well, that coverage ratio right now is as low as it's been since 2014. And what that says just simply is that farmer margins are being pinched significantly. Now, that does potentially impact corn prices. A farmer who's looking at tighter profit margins will be less excited to sell at lower prices, okay? And so farmers were likely going to hold on to their bushels as long as possible until they feel that they are getting a decent price, at which point they will sell. But that's looking at the United States. I think the real opportunity for prices to move significantly higher comes from production issues in other countries, such as Brazil, when we look at sugar, potentially India, and so forth. And the reason there is that the input costs are impacting those countries as well, and some of these other countries don't necessarily have the same resources the United States has to support their farmers and their production. And so these are global crops, and we're dealing with global fertilizer prices. And so I would look at potential for production issues around the globe to reduce the supply against steady demand. And it just comes down to supply and demand.
And Jake, as we look at the timelines, being different depending on where we're talking about the crops being grown. I mean, I started my career covering softs, so I remember how important the weather was to all of this. Where does the weather come into play? If weather is favorable, does it have the opportunity to potentially offset some of these potential hikes in terms of near-term crop prices? And what happens if we get unfavorable weather with this?
Oh, God.
Yeah, Marley, that's a perfect thing to point to here.
How much time's wasted on this show anymore? It really upsets me. I really loved this show when I first watched it. I mean, this rebranding is really going to start ticking me off. I got to find another outlet. Or just keep playing music. I mean, it's wasted energy. In my opinion. Maybe I'd find some other. You got to adjust. A lot of things fail, people fail, businesses fail because they don't adjust. I got friends doing the same shit they did back in high school. They just do the same stuff. They've never changed. A few of them have. But I've if I wasn't happy in 10 years or so, or my goal wasn't met, I would try to find something else to do, or move, or I moved to 3 places I didn't know a soul: Memphis, Tennessee, Knoxville, Tennessee, and Hawaii. Memphis, I was a minority. Hawaii, I was a major minority. I was a Haole. I was a honky in Memphis. Knoxville, I kind of call that I like Knoxville because that was when the Tennessee Vols were doing real good, and then they had all them concerts. They had a bunch of good rock concerts I liked. I mean, bands that I probably would never get to see. I had a lesbian girlfriend. I know that. I know that for a fact. And then, but yeah, I had to move around, had to change your strategy. You have to adjust in times. Right now, I'm not as bullish as I was a couple of years ago. I just got to play the dips every knife. I just got to keep going over the stock and waiting for a knife. And then, like this 50 SMA, I mean, this looks sweet. We bounced off the 50 before. We went a little bit under it, so we could hit the 63 on NVIDIA. But NVIDIA got that news today. It could just op and break out off over the 50 SMA on the weekly. Now, Randy, like you said, when we have sell-offs like this, you got to go out and zoom out. You're right. I don't know why you're swinging stocks right now in this pullback. These high resistance low. I mean, this is. I'm listening to these fat cats. They know it. I know it. Irrational exuberance. I never seen anything like it. I had a pretty good hit today. One loss, but I made it back real fast. I lost it a lot. It took a lot longer to lose it than it did to make it back. And then if I'd have held them frickin' 2 last calls I had, that'd have been $6,000. 2 of them. $800 investment. PANW.
We're seeing a lot of the run-up in these names.
I wanted to trade this bad.
On its own, I mean, it's had some really nice upward trajectory, excluding this downward move today.
It feels like as many opportunities as AI brings, it brings just as many serious threats as well, as you say. But when we look at
serious
the candle
threats
chart here for the past year, 368.17 was our recent
previous high.
Very
300.
drop off from that.
Let's see if we get it right.
Almost 13% in only 2 sessions here, on pace for that, at least as we head
You got
into
a
the
gap.
close of the day. A notable downside area to watch out for, these old highs that could become a supportive area. Then near 304. Old support can also become new resistance.
Nope, 361.
New support.
Don't use the wick, you idiot.
Low point here comes in near 251. The bigger picture, though, upward channel, or rather, excuse me, upward trend line is still in play here, but you could also juxtapose that with a
That would be
downward
mine.
trend line here, much steeper, much sharper, going across those highs. Not really a significant breach beyond either one just yet, so those could be points to consider going forward. Today's move did solidify us seemingly below our
Solidify.
EMA in dark blue, our weekly.
It's a word I want to start using.
Coming in near 334. If we were
Is solidify mean confirmation? Solidify. 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 To make, become firm. No, that ain't it. How do you spell that word? Solidify. Solidify. I don't have my phone. Solidify. I got it here. To solidify is to make or become firm, hard, or solid. It broadly solidify answers. To make or become firm. Consolidate, strengthen. Well, I know about making it into a hard. I already knew that. Okay.
2027 options, 18% of all open interest in this name, but our front month, July 17th expiration is number 2 with 14%. That is this yellow box here. 9 days out, plus or minus potentially 7.8% expected move. One big trade I saw seemed to be a sweep type of trade, lots of individual trades all around the same time frame. It looked like it was plus 100 December 15th, 2028, so 2028 calendar year. 390 strike puts at a 136.65 debit, an opening bearish play here for $1.36 million debit paid.
All right, Palo Alto Networks taking it on the chin a bit today, down about 5% at 320 in the bottom 5 performers on the S&P 500 as of a check about 2 seconds ago. Thanks to Rick Decatur, lead market technician, for taking a closer look at Palo Alto with us today. And I do want to check in with Sam, though, to see who she and George will be talking about for overlooked stocks.
Well, Marley, George has his eye on Calumet today, heading into the close, so he'll break down the news about it and all about the stock coming up next on the program.
On the program.
Sometimes, you know, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
From the most iconic trading floor in the world, this is Opening Bell with Nicole Petalides, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, the countdown, the setups, the stories that make markets move. Minute by minute breakdown of the biggest headlines, earnings, and global movers, just the trades that matter. As the bell hits and the markets react in real time, Opening Bell, live at the NYSE, right when it counts.
I'm Jenny Horn. We go beyond the headlines, tracking the trends, sector moves, and fundamentals shaping the markets in real time. This is Schwab Network. Subscribe at schwabnetwork.com. Stay connected to the markets with Schwab Network.
Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on schwabnetwork.com
And on all your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network.
Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Intern, this place is incredible. It's where I get all your office supplies. Your golf balls, your fancy coffee, your China.
Oh, Three Crows.
In one
What time is it?
It's like
I ain't gonna do it. I gotta go.
everything
Shit,
investors need.
time creeped up real fast.
Yeah, at Schwab they can do everything. Invest, trade, get full service wealth management, and anything in between. Think I'm gonna be sick. We have to buy that now.
Invest your way
Well-
with Schwab.
I'm gonna head out.
Back to Market on Close. I'm Sam Barnes on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. It's time now for Overlook.
I'm gonna head out and get my tinted windows done. So yeah, do not use pneumonia on tinted windows. They have the film on it. Burned out on this thing, this car of mine. I think it's going to get to where I'm going to end up moving to a real small island and not having a car. Have a motorcycle. Okay, well, I'm going to get out of here.
Mix it, mix the mon. Mix it, mix the mon.